if depending on progress, and if we don't, I understand what you're saying about not wanting to start Mr. Collinson in chief, but depending on when we finish the need and economic benefits sections, then there might still be time on Friday to chip away at conditions and or section 107.
I think it'd be very useful, added to which our solicitor, our external solicitor from Threeps is available this week, but she's not available next week. So that would be very helpful to be able to do it this week for obvious reasons, section 106 session. There's some documents so that the appellant mentioned that we've got copies of, but do you want me to deal with that now or?
Well, first of all, let me check section 106 on Friday, Mr. Tucker. Is the appellant going to be in a position to deal with that if we make the progress that we've just into making this possible?
I don't know the answer to that, sir. I'll check with the solicitor who's instructing this matter for the appellant.
Yeah.
You'll recall that there were 2 points raised by Mr. Weeks yesterday. I think have been raised with, ironically, another Mr. Tucker, but no relative, who's acting as the solicitor. I don't know when the next draft will be available, but I can't, if the other Mr. Tucker is available on Friday, I'm sure we can have him here.
Yeah.
I don't know is the answer.
No, okay, but if you can explore that, because that would be hopefully good use of the inquiry time if we can deal with that rather than starting Mr. Collinson, if that's Stephen's preference.
Yes, sir, thank you.
You might as well have the documents that you're referring to.
So one of the many things that Mr. Collinson does is copy the documents that people want. And yesterday, my friend indicated what documents, in light of Mr. Barrett's evidence, they wanted to put in. And they were sent last night. We've got hard copies. We've got a complete set here for you. These are all in relation to 2 sites in northwest Leicestershire. And I've asked my learned friend, I think it's appropriate that my witness be given the opportunity to comment in evidence in chief, which he's happy with. So we haven't quite finished the evidence in chief. The only thing I have communicated with the witness about overnight is these documents, nothing else. And so I just want to give her the opportunity to comment on those. If I hand them out to you, then we can, and then we've added one to the ones the appellant listed, which is a certificate. But they relate to 2 sites.
Okay, thank you. So what have I got? 3 documents. 5. Oh yes, I've got more. Okay.
Yeah, they're all online. So if you are happy to use them online, then that's fine. But because we're going to discuss them immediately, and you're not. So they've got ID numbers. First of all, we've got 13A. Which is a committee report in relation to a St Modwyn site known as Hemmington Meadows. 13B is the consultation response from the planning policy team, which obviously would have fed into that report, but it's the more comprehensive nature of it I suspect the appellant wants to draw attention to. We then have the appeal decision for that site, which is at Castle Donington, so junction 1 of the A50, top of the M42 or A42. And then you have ID 14A, so distinguishing between the 2 sites. Do you have that, sir?
Yes, I was checking if it's online as well.
Yeah, it's not yet.
All right, okay, I've got the hard copy that you've just handed in.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to get the other copies, but I'm conscious Mr. Lee Ted wants to have those.
We've got hard copies, actually, so we can hand those. Do you need those?
I welcome hard copies. I can scribble on them, please.
Okay. Mr. Lee, are you happy for Mr. Tucker just have those for now? And curb your enthusiasm for more committee reports if you can. And then 14A, which is another site. This site is next to the M1 and the end of the A50. And this one was approved by the planning committee and planning commission was granted. So those are the 2 sites. And then ID 15 is the certificate of lawfulness that the applicants on the second site have sought to preserve their planning permission. Okay, that's entirely my fault. I'm just going to ask if somebody can pass that round.
Thank you.
So those are the documents. I hope that's a useful explanation.
Yeah, thank you. And you want to take your witness through some of those.
So can I just make it clear, it's absolutely no objection for obvious reasons to those documents going in. And I've no objection to my loan friend drawing his attention to those and carrying on the examination. I wasn't intending to put the documents in, I was merely drawing attention to a couple of points on the site, but I may do so now.
Okay.
So just to flag in, the inch or so, please don't blame me for it.
Okay, so you were referring yesterday to Jaguar Land Rover, which have and DSV, which have occupied Junction 11, which is the next junction up from the one we're looking at in this appeal, but it is in northwest Leicestershire. Is that right?
It is.
And you also alluded to their emerging policy, where they identify a change to the relevant policy by seeking to give a definition to immediate need. Yeah, okay, good. My learned friend said he wanted to just raise the issue of these sites, which are also in northwest Leicestershire, to have a look at their approach. And if we have a look, please, at the committee report 14A, the appeal decision, it wasn't an issue in the case, so it doesn't feature as an issue, the immediate need issue, but it is addressed in the committee report. So, as with all committee reports, there's a number of items on the agenda. And then we move to the issue that we're considering here, which is on page 17.
Okay.
If it's 14A, we make that page 24.
Is your microphone on, Mrs. Burris?
It is, sorry.
Just go to page 17, if you will, and the front page, just to navigate ourselves. And this was a proposal for 78,967 square metres of B8. And we can see where it's located. That's the M1 on to the east on the right hand side. Is that right? And the M50 coming in there.
It is.
Okay. And
So did you say this was the St Mortar one?
no,
This is Netherfield.
this is Netherfield.
Yes, sorry.
So what wins is the appeal?
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, I thought you might. So this is the site next to and I'll just say it again. Modwin doesn't deal with immediate need because it wasn't the appeal decision, it wasn't an issue in the case. In this committee report, we see the officers dealing with this issue. And if you go to the main report, page 19, it sets out that it's an outline application subject to environmental statement and so on. Do you see that?
I do.
Good. Okay. Where I'd like to take you is to the principle of development, please. And that begins in the assessment at page 23.
Yes, go on.
Do you have that, sir?
Yep.
Approach to determination, consideration of the MPPF, and then we turn to at the bottom of page 24, policy EC2. Do you have that?
I do.
Where evidence indicates an immediate need or demand for additional employment land, B1, B2, B8 in Northwest Leicestershire, it cannot be met from land allocated in the plan. The council will consider favourably proposals, and then it sets these things out. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, now the thing I want to ask you about is this issue about the immediate need. It says that on the next page, page 25, a detailed officer assessment of the position in respect to the need or demand the proposals are set out in a separate planning policy consultation response. And I imagine it'd be similar to the one we have, the St Modwen proposal, which is at 13B. But it says the illustrative proposals indicate a mix of both strategic scale and non-strategic scale warehousing. So it's units of 9,000 square metres and above, and then units of 9,000 square metres and less. And then it talks about the findings of the Leicestershire and Leicester and Leicestershire Housing and Economic Development Needs Assessment for HEDNA. This application, if approved, would result in this overall need being met and exceeded to a degree, as set out in the assessment. The supply of strategic warehousing has already surpassed the need to 2031, identified in the Leicester and Leicestershire Strategic Distribution Study, and as such, approving this application would see it exceed further. Nevertheless, it's acknowledged that the requirements in the HEDNA and the Strategic Distribution Study are minimum figures. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, so what is the background there, please, to the council's decision in North West Leicestershire to grant this? What sort of information did they have?
I understand if you go, they had an independent analysis done. So you've got there in the next paragraph that Leicestershire did a bespoke warehousing and logistics study. But equally, they also were advised independently as well.
Okay, now we have, in this case, an appellant producing a study and saying it's the Cushman and Wakeman study, but obviously it's a study supporting this application. As you understand it, is that the situation here? This is an application submitted by the applicant, this study, or was that an independent study, or was the study produced by the applicant put in independently?
In relation to
this one, yeah.
Oh, this one. This was a joint study by the Leicestershire authorities. And then you've got the independent one below, which was directly towards the district planning office.
Okay. It says that Leicestershire study was published in May 2021. The latest study affirms that there's a continuing need for additional strategic distribution floor space in Leicestershire to 2041, and that lends support to the application.
Mm-hmm.
And then it goes on to say, well, the study doesn't decide where it should be met and how much of that should be met in North West Leicestershire. It says at this stage, at the end of the paragraph, the need the latest study identifies is not specific, nor indeed to the application site. And then it says this, as set out in detail in the attached report and in the policy wording, EC2 is quite clear that there has to be an immediate need or demand for the proposed development. It is therefore necessary to only demonstrate one of need or demand, not both. On the basis of independent expert consultant advice provided by the District Council's Planning Policy and Land Charges team, it's accepted there is an identifiable current demand for the medium-sized strategic warehousing units which the application proposes to target, and so that is met. So we've got a policy that talks about need and demand and saying either can be met. And then we've got this Leicester and Leicestershire warehousing study. Do we have a similar document for Warwickshire?
No, so there isn't a similar one. And we have the HEDNA, but we don't have a similar study in terms of warehousing and logistics.
All right.
Can I ask you to keep your voice up a bit, please, Mr. Barrett? I am following what you're saying. I'm not quite sure whether it's going to those at the back of the room.
Good. So it might be said to you, well, if we look up at the road at M42, we look at these sites, the officers are saying, well, if there's a report saying there's a need, that's sufficient. What do you say to meet immediate need or demand in that case? What do you say to that? In the sense that it might be put to you, well, you don't need an occupier, or you don't need to identify who the occupier is going to be, or any of the things that we've talked about in terms of immediate need, detailed application or a hybrid application like the one we saw at Hinkley. What do you say to that?
I would say that From what I've seen here, sir, this is for a particular segment of the market, it appears to be, from what I've read. On page 19, at the bottom paragraph, it shows a total of 7 units ranging between 7,000 square metres to 13,500 square metres. So it's very specific, it's not general in terms of what it's asking for. It seems to be that it's targeting a particular need that has been identified. And I would only point to also that EC2 investorship talks about demand, whereas our policy talks about a certain type of development in LP6.
Good. Okay. Is there anything else you want to add in relation to that, please?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
That's the end of your points in chief.
It is, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Tucker, are you ready to begin your cross-examination, please?
I am indeed, sir. Good morning, Miss Barrett.
Good morning.
Just to be clear, in terms of appellation, you content with Miss Barrett, or would you prefer a different appellation? I've no difficulty with she has.
Call me Dorothy, Mrs. Barrett.
or indeed Dot, as you're referred to in some of the documentation, which is entertaining.
I honestly don't mind.
I shall resist the temptation to use first name terms. We're not quite there yet in terms of informality of public inquiries. So, Ms. Barrett, good morning. Can I pick up 1 or 2 points which have arisen from your examination in chief at the very outset? Let's pick up that last point first. So, I indicated following your examination in chief that I was going to take you back to North West Leicestershire, dealing with the proposition that you raised an examination in chief arising from Mercia Park about an identified occupier not being able to find a site for themselves, evidences immediate need. Can we just confirm the 2 sites that we now have an inch thick of documentation to add to the inspector's burden for, north and south of the junction of the A50 and the M1 in the adjoining authority? Both were promoted on a pure outline, neither of which had an occupier identified. Is that right?
From what I've read, yes. But one of the schemes actually does talk about development plateaus, and there's 4 development plateaus. And the information that I understand is that then was catering for a specific or a certain type of need. And that is what I also gleaned from that last one as well, that it was for a certain type of need.
Yeah, you told us the range 700,000 to 1.35 million square foot, 7,000 to 13,500 square metres.
Square meters.
Yeah, so 7,000 to 13,500 square metres. Yeah. So 70,000 square foot, I've multiplied by a factor of 10. 70,000 square foot to 135,000 square foot. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I'll come back to that point later on. But the proposition that North West Leicestershire are granting consent based upon their policy simply because of an identified occupier isn't borne out in fact, is it?
That would be up to them in their interpretation of the policy, but yes.
Yeah, thank you. Just whilst we've got this document open, I was going to do this through the DSV consent, we may be able to do it in relation to this. If you turn to that document.
Was this 14A?
This is 14A, the one you were taken to a few moments ago. And if you start from page 70 of that document, which is an appendix to the report, which starts off with consultation response from planning policy team.
Yes.
And again, this is just to get the factual context available. So you see that this is consultation response, which is actually referred to in the body of the report. This is the one that deals with what the overall position is in terms of strategic warehousing. It's discussed on page 70 to the end of the documents. Okay. firstly, the inspector should read this in full, shouldn't he?
Yes.
Thank you. Bottom of page 70 says policy, this is their policy team, your equivalent over the border. EC22 says that immediate need or demand for additional B-class employment land must be demonstrated. Immediate in this context can be interpreted as meaning arising now. Need correlates to a policy requirement identified through a plan making process to ensure that the future needs of an area are adequately addressed. Demand could be in the form of a request from potential future users, or could be to address a gap in supply in the district, of premises in the district. You see that?
I do. Yeah.
Okay. We've then got, if you go to the top of the next page, the illustrative master plan is referenced under employment land supply. Do you see that? So the inspector can see what was being proposed. And then there's the title I do want to take you to, which is need for B class. See that?
Yeah.
And then they first look at the need for class B excluding class strategic B8. That's because their local plan also, in common with your local plan, didn't consider the quantum of strategic B8, did it?
Yes, the policy C2, LP6 are very similar.
Yeah, because both North West Leicestershire and North Warwickshire were both in a situation of going, we haven't got a regional agreement in terms of what the amount of strategic B8 should be. We're not in a world of regional planning anymore, sadly missed. Therefore, we don't have a figure in relation to that. But what we'll do is we'll have a development control policy to address that issue as and when it arrives. It's a similar situation, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah. Bottom of page 71 then deals with strategic B8 needs. You see that?
I do.
And it defines strategic needs as being 9,000 square metres and above, which is actually taken from the 2016 study. So 100,000 square foot essentially. So, yeah. Yeah, 100,000 square foot essentially.
It is.
Then there's a long discussion in relation to it. And if you then look at the bottom of page 72, there's a reference to not just the North West Leicestershire document, but a district-specific document prepared by GL Hearn / ICME.
Yes.
So that's the one that you were talking about, which is, this is the one to the district council, which sits underneath the county council's work.
It does. Yes.
Yeah. And they will commission specifically to provide an evaluation of employment land evidence, essentially because North West Leicestershire had 2 applications sitting on its doorstep. You go down onto page 73 to see what they said. And it's the section that says, with respect to the strategic distribution market, GL Hearn found the following. Do you see that?
Is that with the bullet one?
That's the one. Second set of bullet points on 73. And when you turn to that, obviously the inspector should read this in full. Just want to see what GL Hearn said, which led to the conclusion that these 2 schemes were consented in due course. And it's the bullet that says comparing the supply of strategic B8 floor space and the recent take-up rates. Do you see that?
I do. Yeah.
Right. So the
Page 73.
73, correct. So they're saying, GL Hearn is saying, supply of units which are immediately available for occupation, so-called direct supply is quantified as 0.7 years worth of supply, and this is described as very tight. The position for Leicestershire and Leicester as a whole is similar, 0.9 years. You see that?
I do.
So North West Leicestershire are being told it's a very tight market because there isn't much out there in terms of premises. You see that?
Yes, available. Yes.
Yeah. Just think about that for a moment. Your point yesterday was, well, there isn't an identified occupier for the appeal scheme, and there are premises out there, so potentially an occupier could go to one of those premises. That's a very different approach, isn't it, from the approach that North West Leicestershire have taken, which is to say, what's our supply out there? And let's see the extent to which demand and supply are in balance or not in balance. They've taken an approach which very much mirrors the Cushman and Wakefield approach, haven't they?
I would take you to the last bullet point there.
Well, hold on, an answer which starts with but isn't answering my question. No, there's no need to apologise at all. This is your professional judgment. You've taken a different approach. The approach that I've just taken you in that first bullet point mirrors the approach that Cushman and Wakefield are advocating in this case, doesn't it? I.e., need is demand and then judged against supply.
Yes.
So that's consistent with what happened in Northwest Leicestershire. You take a different approach. Yeah?
But I would read those four bullet points.
Give me a yes or no, sorry. Do you take a different approach to that, or do you agree with that approach?
That is one approach that they have taken.
Yeah, but I know that's what they've taken, and I know that's what Cushman and Wakefield have done. Do you agree with that approach, or do you disagree with that approach? Or is that a legitimate approach?
It is a legitimate approach.
Yeah,
to
sorry.
look at it that way.
And you wanted to qualify, sorry. So I'm going to take you through these bullets, by the way.
Yeah, it was only to say the next bullet point is the supply of land, which shows that there is a 2.8 years of supply and 5.7 across Leicestershire, but also that it was in relation to the last bullet point, which says there is no direct supply in this distinct unit of the 10 to 20,000 square metres. And it's that specificness is the clarity, because I don't see that clarity in what is being proposed.
Right, okay, that's an interesting point. Even within that range, it's not saying if there is a single unit within that range that meets the need, is it?
No.
So let's just go through them. So the proposition that 0.7 years or 0.9 years supply of land to meet strategic needs is very tight. Do you agree with that?
In their situation, yes.
In their situation, yes. Is there a reason why it will be different south of the border?
No, but the information that we found is that there is available units available. So even though we haven't done that final assessment of that years of supply, that there is that ability to cater for that immediate need.
Yeah, and I'm going to take you to those units in due course. But if the supply within area A stroke area 2 was of a similar order to 0.9 stroke 0.7 year supply, it would be proper to describe that as very tight, wouldn't it?
It would.
Thank you. Then it says the supply of land with permission is measured at 2.4 years for Northwest Leicestershire, concentrated at larger units at EMG, so that's East Midlands Gateway, EMDC, and 5.7 years for Leicester and Leicester. So just noting there, the land supply position there was 2.8 and 5.7. Then there's a vacancy rate. At 5%, the vacancy rate is indicative of a low level of market choice for those wanting to occupy B8 premises in the district. GL Hearn report that markets generally require a rate of between 5 to 10% for optimal choice and churn. Just pausing there. Your evidence tells us that the more recent Savills report says 8% is what you really require for the market, and locally it's about 4%.
4 to 5%, yeah.
Yeah, 4 to 5%. So is there any reason why low level of market choice at 5% in Northwest Leicestershire would be any different for low level of market choice in North Warwickshire? Or is it the same point?
Same.
Yeah. Thank you. And then your point about no direct supply within a particular range, which the inspector's now got. So let's just be clear. If the inspector concludes that there is a low vacancy rate within North Warwickshire and a very tight supply of land within North Warwickshire, within Area A in particular, those would be important factors for him when looking whether there's an immediate need within LP6 terms, wouldn't there?
It's part of the factors.
Yeah, good.
Because you would look beyond the borough as well, because they are strategic requirements.
Yeah, but let's just deal with that point. You would look beyond the borough. But when you go beyond the borough, you also then have to note that you're looking at additional needs beyond the borough. It's not that needs come to an end on the edge of the borough, is it? So Northwest Leicestershire have their needs. Tamworth have their needs, Birmingham have their needs, Hinkley and Bosworth have their needs. So you can't just say well, I've got to go over the borough to meet the needs, because they would have their own needs, wouldn't they?
Yes, but you're asking to look at LP6 and say that there is no immediate, that there is this immediate need and that it should be delivered on this particular site. And so from that perspective, it is reasonable and proportionate to look beyond the borough.
I can only ask you one question at a time. Again, no need to apologise. Then just in relation to pages 78 and 79, that's where we've got a discussion of the Leicestershire study on 78. But if you look on page 79, last two paragraphs, which I think is the point you just said to me, so I'll ask you this so that we can avoid it in re-examination. Last two paragraphs, the latest study affirms there's a continuing need for additional strategic distribution and/or floor space in Leicester and Leicestershire to 2041. The latest study doesn't decide how much the need should be met in North West Leicestershire or which sites. Whilst it's not unreasonable to expect there will be some additional provision in North West Leicestershire, it will be a matter for joint working with the Leicester and Leicestershire authorities to agree how the need should be distributed across the county, and then for the local plan review to determine how any requirement is met in North West Leicestershire as part of the plan-led approach. Latest study confirms continuing need for strategic sites. It's a not dissimilar situation to that which is facing North Warwickshire, is it?
Yes, that is true.
Yeah. Gee, that's helpful. Good. Next point, if I may. My notes. Your role. Been a while since we talked at a public inquiry or indeed an examination. However, I understand your qualifications are those of a professional planner. Is that right?
Yeah.
With considerable experience in this borough.
I've worked here since 1992.
I view that as considerable. You don't purport to give evidence beyond your expertise as a planner, do you?
I have experience of working in economic development and have worked with the economic development side for a number of years. I was the senior planning and economic development officer. I then got the role as forward planning manager, but then that changed to the forward planning and economic development manager. That would be the early 2000s.
Right, okay, I'm not sure that's necessarily problematical. So you're a professional planner with experience in econometrics, is that fair?
Economic development.
Yeah.
So,
You're not professing expertise in the commercial markets in the way that Mr. thinks, are you?
No.
You're not a member of the Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyor, are you?
No.
You're not professing expertise in road haulage and lorry parking, are you?
No.
And you're not professing expertise in the operation of freight railheads, are you? No. Good, thank you. Division of Labour. You deal with some policy issues, but there are, other than LP6, policy issues are really for Mr. Collinson, and you told us yesterday that includes Green Belt and the overall planning balance.
That's right.
Thank you. If you can turn to paragraph B5 of your evidence next, please.
Is that CD-D24?
So you want
Sorry, Mr. Picker, are we in the
proof
they approved?
Yeah.
D24A.
It is indeed D24A,
Yeah.
paragraph B5, B for Bravo 5. Which tells us, beautifully summarised, what it is that you're speaking to.
That's correct.
And you ask questions, and I want to understand in overview what the answer to your questions are. So the first question you ask is whether the proposal accords with LP6 in respect of immediate need or being a certain type of development. You, I think, say that the scheme should be given limited weight against LP6, and my understanding is you consider it doesn't accord with LP6.
I don't believe that it should be given significant weight, no.
Right, I understand that, because you said to my learned friend, limited weight to answer that question.
Yes, so,
But the answer to the question whether the proposal accords with LP6, your answer is no. Thank you. And you told my learned friend all about immediate need yesterday, so we know that's a no in relation to immediate need. Or being a certain type of development. This is big box logistics. That's a well-recognised sector in its own right. Is it a certain type of development?
it's a certain type of employment land, but it's not a certain type of development, in my opinion.
So let's break that down. So it's a well-recognised sector within employment land development. Is that fair?
It's a sector, yes.
Well-recognised sector, yeah. As a matter of language, your position is it's not a certain type of development within the policy. That position?
It doesn't provide the evidence to say that it's for a certain type of development that is immediately needed. No.
Right. I'm trying to understand your case in overview, that's all. So I'm going to explore these points in more depth. It's really just understanding what the answer to your position is.
Yeah.
Your position is it doesn't fall into the certain type of development part of LP6, even though it's a well-recognised sector within the employment development market. Yeah. Come back to that. What weight should be attached to the provision of lorry parking in respect of LP34? You, I think, said moderate.
I do. So.
Yeah, thank you. What weight should be attached to the emerging employment development plan document and call for sites? You say at one point in your evidence limited, another point in your evidence very limited, and Mr. Collinson says none. And in examination in chief, the learned friend put to you, Mr. Collinson's giving the planning evidence in relation to this, is it none? So can I note that you, in answer to your C, is no weight to the emerging employment development plan?
I think with my planning policy hat on, I would always want to give some weight to an emerging plan, but I can understand that it would be very limited.
Well, I know. Some people think I have no ability. Some people may think I have very limited ability. They are two distinct notions. Mr. Collins says none. You say very limited. I had thought in your examination in chief that you were happy to defer to Mr. Collins on this one.
Yeah, I am.
So you're not seeking to argue against none. And the weight to be given to the site being rail served, I've got some. Is that right?
I do. Yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you. I think I know where we're going. In relation to the emerging employment development plan, I've got an issues and options document. There's nothing else in the public domain as yet, is there?
No.
There's nothing which comprises, if I may say so, draft policy, is there?
Not yet.
No, nothing before the inspector.
No.
So there is literally nothing in the public domain which we can read to give weight to as policy, is there?
No.
Helpful, thank you. Makes none make more sense. If we are giving no weight to the issues and options document, what weight could be given to a mere call for sites exercise which hasn't been scrutinised and has no status?
From my perspective, it's showing a direction of travel, and that's the same with the employment DPD. It shows a direction of travel, that we haven't closed our eyes to these things, and that we are progressing a plan.
I tried to ask specific questions. My question wasn't about a direction of travel. My question was, if you give no weight to an issues and options document which contains no policies, what weight could be given to a mere call for sites exercise which hasn't been scrutinised and has no status?
Little weight.
Well, if you give nothing to the issues and options document and you don't scrutinise the outcome of the call for sites, it's nothing, isn't it?
I think you mentioned that you were going to defer to Mr. Collins. To Mr. Collinson's view of no weight. Mine was still within this report, limited weight or a little bit of weight. So.
Okay. Well, if I say if I give negligible weight to the issues and options document, which doesn't contain any policies and is the earliest possible stage of plan preparation, what weight should I give to a mere call for sites exercise which hasn't been scrutinised and has no status?
In terms of plan making, very little, if not no weight. In terms of the appeal, it shows the direction of travel.
Well, I'm asking because the inspector needs to know what weight to be given to it. Can I note negligible?
Yes, that'd be fine.
Negligible. Thank you. You told the inspector yesterday you've had meetings with logistics operators, Richborough, IM, St Mods, etc., which include councillors. During those meetings, you haven't fettered any discretion, have you? You've not made any decisions, have you? You've been a proactive authority engaging with operators.
We try to be.
In terms of the weight to be given to the market interest, presumably you are inviting the inspector to give some weight to the fact that there is market interest out there.
Absolutely.
I think you listed some of the principal operators in the logistics sector bringing forward sites within Area A for your consideration. That shows, doesn't it, very clear market demand within Area A, doesn't it?
Yes.
One may even say it's a strong market within Area A because you've got greenbelt applications which are would seem to be on the verge of being considered. That shows a strong market, doesn't it?
I don't see the two going together. The West Midlands study is policy off, so it doesn't take account of greenbelt.
I haven't asked you about that. I'm asking you about the fact you've had St Mods, Richborough, IM, I think Prologis as well, all coming through the door. The principal operators in terms of the logistics market, all for sites within Area A, including promoting sites in the Greenbelt. That shows, Mr. Binks may say, use language such as red hot market. It's strong market demand, doesn't it? That's what it shows, which you already agree.
Yes, but Area A and Greenbelt are two. Greenbelt's the policy on in the Area A, so it's a strong market in Area A, I agree too. But the link between the two, that was a bit that I disagree with.
Okay, so we've got it evidences strong market interest. We've got that it's within Area A. For some of the sites, the promoters would appear to be promoting or be on the verge of promoting greenbelt sites.
Yes.
That requires a very high tier of demonstration if it's going to be done outside the planned process. In other words, very special circumstances. That tends to show very strong market interest, doesn't it? If operators are willing to engage and pay significant sums to promote schemes within a very high tier of policy restriction, doesn't it?
But it also shows.
Again, you've answered my but.
Well, because the answer is.
Just so I get my notes clear, when direct questions are put to you like that, I'm more than happy that you qualify your answer, but I do need a yes or a no to
Okay.
it. So
I apologise.
let's try that again, please.
So my question was, if you have an operator willing to engage significant amounts of capital in order to promote a scheme within the green belt, which is the highest tier of policy protection within national policy, requires substantial tier hurdle to jump over, that of itself is evidence of very strong market demand.
Yes.
Thank you. You want to qualify.
And it also shows that they're willing to go through the emerging plan process as well.
I'm quite sure it would be crackers than not to, as my clients have done with the call for sites exercise. It's, as you said, it's nothing unusual about twin tracking these things because local plans sometimes are delayed, aren't they?
It can be, yes.
Yeah. Right, nature of what's before us. The scheme is for up to 100,000 square metres, of which not less than 5,000 and not more than 10,000 square metres is to be required to be brought forward for small and medium-sized enterprises, and not more than 10,000 metres is in B2, EG3. So the SMEs might not be, the SMEs might be B8, so there may be some interaction between the two. I just want to understand your point in relation to your concerns. In relation to small and medium-sized enterprises, Professor Coleman, in his evidence, and I'll take you to it if I need to, tells us that there is a shortage of such sites locally and that there may be a need for cross-funding of such sites to bring them forward, which is also a theme in some of the studies.
It is. Yes.
if consent is granted for the appeal, are you saying that it would be a good thing or a bad thing for the SME unit to be brought forward?
That would be part of the economic benefit of the scheme.
Yeah. Page 59 of Professor Coleman's proof, but I don't think I need to take you to it now. Put it this way, I don't detect anywhere in your evidence you suggesting that the SME element, which is a comparatively modest element of the scheme, is problematical if the principal scheme is brought forward. Is that fair?
If the whole scheme was going to be brought forward, that would be correct.
Your disaggregation point, which you don't bring into the SME, I think is a point about you can disaggregate the big boxes if you're promoting more than one and put them on more than one site, and you can disaggregate the lorry park.
Now you can disaggregate the smaller units as well.
Yes, you can, in fact, but if there is a problem with
She was just answering.
I think she's finished the sentence.
Well,
Was there anything else you wanted to say after that full stop?
It was just to say that there are sites across the road that could cater for those small sites.
Could, yes.
But one is actually partly owned by the appellant.
Oh, we're going to talk about E2, rest assured. So I'm going to ask you all about the Allotments Act 1922 and what the council is doing about it. I'm going to ask all about the Miners Welfare Trust and their reticence to move on playing fields. All that's for the future. You don't disagree with the proposition set out in Professor Coleman's proof that there is a local shortage of SME units, nor that there are issues in terms of bringing those forward and that they may be needed to cross society. You don't take issue with that, do you?
No, because the Coventry and Warwickshire Market Signals report indicated that smaller units were particularly required within the sub-region.
Absolutely, as does the head note. And also makes the same point about issues about wanting cross-subsidy for them. So is your position that in the event that the appeal is allowed, that if the inspector is satisfied that there is an LP6 based scheme here which is acceptable, that it should fall because we are promoting the SME units? Is that your case?
No, sorry,
if the inspector concludes that the B8 element of the scheme, up to 95,000 square metres, is acceptable. I understand your point about disaggregating the lorry park, and we've had conversations about split decisions. Is it your position that the SME units mean that scheme should then be refused?
Well, they potentially could be disaggregated out.
Physically, yes, but that's not what I've asked you. What's your professional judgment, Ms. Barrett?
There is an economic benefit of having that range of units.
Yes.
So, yes.
So that's, if the inspector considers that the main part of the scheme, put aside the lorry park, is acceptable in LP6 terms, you don't invite dismissal on the basis that we're bringing forward the SME units, do you?
Yeah.
Good, thank you. I didn't think you did because you don't say that's in your proof, that's all. You do, however, say that the lorry park is not acceptable, even if the LP6 element of the scheme was acceptable, don't you?
I say that it can be disaggregated out.
Yeah.
Yes.
But if the principal scheme, if the employment element of the scheme was considered acceptable, the inspector's already raised the issue of split decision. That will be a matter upon which views will be expressed in closing, no doubt. But I want your professional judgment. If the principal employment element of the scheme was considered to be acceptable, do you invite dismissal on the basis of the lorry park being part of the proposals? Or is that also a benefit of the scheme?
Sorry, so that for clarification, so what you're saying that if the inspector minded to approve B8,
so the 100,000, we talked about the SME, so he thinks that's
but to
acceptable.
exclude the other part of the scheme, so the lorry parking.
No, not quite. I'm not asking about split decision. So the scheme as presented to the appeal.
Yes.
I'll ask you about the employment element.
Yeah.
the lorry parking element of that scheme.
Yeah.
Lawfully, the inspector could issue a split decision if he thinks that's unacceptable. The remainder is acceptable.
I believe that's
Yeah.
something that was discussed last
So
week.
put that to one side. But the scheme as presented to the inspector includes an element which we say supports by LP34 and for which we say there is a need for lorry parking. You disagree. We're going to talk about that. I just want to know what your case is looking at the scheme as a whole. If the inspector considers that the scheme, save for the lorry park, so every other part of the scheme is acceptable and should be granted permission, do you invite dismissal because the scheme includes the lorry park element?
Not on the overall scheme, no.
Right. Your point is it doesn't need to be on there.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Right, let me take you down a trip down memory lane. So there's a considerable number of documents I need to turn to, so it seems sensible to pick them up as we go along, if that's acceptable. Yeah. Most of which are in the I category of core documents. Can I take you first of all, please, to I36? Which is the GL Hearn document. I know Lewis. So the one I want to take you to is the addendum document, I think. Sorry, no, it's the 2016 one, which is the first part. So yeah, it's the addendum, not the update.
I-16, did you say?
No.
I
I36.
sorry, apologies.
Trip down memory lane, just after core strategy was adopted.
So I've got there two documents, the addendum and then the update.
It's the addendum.
Addendum.
It should be 57 pages long.
Yeah.
And I want to take you to page 53 of that document. And when you're there.
Yeah, I've got 53.
Here. So the discussion on this area is advising you as the council after the core strategy, before the local plan, about employment needs within the district, yes? That's what this document is. Discussions start on the preceding page, but if you turn to paragraph 6.39, it gives figures in figure 19 of delivery of B8 over the preceding years from 2011. And then it says, however, this is heavily skewed by the strong level of delivery of large-scale distribution units in the borough of the period. Completions for B8 uses make up 95% of employment completions in the borough, primarily due to a number of large-scale B8 developments in the borough, which are driven by regional demand rather than local need. In estimating a margin, we've therefore excluded all large-scale, over 20 hectare in size B8 completions. This results in an average completion rate of 5.5 hectares of employment land per annum, resulting in a 5-year margin of 27.4. See that? It goes on to explain.
Sorry, I-36. I see that report.
This is the GL Hearn, the update, the addendum report. There are two I-36s.
Okay.
It's not the update, it's the addendum.
Sorry, thank you. And then page 53.
Page 53, and I've just read out 6.39.
Good, thank you.
Okay. This is the start of the route that takes us to the adopted local plan. And it's an employment report which expressly, as I understand it, does not take account of the large scale B8. The threshold there is 20 hectares. You see that?
Yes.
And then it derives a completions figure in the previous years. and then projects that forward in terms of what's considered to be the appropriate need for the authority.
Yes.
And it's further discussed for the inspector's note. I won't take you through it on next page, paragraph 6.45 and 6.46. This is the start of the route, isn't it? This is the start of the route, which resulted in the local plan not seeking to allocate strategic employment sites. You agree?
No.
Okay.
Shall I qualify that?
Yeah, by all means, I'll take you to the core strategy later.
Yeah. So the local plan, yes, this report looked at disaggregating those big strategic B8 sites. There is a comment in the inspector's report, FD 15. I don't know the paragraph number offhand, but he talks about including the completions that have actually taken place in places like the Jaguar Land Rover storage area at Baddesley Colliery, and also the completions at Hansall and Veg Coppice, because he recognised that we should be actually not saying land is local or wider than local. And we often refer to it as being wider than local because nobody wanted to say the word strategic because of the demise of the RSS. So it was that wider than local figures. So yes, in part, but no, not completely. So
Well, let me help you with the reference that I think you were looking for. So I said this is the start of the process. You said it's the end of the process. So I'm trying to do these things on a chronological basis. So the GL Hearn update report was prepared to assist the local plan examination, which started in 2018, so the following year. I think you took us to the inspector's report on the local plan, ultimately adopted 3 years ago now, 2021.
September 21.
And I think the one that you were looking for, the page in that you were looking for, was page 40 of the local plan, of the inspector's report. So yeah, I think you took us to
Remind me of the CD number.
F15. And I think the paragraph that you were drawing attention to was paragraph 171.
Yes, that's right, sir.
Yeah. Which is in the section which starts, paragraph 163, does the plan provide appropriate support for economic growth consistent with national policy? And what the inspector reports in 171 follows on from 170, where he's identifying what the allocations will deliver. See that? See that?
Yes, sir.
And then I think you took us the proposition, however, the figures are partial, they don't account for Amsall, Birch Coppice, JLR, Baddesley Colliery. And then it explains what that does, and then says the JLR started to reference, is also said to represent 36.3 hectares. If the three facilities are additionally factored into a linear projection of past completions, a figure of some 410 hectares of employment land will be suggested to 2028. Some indicate the projection should be even greater. However, 410 hectares would represent the majority of employment land forecast to be needed across the entirety of the Coventry and Warwickshire HMA to 2031. Express an annual average, ... You see that?
I did.
That's the point that you were drawing to our attention, was it?
Yes.
Right. Well, let's just look at that momentarily. So on a past completions basis, the 2020, to the time the inspector was reporting, if you were just looking at completions within the district, the employment land requirement wouldn't have been 70 odd hectares. The employment land requirement would be 410 hectares. See that?
Yes.
So going back to the point I started with, the issue that I put to you was the local plan expressly excluded consideration of strategic logistics because it excluded them in terms of the projection forward of completions, and it excluded strategic logistics from its proposed allocations quite deliberately. Paragraph that we've just looked at actually makes my point, doesn't it? Rather than suggest that somehow the 100 hectares includes strategic logistics.
But there's nothing to say that the, yes, it does.
Yeah, thank you.
First. But there is nothing to say that within that 100 hectares there couldn't be a V8 uses in them.
And of course, I'm sure that there will be. Indeed, there have been. But that's not my point. The point is that the local plan expressly does not plan for strategic sites, notwithstanding that based upon past completions, the employment land requirement for this borough on the inspector's assessment would be 4 times what it actually planned for in 2021. Yeah?
Yeah.
Just so that I understand the council's position, as we sit here now, there is no statement of common ground between the Coventry and Warwickshire authorities as to what this authority should take in relation to strategic employment, is there?
Not in relation to the Coventry Warwickshire latest segment, no.
There's no memorandum of understanding, there's nothing to say North Warwickshire's bit of the pie is this, Hinkley Bosworth's is this, Coventry's is this, there's no such agreement, is there?
Well, for us, it would be for the Coventry Warwickshire area, so that would exclude Hinkley, but there isn't one across the Coventry and Warwickshire area. We are in discussions about one because Nuneaton and Bedworth are currently at examination, and so all the local authorities are talking about if there is any gap in the evidence or if there is anything that needs to be done to do that.
Sorry. Is there anything in the public domain which points to me that there is an agreed distribution, either from the Birmingham authorities, the Warwickshire authorities, the regional authorities, which says what the appropriate slice of the pie is that North Warwickshire should be planning for?
No.
And there hasn't been since before the core strategy was prepared, has there?
No.
Since the decline of the abrogation of regional planning, there is no indication as to what the subdivision should be of strategic sites, is there, which is informed plan making within this particular district?
No, other than the evidence from the West Midlands Strategic Employment Site Studies, but that again does not provide a borough-wide figure, and that's the reason why we have LP6.
Yeah, exactly. The core strategy didn't provide for strategic sites. I'm going to look what the inspector said. The local plan didn't provide for strategic sites. However, we have the emerging plan, which is considering that issue. Is it?
Emerging.
Your emerging plan is considering strategic sites, is it?
Yes, it will be.
Right. Based upon what evidence? The Hedner?
There'll be the Hedner. There's also the emerging West Midlands Strategic Employment Site Studies, so the update of that. And then any other evidence that will be presented.
Okay, so we've got the Hedner, which we do have. Part 3 of the WMSESS, which is still on the desk of Mr. Kingham. That's not before this inspector, is there? Is it?
No, it's we've received a final draft. We expect the final version of it within weeks.
Tell me to buzz off if this is information you don't want to put in the public domain. Does that condescend to individual districts in terms of what's to be required in terms of strategic employment for B8?
I don't think I'm in a position to go to say that at the moment.
That's my buzz-off point.
Sorry.
We don't know, do we, because it's not there. But even if there was such a document and it did indicate, that's no more than an evidence base. You would need to follow through with a memorandum of understanding and a duty to cooperate with the different authorities, wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
So whatever WMSESS says, you need to have the agreement of the different districts as to what they're going to take, in the same way that you do for the Leicestershire authorities finally.
That's an interesting question because we didn't do that with the housing for Birmingham. We actually went ahead of that. And so there wasn't an MOU in place across the West Midlands at that stage. There was between us and Birmingham City Council. So there could be a situation where if there is no agreement that we go ahead and do something ourselves.
Fantastic, that would be wonderful. Because what we've just explored, haven't we, is that the local plan context in this district hasn't planned for strategic sites, notwithstanding it comprised 95% of delivery up to the point of the GL Hearn report, since before the core strategy, has it?
In terms of the local plan, no.
Thank you.
But there has been planning applications for extensions to Hanshaw of 20 hectares. So there have been permissions for strategic land.
Yeah, exactly. So what's happened is there has been a failure, and I'm not using that term pejoratively because frankly the withdrawal of regional guidance was nuts. So there's been a failure to plan for strategic distribution for over a decade. And what's happened is the development management system has stepped in to take up the slack, hasn't it?
Yes, and also with the policy LP6.
Yeah, thank you. Which I promise you we will come to. Let's see if we agree what need is in the abstract. Forget about this side. Need is where you have a demand which is in excess of supply. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay. Immediate need can exist even if the scheme that comes to meet the immediate need takes time to deliver. Do you agree?
In essence, yes.
Thank you. And your position in examination in chief seems to suggest that immediate need could only exist if you had an identified occupier. Just want to explore that for a moment. It's a matter of planning judgment, isn't it, as to whether there is a need and whether that need is immediate based upon all the surrounding circumstances. Do you agree?
Correct.
Let's have a look at ID 99, please. Call document 99, call document I-99, which is a trip to Magna Park. Mercia Park. I have a real problem with Magna Park in Mercia Park because Mercia Park is close to Appleby Magna. So I-99, please. When you get to it, it's internal page 77 I'd like to go to, please.
So can I just check this is Mercia Park?
This is Mercia
Right.
Park.
Okay, sorry.
We can't have a mental block and keep calling it Magna Park
No,
because it's close to Appleby Magna.
Yeah. I was thinking plan didn't quite.
No.
So sorry, page. Actually.
Page 77 of the documents. Well, it actually starts on 78, which is employment land requirement considerations.
So while there's this brief pause, Mr. Tucker, will you look for an appropriate break around about 1/2 or thereabouts?
By all means, sir, I'll stop at the end of this topic.
I don't seem to have page numbers.
I'll look at the PDF.
Yeah. Local 78.
There's no page numbers on my wait, 78.
But it's our favourite policy, EC2.
page starts with employment land requirement
That's
consideration.
the one.
Perfect.
So it sets out EC2. Page 79. Page 79. There's a title which says need or demand. See that?
Yes, I do.
And it discusses need and demand. Takes us to dictionary definitions. You can tell the lawyers have an input when dictionaries are referred to. But I already have your answer in relation to that. But if you see, there's a paragraph which is just bottom, one up from the bottom. This note deals with the issue of need by looking at the employment land situation in North West Leicestershire, then Leicestershire, then further afield in the West Midlands in view of the site's location on the border of the East and West Midlands alongside the M/A42 corridor, which is the link between the two of them, and then goes on to consider the issue of demand from within the market. See that?
I do.
Okay. And it considers that within the contents of EC2, doesn't it?
On the next page, do you mean?
Well, no, the preceding page that we just looked at. This is all a discussion about EC2.
Oh, sorry, yes, sir, yes. Sorry, I thought you were taking out to something.
No, not at all. And just to put the context of this is the one that we looked at yesterday, or you looked at yesterday. Yes. This is the extension of Mercia Park, where ultimately DSV came forward with the scheme. But most DSV came forward after the application was submitted.
I'm afraid I don't know the chronology of that. I just know in the board report, the committee report, that they were named occupier as well as JLR.
Yeah. Go to page 87. Under assessment of demand.
Yeah.
And end of the first paragraph. Since the submission of the application, it's now been confirmed the proposed units will be occupied by DSV. See that?
Okay. Yeah.
And it's also covered in paragraph 5.18.2. And that's part of why it considered that there was demand, which is part of their policy.
Mm-hmm.
So just to be clear, that was an application which wasn't submitted as a bespoke scheme for DSV. DSV came forward during the course of the application process.
It appears so.
Okay. Thank you. Then same paragraph, if we may. So same page, not same paragraph. There's a paragraph that starts the fact that all the proposed units are subject to agreements. You see that?
Yeah.
The fact that all the proposed units are subject to agreements with specific named end users demonstrates there's a clear demand for the proposed developments. This is further supported through an independent report commissioned by the Council of GL Hearn to assess the issue of demand. This notes that Leicestershire lies within the Golden Triangle for logistics uses and district is likely to be attractive to the logistics sector. So just pausing there. The fact that there was an identified occupier went to demand in that case, didn't it?
It does, yes.
It then goes on, doesn't it, in terms of this document, which presumably you will have read before giving evidence about it, to consider the GL Hearn report, which is the one that we looked at in the context of the of ID 14A.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Netherfield Lane scheme. And that's the one that identifies what the shortage is of demand compared to supply, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So a factor in that case as well, wasn't it, that demand was in excess of supply? When the inspector reads through all these pages. So it's not just identified occupier, it's also the fact that they rely on the GL Hearn report.
Yes, they've got the evidence to show what that says. Yeah. It's an independent report.
Yesterday, you also took us on a trip into Leicestershire. The fact we're going to Leicestershire all the time. I was educated in Leicestershire, and Derbyshire and Yorkshire.
That may not be relevant to the question.
Totally relevant to the question. You took us on a trip to Patch Hall Farm. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
That's a hybrid application, which was initially promoted in the application by a firm called Syncrian. And I intimated that I would raise this with you today, because my instructions are Syncrian got fed up with the planning process and walked away, and ultimately walked away from that district and went to Coventry. They weren't sent to Coventry, they went to Coventry voluntarily. And ultimately, the site was snapped up by Tesco's, who took a 700,000 square foot unit on the site. Is that information that you're aware of? Okay. Well, if that is right, and my witness can give evidence in relation to that, if that is right, how does that fit into the proposition about need and demand as you see it in your evidence in chief? Namely, immediate need means I've got an identified occupier and no site to go to. Doesn't that suggest you've got a site there which was consented on the basis of the justification of occupier A, who walks away, and it's taken up by occupier B? Isn't that consistent with the Cushman and Wakefield approach rather than yours?
No, because it's interesting that if Syncrian could then find an alternative site, then actually the case that actually allowed that site, I'd question whether that was actually appropriate. Because if it was that it was supposed to be for them as the end occupier, and they were saying this is the only site we can go to, which was what was in the board report and the planning decision, but then they found something else, well, that points to me that the case wasn't as clear.
Or rather, it wasn't a personal permission that was granted to Syncrian, was it?
Well, then that would be, I don't know the terms of the conditions, but
We're doing the report.
If it was here, I would expect that to be a personal permission or be part of the Section 106. That the named occupiers would be part and parcel of that permission.
No,
Because the test for immediate need has got to be substantiated by the evidence that somebody is going to occupy that, because that is the one and only site that they can do. So you would expect that then to be in the condition or Section 106. If Hinkley didn't do that or feel whichever authority, I don't know, but I personally would have thought that would be the route.
if they were applying your test, the logic of your test would be a personal permission or a requirement for 106 to link it to Syncrian.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
there was no such 106, there was no such condition, somebody else went there.
Okay.
So that would suggest they weren't applying your test, wouldn't it?
It would.
Yes. You drew attention to EC4 in support of your test, i.e. identified occupier can't go elsewhere. And this is the final question before we take a mid-morning break, which is core document. I've got a CDI 112. I think it's got an ID document there.
The extract from the.
It is, but I don't know what the ID number is. ID 12, sold. Anyway, if you've got it, it's a single sheet.
I don't.
And you'll also need MPPF to hand.
Yeah.
Because you posited that this policy, which is an emerging policy within North West Leicestershire, is supportive of your approach. Firstly, this is a draft policy, isn't it?
It is, yes.
But let's just have a look at the terms of the policy. So, subparagraph Arabic 3, exceptionally to provide a degree of flexibility, ... We will support on unidentified sites outside the development limits where the following criteria are met. And then we've got 3 letters, A, B, and C. Yeah. A is the one that we need to focus upon. So you've got to meet A, B, and C, but looking at A, it's demonstrated to the satisfaction of the council that there is, should be, an immediate requirement for the employment land of the type proposed in North West Leicestershire, And 2, either the development will be occupied by named user, end users, and this will be secured by section 106 as appropriate, or the developer is required for the reasons set out in NPPF paragraph 82B or its replacement, namely it's to accommodate needs not anticipated in the plan, allow communities flexible working practices, etc., or needed because of changes to economic circumstances. Who said planning was straightforward? So what you need to demonstrate here is immediate requirement for employment of the type proposed within the district, and either one of the two things within Roman numeral 2. Yeah,
That's correct.
the second doesn't require a named occupier, does it? Let me read it to you again, but missing out the first. You've got to demonstrate an immediate requirement for employment land of the type proposed in the district, and the development is required for the reasons set out in NPPF paragraph 82B. It's actually 86C now, believe it or not. Sorry, 86D. NPPF. So immediate requirement, and you meet the terms of 86D. That doesn't require a named occupier, does it?
It wouldn't appear so, no.
So just looking at 86D, you've got to have an immediate requirement. That's a matter of judgment. And what is it you can do? You've got to accommodate needs not anticipated in the plan. That would include where a plan doesn't make provision for the particular type of need which development is proposed. Agreed?
Yes.
So thinking about how that operates, even within the terms of this policy, a North West Leicestershire scheme would have to demonstrate immediate requirements, and based on what they've done in the GL Hearn report, that's your demand is in excess of supply, and it's for a use which isn't anticipated in the plan. And we know their plan also doesn't deal with strategic employment. That's supportive of our case, not your case, isn't it?
Yes.
So that would be an appropriate moment for the mid-morning breaks.
Okay, thank you. With quite a number of people present, so let's have 20 minutes. I'll adjourn now. We'll resume at 11:50. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Harris. So are you content for jackets off again?
Yes, sorry, I didn't say that again.
Thank you.
Yeah, that applies throughout.
Thank you.
Are you okay? You trying to break?
Yeah, just going to do the typos now, I'll do. Unless you leave me out.
No.
I'm going to change it where they are. You might be want to use to them.
Oh, that's. Yeah, that is a bit odd, but you know, I think when Mrs. Water was having.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Would you like a water refreshing?
Thanks.
The inquiry is resumed, ladies and gentlemen. So, Mr. Tucker, would you like to continue your cross-examination, please?
Thank you very much. Hello again, Ms. Barrett. Can we turn to a different topic, please? Can we turn to policy LP6 itself? And can you turn to your appendices, page 6 of Appendix A, where very helpfully you bring together policy LP6 and LP34.
Oh, sorry, yes, thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Interest in the policy. So the policy is focused upon land, isn't it? Title, additional employment land, talks about an immediate need for employment land, talks about certain type of employment land within area A, etc. It's focused on land, isn't it?
Yes, and within that I would include buildings as well.
Self-evidently, whether there is an immediate need for a particular type of employment land within Area A, that would necessarily include a consideration of premises, but the policy itself talks about land, doesn't it?
Yes.
Okay. I think we agreed that whilst it refers to Area A, we can treat Area A as essentially synonymous with Area 2 of the Part 2 West Midlands Strategic Employment Site Study.
Yes, that's accessible.
Thank you.
So that would be, just for the inspector, that would be I2.
Yeah, thank you. So just to see whereabouts the need is being focused upon, where you've got to look at need, it's a need within Area 2, isn't it? Is there a need within Area 2? Is the question that's asked implicitly by the first sentence of this policy. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay. And logically, if the need arises in Area 2, the policy is providing a means by which it can be addressed in Area 2. Do you agree?
Yes, initially.
Yeah. Whether the need can be met outside of Area 2 is one of the factors to consider whether there is such a need, but the policy is asking about where the need is arising from and telling you where the need should be directed towards. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Okay. In relation to that, I don't understand that you, appreciate others have in the past, but I don't understand you are taking issue with any of the three criteria of LP6, are you?
Not within my brief, I don't deal with any of those issues.
Is that a question for Mr. Collinson?
It is.
Okay, good, thank you. You're focused upon the preamble rather than the relevant scheme will be required to demonstrate. And in terms of the interaction between LP6 and LP4, is that also a Collinson point?
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, I was nodding my head. I've been saying yes. Sorry.
It's all right. So criteria, policy, and interaction with LP4, AC points. Right, good. The policy doesn't say, does it, an immediate need for an identified occupier? Doesn't say that, does it?
No, but it says that evidence needs to demonstrate that immediate need. And how would you evidence that immediate need? But that would be through a potential occupier.
Well, that would be one way, certainly. But it doesn't say, does it, an immediate need for an identified occupier? In the way
No, it
that
doesn't say that.
the criterion A2 of the EC4 policy we looked at does. It could have said that, but that's not a policy promoting as requiring be added to the plan by the inspector, is it? That's not what's in it.
No, but I would just reiterate, it does say that evidence should demonstrate that.
No, I know. And the difference between us is essentially we say, look at demand, look at supply, compare the two, form a judgment. You say the only way you can address immediate need is an identified occupier who can't go to a site within Area A.
Or a certain type of development. Yes.
Yeah. But you don't say big box logistics is a certain type of development, which we'll explore in a moment. I understand that. Good. That's clear as to what the battlegrounds are. So within the terms of the policy doesn't require named provider. Don't we with this? Immediate requirement. Would that include needs which are not anticipated or addressed in the plan?
Yes.
Yeah. There's a little comma here, which I think we agree in terms of its interpretation. Ultimately, interpretation is a matter of legal submissions. But the little comma after employment land in the second line says, where evidence demonstrates an immediate need for employment land, comma, or certain type of employment land, comma, within Area A. So the way in which you address this policy would be either, can we agree, demonstrating an immediate need for employment land, or demonstrates a need for a certain type of employment land.
Sorry, I accept you were reading the policy, but you're not.
No, putting the two different points.
Yes,
So-
so
How do you interpret that? Are you saying,
evidence needs to demonstrate an immediate need, or evidence needs to demonstrate for a certain type of development.
yeah, are you,
Evidence that needs to demonstrate that.
yeah, so I can read that disjunctively, can I? So it's either you demonstrate an immediate need for employment land, or it's evidence demonstrates a certain type of employment land is needed.
Yeah.
So it's two different things in your approach.
It's two elements, yeah.
And are you qualifying a certain type of employment land with a requirement for immediate need, or is that the first part?
No, both are for the immediate need. So it's for employment land. So the immediate need generally for employment land or for a specific type of development. So that uniqueness, I suppose.
Yeah. Are you saying that the immediate need qualifies the certain type of employment land? Because if that's the case, why on earth isn't that encompassed by the first part? You have an immediate need
Yeah.
for employment land, or you have an immediate need for a certain type of employment land.
Yes.
I'm struggling to see why that.
I've seen the two is the immediate need for either.
Why isn't the second encompassed by the first on that interpretation?
Go back again.
So if you are qualifying immediate need for the second part, so it's immediate need for a certain type of employment land,
Yeah.
why isn't that encompassed by an immediate need for employment land?
So
If there is an immediate need for a more general category, it encompasses the specific. It doesn't matter on my case really, because we're saying there's an immediate need.
Yeah.
But I'm just trying to understand your interpretation.
So you could have a case where somebody's saying that there's a particular type of employment land that is required, but there could be a case where there's a certain type of development that's required. So it's those two elements of it, and it's the evidence to show the immediacy of both of them.
Well, no, look at the words. So let's assume that we agree that a particular thing that we are promoting, whatever it is,
Yeah.
is a certain type of employment land. Let's
Yeah.
say you agree that the big box more than 100,000 square foot is a certain type of employment land. Let's just assume that.
Yeah.
And we can demonstrate that there's an immediate need for that.
Yeah.
That would fall into the first part, wouldn't it? You don't need the second part.
Possibly not. No.
Right. So what does the second part add to that policy on your interpretation if immediate need qualifies both?
If I can go back to the reason for the policy and the discussions, it was trying to make sure that we covered a unique situation. And so there was discussions about what happens if a certain type of development that comes along that is so unique, it needs to go in a particular location. How would that actually be covered? So that's why there is that additional line about a certain type of development to try and pick up that uniqueness.
Yeah. You and I were both in the room when the inspector was examining this particular issue. I'm not going to give evidence on recollection. I'm going to ask you about what the inspector says in the report.
That's fine.
Okay. Human recollections can be fallible. Can you have a look at F15, please? No, this is the wrong one. So let's have a look at first the core strategy inspector's report. So that's F25. No, F21. I'm so sorry. Just to set the scene. Tony Thickett's report from September 2014.
It doesn't seem that way.
He's not even a member of the inspectors anymore. No, it's all right. He's defected to Wales, which isn't part of PINS anymore.
So yes, I've got the document. Which was the paragraph number?
So it's page 2, first of all. Principal modifications, so the non-technical summary. Principal modifications, do you have that?
Yes.
Third bullet point.
I think I must be on the wrong page there, so just bear with me.
Is this the non-technical summary?
It's the non-technical summary of
Page 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it.
So it's page 1 in terms of the hard copy, page 2 in terms of the PDF. I'm so sorry.
It's to the PDF.
So the third bullet point, he summarises what the principal modifications are required in respect of the core strategy. Third one, inserting a commitment to review the plan should ongoing reviews of employment and the need for regional logistics sites identify needs to change the provision made in the plan. See that? And if the inspector wants to see the background in relation to that, I think he'd find that at page 40. That's right. Paragraph 44. Paragraph 44, yeah. Tells us the DOT's main bone of contention in relation to employment, last sentence of paragraph 44, is whether provision should be made to meet a regional need for large logistics, large warehouse and distribution sites, which at that stage we describe as RLSs. See that?
Okay.
And then he addresses that at paragraphs 46 and 47. Having identified what's going to be provided, it says nonetheless the employment land review identifies significant requirement for additional land for logistics use, a requirement the core strategy does nothing to meet. The NPPF sets out the government's commitment to growth, requires planning to encourage, not impede growth, plan proactively. Although the businesses operating RLS may be regional, national, or international, they will provide employment opportunities for residents of North Warwickshire. And then in 47, he debates what he's going to do about it, doesn't he?
He does, yes.
And then certainly inviting the inspector to read all of 47, but essentially he says, even though there is identified a demand for RLSs, I'm not going to amend the plan because he doesn't want to delay the adoption of the core strategy by reviewing employment provision at this stage. I think it's 4 lines up from the bottom. You see that?
I do.
And then he's amended the consultation version because he agreed with representation. It should be clearer with regard to when a review might be necessary. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
So core strategy doesn't address regional logistics sites. Inspector says authority should review the plan in due course based on evidence as to exactly how to provide for regional logistics sites. Now that's from back in 2014, isn't it? That report?
Yes, it's that MM42 there that's referred to in paragraph 7. Introduces a commitment to review the core strategy. Should these studies identify a need for more regional logistics floor space in the borough?
Yeah, and that's followed shortly after adoption of the core strategy by the first part of the West Midlands Employment Strategic WMSESS. Yes.
The 2015 study.
But just to be clear, the core strategy, we can see the first page of this document was submitted as recently as 2013, wasn't it?
The core strategy was, yeah.
So
But it was adopted in 2014.
it was. And the inspector reported 2014. The point is, there was a clear imperative to consider this issue. The inspector says, do it on a review when the evidence is available. The evidence became available in 2015. In fact, we know what happened is that the local plan gets adopted 2021. So what are we, 6 years later, and doesn't address the issue of strategic employment sites, does it?
Not in terms of allocations, but it does through LP6.
Doesn't allocate sites, does it?
No.
Yeah.
But there's also sites that have come forward in between as well. So there would have been a handful, 20 hectares, that would have also come forward during that period.
Can you look at the LDS next, please, or Appendix B? This is dated March 2018. Sorry, not Appendix B.
C.
Appendix C. So that's it. What's it seem to be on? July 2023.
My version seems to be missing the last page.
Don't worry about it. It's the second page I need.
Oh, that's right.
Paragraph 9 I need. So it deals with this very point. Local plans of policy dealing with strategic employment sites LP6. Borough Council will start to prepare an employment development plan document which will look, if it's found to be necessary, to allocate a site for such purposes. So 2023, Council is expressing agnosticism, doesn't know if it needs to allocate a site for strategic employment. Is that right? Is that how I should read that?
Well, we were waiting for the next stage of the West Midlands Strategic Employment Sites within.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
So you're not sure whether there's a need for a need to allocate sites for strategic employment of the type that are addressed by LP6. We're now, what are we, 10 years after the submission of the core strategy. Not sure about that, but if it happens, it will be allocated in the DPD.
Yeah.
What's your position sitting there, Ms. Barrett? Is the DPD going to look to allocate a draft strategic employment site?
I'm expecting it to, yes.
Right. So you expect it to. The logic of that, looking at paragraph 9, is you have now formed the need that it is necessary to allocate such a site.
Well, that will be part of the process. So we've
That's
gone
the
out
answer to my question.
yes.
Thank you. So sitting here today, your judgment is that there is a need for a strategic employment site within the district, within the emerging plan period, which I think will end at 2033.
Not for the employment DPD.
2041?
No. It is likely to be either 2041 or 51.
Okay.
Because
So-
then it would mirror the Hedner.
So either 2041 or 2051. Your judgment is that there will be a need to allocate a strategic employment site or sites, yes?
Yeah.
Sitting here today. Is that a site within B8 or is it the B2 site?
As we sit here today,
You don't know.
No.
But it would be a fair inference that it would include B8.
yes.
So you have a plan that's coming out shortly, which is addressing a need that you have identified, which is likely to exist. Yeah?
Yeah.
Within the district. You're not bringing a prematurity case, are you?
No.
Okay. And in terms of the adoption of the plan, Schedule 7 not having been brought into force by the outgoing administration, which therefore means all the timescales have been thrown out in terms of the new system. We now need to see if the new Secretary of State actually brings Schedule 7 into force. Who knows?
I haven't got a new Secretary of State yet.
Sorry.
Just a week.
You're
Yeah.
absolutely right. Mr. Gove, bless him, remains in post, dancing away, not thinking about strategic sites or Schedule 7. So we have a period of uncertainty, don't we, with the new administration? Unless you tell me you know when the Labour Party will bring Schedule 7 into force.
I think though, throughout my whole time of plan making, and I've been through quite a few iterations, that we adapt, and particularly at this council, we adapt, we work through what the current system is to produce relevant and as up-to-date planning policies as we possibly can. And we try to be as proactive as we possibly can. So throughout my whole of my career, we've had changes. We've had new MPPFs, PPGs, and things like that. And
This is feeling like therapy.
well, it is that you just got to be adaptable, that we've got to be, I mean, this will be my fifth local plan here, and so it's not as if we haven't planned for and will plan for whatever we need to do. And so we try to be as proactive as we possibly can.
I'm sure that's helpful, but it's not to answer my question.
So,
We are about to hit a period with the best will in the world of uncertainty. The degree of uncertainty, the inspector can form a view on, but it's a period of uncertainty, isn't it?
yes, in essence, but I think as planning officers, we should be able to manage the way through that.
Yeah, it doesn't always work, does it? For example, with the abolition of regional spatial strategies a decade ago, just over a decade ago, the expectation was that duties to cooperate would bring forward trans-local requirements in terms of agreed distributions, and that just hasn't happened in relation to strategic employment sites in this county or adjacent counties, has it? Just not happened.
I think the example is that
This really does require a yes or no.
okay.
Thank you. Sorry, please follow
Yeah.
on.
Well, it was just to say that in terms of things where things are known that we are able to achieve, such as the housing numbers, we actively were very proactive in that. So where there's a known figure that we in North Warwickshire have to deliver, then we'll pursue that and see whatever we need to do to actually deliver that.
It's agreed that there's a regional need, isn't it, for this type of use?
Yes,
You say that's at paragraph 2 of paragraph 2 of your rebuttal. So we've got the council is making provision in the emerging plan for what's agreed as a district need. We agree there's a regional need, and you're making that provision without having an agreed distribution between the different authorities, aren't you?
at the moment there isn't an agreed distribution, but we're working towards one.
Nothing in the public domain.
No.
We don't know how much North Warwickshire is going to take, do we?
No.
And the experience over the border in Leicestershire tells us it can sometimes take some time to get agreed statements of common ground and or memos of understanding between different districts. You agree?
I do agree, but then our experience with the housing in Greater Birmingham has been that even where there wasn't that agreement, we've directly had that agreement with Birmingham City Council, and we've proactively done that in our local plan.
Yeah, great.
So we have done it outside of that sphere.
And great that you're proactively seeking to bring forward strategic employment sites, but in terms of agreeing a figure, there is no even draft statement of common ground between the Warwickshire authorities, is there? Thank you. Good. LP4 for Mr. Collinson. Let's have a look at what the effect of LP6 is. All that LP6 does is it gives significant weight if you fall within it, doesn't it?
It does.
Doesn't trump anything else. It just tells you what weight to give it to the plan lines. But the intention of LP6 is to seek to address the need that's been identified.
Yes.
Thank you. Policy doesn't require disaggregation, does it?
No.
So if the inspector considers that the extent of need is met, there is then no intermediate step to say it should be disaggregated somewhere else.
It isn't a requirement of the policy. No.
Thank you. And in terms of where else can be met, the policy is specific, isn't it? It says you have to consider whether it can be met in the allocations or within forecast supply. Okay. So we need to look at allocations. Well, that's straightforward. Forecast supply. What's that mean?
Well, it's within the wider area. If that's beyond the borough, as I see it, it isn't just a borough figure.
Which cannot be met by the forecast supply. You say that the intention of forecast supply in there means outside of North Warwickshire.
Yes.
Where do I see support for that anywhere in this document?
because it says within area A. So area A or area 2 now is beyond the borough boundary. So you wouldn't then just look at the forecast supply and or allocations
I see.
within North Warwickshire.
So we look at forecast supply within area A beyond North Warwickshire.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I've got it.
Yeah.
Right. Good, thank you. Yeah, let's have a look at core document I4 next, please. Four. Is the head now. Right, this, as I understand it, is the evidence base upon which the emerging DPD is being prepared. Is that right?
Yes, but I'm not sure if the one online.
November 2022?
It was corrected. Some of the tables were corrected in March 23.
Yeah, I'm told that it was corrected in March 2023, but not the front cover. So it's still dated November 2022.
Oh, that's fine, because I thought it had a correction comment on it to say that it had been corrected, but that's fine. Okay, yeah, I'll carry on.
If there's a point that arises when you suddenly have a eureka moment to go, no, that's not in the version that we should be looking at, please tell me.
Yeah, no problem. I think I referred to it anyway in my main proof. Just as a, no, in my rebuttal, just as a correction, it was, no, this is mine, please. In my main proof at 4.31, it was in relation to the figures up to 41 and to 2050. It's table 10.19. So as long as that is the right table, then that is the correct version of the element.
Right, let's look at page 4 of this document, please. Paragraph 1.3. Tells us the header provides an assessment of need and is intended to form part of the evidence base to inform the development of local plans, which is why I felt reasonably confident in asking the question whether this is part of the evidence base of your local plan. It will inform consideration of the scale and distribution of development within the sub-region, particularly post-2031, which is to be addressed through a new memorandum of understanding between the Coventry and Warwickshire authorities. Just pausing there, it doesn't address distribution between the districts in terms of strategic employment, and there is no MOU. Is that fair?
It's the B8 element of it.
Yeah.
The strategic employment though would include the B2 as well, and that's included within the figure. It's the specifics is to B8.
Yeah, forgive me for focusing on B8. There is no distribution, which tells me how much North Warwickshire should take, is there?
No.
And there is no MOU, even in draft, which tells me how much North Warwickshire should take, is there?
Not at the moment, no.
Thank you. 3.67 next.
Sorry, was that 3.6?
Paragraph 3.67 in this document. It's all right. It's dead easy pulling this one. Page 54.
Yeah, got that.
This document, so the base of the emerging local plan, defines a sector of the employment development as big box logistics in the same way as it does in North Warwickshire, in North Leicestershire, doesn't North West Leicestershire, i.e. 100,000 square foot and bigger.
It does.
Okay. My client's proposal falls full square within that definition, doesn't it?
It does.
Can you explain to me why that is not a certain type of employment land when the council's evidence base draws attention to that as a particular sector within the employment land sector?
It's a certain type of employment land,
Good.
but I don't think that it's a certain type of development as such that is bespoke to that site. So, for example, if this was an application for saying a specific type of unit size or that there is an end occupier that requires this particular type of site that is unique to only that site, that is the element of it.
I know. Sorry to cut across you because I know your case. And I think the inspector knows your case on that. Yeah. What I'm struggling with is the proposition that where your evidence base for your local plan identifies a particular sector as being something that needs specifically to be addressed in this document, why that isn't a certain type of employment land, which is what the words of the policy said. And I think you told me it is a certain type of employment land, but it's not a certain type of employment development, which I genuinely don't understand.
The B8 big box, in my opinion, is a type of development, but the policy talks about a specific type of development. It's not saying all of B8 is acceptable. It's saying a certain type of development. So that is, to me, a higher bar to be reached than just saying, well, it's B8, so it's got to be acceptable.
No, I'm not putting that to you. I'm putting to you that within Class B8, big box logistics is an identified sector within your own local plan. It's also identified in the earlier versions. These are words which should be found in the West Midlands SESS as well. I would like to know logically why the words certain type of employment land don't apply when I'm asking you about big box logistics which form within 100,000 square feet and are identified in your evidence base. Give me a logical reason, if you will, please, as to why it's not a certain type of employment land as a matter of English.
It's a type of development and it is a sector of the B8. So yes, it is a certain type, but it doesn't, yes, I'll say yes.
Well, your issue is immediate need. Your issue isn't about it being a certain type of employment. Is that correct? Yeah, good. Shortens that aspect, thank you. Can we turn to page 202 of the PDF, please? The same document, which is page 199 for anyone with the hard copy.
That chapter, employment land.
Chapter 9,
yeah.
Employment land needs, my favourite bit of this document.
I'm there.
Paragraph 83 of MPPF says planning policies and decisions should recognise and address specific locational requirements of different sectors or clusters, including knowledge or data-driven sectors, creative or high-tech industries that should be, etc. That would include big box logistics, wouldn't it?
It would.
Goes on to talk about recognising sectors from the PPG, which is still in the PPG, but quotes at paragraph 9.5. That also requires, recognises meeting the needs of sectors, doesn't it?
It would.
Sectors would include big box logistics.
It would.
Thank you very much. That's helpful. 9.12 next, please. Tells you about how you forecast for this for large-scale logistics. There's a specific forecasting exercise undertaken for large-scale BA industry, undertaken by MDS Transmodal, whoever they may be, working alongside IC9. It's a tried and tested forecasting approach which informed both the East and West Midlands RSS and has or is being used in a number of adjoining sub-regional areas, including Leicestershire, Nottinghamshire, together with Liverpool City region. So the forecasting exercise in this document, it tells us specifically for large-scale warehousing is well recognised, and I would suggest also accordance with national guidance. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Go back, if you will, to 9.10. as he dances away, Mr. Gove reminds us in PPG, doesn't he, about the importance of the logistics industry.
Absolutely.
The logistics industry isn't just an interesting sector, it's set to create a critical role in enabling an efficient, sustainable and effective supply of goods for consumers and businesses, as well as contributes to employment, etc. See that?
Yeah.
Professor Coleman tells us about the various economic decisions that this nation has made and been affected by over the last decade or so, which has increased the importance of the logistics industry for the UK economy, and also talks about the importance of this region to the logistics industry in the UK economy, Golden Triangle stuff.
Yeah.
Logistics is pretty blooming critical, isn't it?
It's,
Making proper provision for logistics is pretty blooming critical for the United Kingdom economy, isn't it?
yes.
Under-providing is actively harmful, isn't it?
It wouldn't meet those needs, yes.
You can then turn further into this document. I'm going to put some generalised maths to you. Can you turn to the completions trend, because that's the approach that's taken here, which is page 213 of the PDF, page 210 of the hard copy.
Yeah.
You rightly make the point, COVID was an odd time and there was a spike in logistics. So I'm only going to put you going up to 2019. So look at North Warwickshire on table 9.2, tells us 122 hectares, I'm going to round up the decimal places, giving an average of 15 hectares per annum of 2011 to 2019.
Yeah.
And we now know from all the information put forward that the trend has continued post-COVID, despite the spike during the COVID years, don't we?
Mm-hmm.
That then posits a 2021 to 2041 need of 304 hectares as a matter of maths, isn't it?
Yes.
And we can see what the proportion of the strategic sites was from that. It's 83%, isn't it?
Yes.
Which means, in terms of the annual delivery of annual completions over that period, that works out as about 12.5 hectares per annum, doesn't it?
Yes. 83% of 15.
83% of 15 gives you about 12.5.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's what's been completed up to 2019, and what this recognised forecasting approach does is roll it forward. Just thinking about this for a moment. Essentially, there's been no new supply brought in terms of permissions for large-scale logistics in this district since Hams Hill and Tamworth Logistics Park. Is that right?
There would be the 20 hectares at Hams Hall, where there's currently still a vacant unit.
I think I said Hams Hall.
Oh,
and
sorry. I thought you said. Yeah, sorry.
So say for Hams Hall, that 2017, and Tamworth Logistics Park, no further consents have taken place in this district. Is that right?
I don't recall of any.
So in terms of there being a ready supply of land, my witnesses make the point, essentially the land supply which is available for delivery within the next couple of years dried up by about 2022. Do you disagree? If I want a big
yes,
box...
but yes, but this is for the Coventry and Warwickshire area, and this is all policy off. So the Hedner is a policy off document. So this would be the evidence that we would use going forward. It doesn't automatically mean that that is what will be carried forward, depending on what the partners are doing within the sub-region and everything else.
Look, Ms. Barrett, delightfully I have a job because this doesn't automatically mean that. So I'm able to argue the point before the inspector. But this is telling me what the need is.
Yes.
You confirm that essentially land is dried up by 2022, quarter 1 2022, I suggest. If you were to roll forward that 12.5 hectares for the period of time until the end of the plan period from now, it gives you about, well, it's about 120 hectares is needed, doesn't it?
But that within this though, because that's up to 2018, we've got the allocations within the local plan. So I know that they're not the B8 use that you're talking about, but the we've got E4, which is the Hariba Myra, so the manufacturing site. So that would be in there, as well as the smaller ones at E2 and E3, and even E1, which is the Audi land expansion. So there will be land coming forward. It's not that there will be no land coming forward.
Nor am I suggesting that for one moment, but I'm focused upon the 83%. So the bit that we're told is large strategic sites from this document, giving me 12 hectares per annum, rolling it forward on a forecasted approach, which is said to be well recognised by your consultants.
Yeah.
That would give you well over 100 hectares between now and the end of the plan period to 2033, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
But if supply is, broadly speaking, dried up by quarter one 2022, then that gives you a couple of years since 2022 and a couple more years before your plan's adopted, doesn't it?
It does, yes.
Right.
In terms of that maths, yes.
Which then gives you about 50 hectares unprovided for until the plan is adopted, doesn't it?
If it is, because the study though is within the Coventry and Warwickshire area, there's also other sites that are coming forward. So it's not a standstill picture, that there are other sites that are coming forward, either on the edge of the borough, say in Hinkley Bosworth, Padge Farm, or other ones within the Coventry and Warwickshire area. So I think it would be misleading to say that there's nothing else coming forward. In terms of the borough, yes, but in terms of the wider picture, which the Coventry and Warwickshire Headner is looking at and then tries to disaggregate between all of the boroughs, then yes, I agree with what you're saying.
Well, all I can do is put these figures to you,
Yes.
and each of those different boroughs would have their own mathematics in relation to their own past forecasting delivery to assess what their needs are. I'm just putting North Warwickshire to you for the moment.
Yes.
And in relation to that, that suggests that you're going to have a deficit of 50 odd hectares before the plan is adopted. In
Based
terms
on
of,
those figures,
based
yes.
on the figures from your documents.
Yeah.
My client scheme would provide 20 hectares, so it would help to meet part of that, wouldn't it?
It would potentially, yes.
Yeah, thank you. And I could do the same exercise with the AMR, and it actually shows you slightly higher figures. Yeah. So saying let's hang on until the plan is adopted doesn't help if you are looking to meet that immediate need, does it?
But the strategic land issue is beyond our borough as well. So it's not just a borough issue. So I know this comes back to the demise of that strategic planning, but it isn't just a vacuum. We are not at the borders of North Warwickshire. Doesn't mean that there's nothing happening elsewhere. So
Nor have I suggested to that. And if there was an MOU that said North Warwickshire should be taking X hectares, I'd be putting that to you. There isn't.
not at the moment. No.
Next piece of the jigsaw is the majority of those strategic sites have come forward on the M42 corridor over that time, haven't they? In Area A or B8.
Well, there are other sites that come forward outside of area.
Hence the reason for the
Yes.
word majority.
Yes.
Thank you. That's helpful too. If, and I appreciate it is an if immediate need is to be judged looking at the extent of demand as against supply, and if immediate need rolls forward to, let's say, the next couple of years, doesn't that evidence an immediate need for additional land to meet that need?
If you only look inside the borough, then yes, but Area A and Area 2 are beyond the borough.
So let's look at Area 2, shall we? In terms of Area 2, you've told me when the last permissions for large-scale logistics were granted, but let's break it down. E2, the land across the road, the land which is partly owned by the council, partly owned by the allotment holders, partly owned by my clients and partly owned by an organisation whose name I will make sure I don't get wrong, the Coal Industry Social Welfare Organisation, essentially the residual body that deals with the social assets of what had been the NCB.
My understanding is that that's E3. So E2 is purely the appellant in the Warwickshire Council.
But to bring the two together, to then reallocate on OS1 requires.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't require the connection between E2 and E3. It requires the connection between E2 and the land opposite on the A5. So the two allocations are separate.
Okay, good. Has the council resolved pursuant to either the allocation, the Allotments Act 1922 or the Allotments Act 1950 to determine the leases of the allotments of those of the parcel of land on E2?
I believe the property team at the Borough Council have investigated this, and there's been meetings with the allotment holders, but the actual specifics of that, I'm afraid I can't tell you.
Okay. Has the council resolved pursuant to either of those two acts to determine the leases of those allotments, or have the leases come to an end?
I'm not aware that they have.
Is it land which is available to come forward as we sit here now?
It is within the planned period, and also I believe in a very short time it could be made available.
Within a short time, okay. Well, help me with this, because my client's been banging their head against the wall in relation to discussions with the E3 land, the residual body for the coal board. Help me with this. What steps the council taken apart from having conversations with the allotment holders?
The local members have met with CISWO, which is the Coal Industry Social Welfare Organisation. They've met with them. We've met with them or spoken to them when we did the allocation, and I think they say CISWO's interest comes to an end in 2020. I believe it's 25, but I would have to check that. So yes, it's part of the process in terms of the emerging local plan to progress that even further.
Okay. It's not a straightforward site to bring forward, is it? The combination of E3, E2 and OS1.
We've had more challenging sites. I don't think it's
Beautifully understated.
It's anything that you wouldn't expect within the planning process. It's not insurmountable in my view.
Nor am I suggesting that. My clients certainly don't invite deletion of the allocation.
Good.
E2 is 5.1 hectares gross, 3.25 hectares net. We say, I assume you agree that we apply the 40%
If it's the 40%, yeah, I've got no problem with that. I think I think there's something about that it should be less than that, and I think it was the 40%, but it's on the gross site area rather than the net.
Well, I think you have
area.
applied gross, the 40% to the gross rather than net.
Yeah, I think that's where we did disagree.
Well, in any event, my client's evidence will be you could bring forward 2 units on that site with about 150,000 square foot worth of floor space on E2.
Good.
Do you agree?
Yeah.
Right,
It
good.
would be about that.
Bank the 150 for that moment. Myra, not in area A or area 2, and you can only get ancillary B8. We can put that to one side, can't we?
In terms of B8, yeah.
Thank you. Peddymore, taking on a trip to Brum. You've seen lots of information in relation to Peddymore. Let me see if I can bring it all together. We've got 2 zones for Peddymore where B8 can come forward, 1A and 1B. 1B, you can only get half of that as B8. My instructions are 250 on 1B and 180 square foot, 180,000 square foot on 1A. Do you differ from that?
That would be the potential floor space, yes. I would only indicate though that the Amazon site next door has got four floors, so 4 times that footprint. So they've actually got on a 700,000 square feet, they've got actually 2.4 million square feet. So there is that potential to multi-layer.
Yeah, multi-story Amazons are not infrequent kicking around in the UK, but it's not a frequent occurrence in relation to B8, is it, to have multi-story beyond Amazon warehouses? Aldi have done it north of Netherfield Lane.
Yeah, I think increasingly it appears to be something that is happening.
Yeah, well, Mr. Binks can be asked if that's realistic, but on the basis of floor space, we say 180,000 and 250,000. Do you disagree?
Not on the floor space.
Hams Hall, we've got 2 units, 160,000 and 260,000. The Beco unit and the DC2 Prologis unit.
Yeah.
Do you disagree with that?
Yeah, I agree.
And then Redditch, we've got 2 units, 280,000 and 160,000.
That's correct.
Okay. Gives you, broadly speaking, a million square feet available within Area A.
Yes.
Now, based on that, can you pick up, please, the bank that, and if you pick up the appendices, so 29C, so the joint appendices of Messrs. Binks and Turner.
Sorry, which appendix was it?
Appendix 1, sir.
Appendix 1, yeah.
I'm going to give you the PDF as well. So it's 29C.
Sorry, was that page 29?
No, 29C. Good document 29C. For
Oh,
this.
yeah, sorry, I've got the hard copy there. Yeah, 29C, I've got that, yeah.
Okay. Need to take a little bit of a journey through this document to understand the point I'm about to put to you. You look at page 80 of the PDF, page 77 of the hard copy. You should have paragraph 4.73. Which derives along the M42 corridor, including Junction 11. So it's area 2 plus Junction 11. And that gives you, based upon 2019 to 2023, an average of 2.2 million square feet per annum. Do you see that?
Okay.
Okay. Now that includes Junction 11. If you go to paragraph 5.29, which is page 89.
Page 89, 5.27.
5.29, page 92 of the PDF.
I meant that page 92 on the video.
Yeah, it's 92 of the PDF, page 89 of the hard copy.
Yeah.
And then it gives a couple of calculations based upon what was assessed at the point that this document was completed, which is the available land with planning certainty, i.e. allocated or consented, within the period, within area A, and it gives you a potential of 0.95 million square feet to 0.55 million square feet. And then it says using the 5-year average, 2019 to 2023 for all grades, this equates to 3 months supply of logistics land. See that?
Yeah.
But it then goes on to use this, which is your point, I think. Using the 5-year average take up of 1.85 million square feet per annum, 5 years outside of 2020 to 2022, because it's COVID, for all grades from this section, that equates to 3.5 months supply. See that?
Okay.
So the divisor that's used is 1.85 million. But of course, that includes Junction 11. If you exclude Junction 11 supply, it drops to 1.5 million. And you get that from the previous table that we looked at.
Okay.
So let's just think about how that operates. We've looked at the land which is available within area 2, and we've looked at now what the figures are in terms of delivery on a per annum basis within Area 2, which is about 1.5 million square feet per annum.
Sorry, can I just check though?
Yes, of course.
Within 5.2, it starts off with saying within area A of the 2015 study.
Which is why I've taken you all the way to Redditch, so we're in Area 2 as well. So that's the only additional site you identified in Area 2.
Well, if it's area A, then it wouldn't include Junction 11, and it won't include the Redditch area. So area A is different to area 2, and
Yeah, that's why I took you with me. Let me just take you back. So we looked at the earlier paragraph, which identified what we had in terms of delivery at Junction 11. So I'll now tell you.
includes Junction 11.
No, 1.85 includes Junction 11.
Oh,
If you take out the supply from Junction 11, the calculation doesn't become 1.85, it becomes 1.5.
That's area 2, and
Yeah.
this is talking about area A.
Yeah, which is why when I asked you the questions about
areas.
supply, I added in the only additional site you've got to draw attention to, which is Redditch.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So we get just over 1 million square foot in terms of area 2, divided by a per annum figure of 1.5 million square feet per annum. And just over 1 million compared to 1.5 million per annum gives you far less than 1 year's supply, doesn't it? Because you have 8 months.
Yes, I'm just looking at area A and area 2, and they do cover a different geography. And
You do.
I understand your point about excluding Junction 11. I just don't. Area A. Yes, I agree with where you come to. I just don't. I can't balance this area A up with the fact that it's area 2 as well. So that's the bit that I'm struggling with there. So apologies, I'm struggling to see.
Yeah, well, I'm taking on the basis of 4.73, which I agree refers to area A. And there can be questions asked of my witness in due course if it makes a blind bit of difference in relation to transactions which are considered in there.
Okay.
But just on a straight assessment of supply against demand, you've got 1 million odd square feet of supply, and you've got a demand of 1.5 million in terms of, you've got a supply of 1 million, you've got a demand of 1.5 million per annum.
Yeah.
That tells you substantially less than 1 year's supply within area 2, doesn't it? Doesn't it?
Oh, sorry.
My question was, doesn't it?
Yes, sorry. Yes.
Maths that even I can do, it's about 8 months supply.
No, I was waiting for your further question. I thought I'd answered.
My question, I don't ask complicated
Apologies.
questions. I'm not Mr. Young. I ask simple questions because I'm a simple person. Doesn't it was my question.
Which means he says I'm complicated.
I think Mr. Young's complicated.
Paragraph 50. Yes.
Yes, good.
Except
Thank you.
that the paragraph that you pointed me to starts off with in area A and that's different to area 2. So that would be my only qualifying point.
The point's simple, and it actually doesn't make a blind bit of difference in relation to transactions because we can go through them if you need to.
No.
But the point is, you've got around 8 months supply on the figures that are in my witness's evidence.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you recall the conversation we had with regard to what GL Hearn were recommending to Northwest Leicestershire? Maybe 0.7 and 0.9 was very tight.
Yes, I do.
That would be a fair way of describing the position in this borough and within area 2, wouldn't it?
So, yes, in area 2, but I would say that you should look then what's happening around that area. And that's where the geochemistry study for North West Leicestershire was just about their borough. They're not in area 2 as such. So it would be looking around that to see what else is available.
Why? Why doesn't that then lead to the conclusion that there's an immediate need?
In terms of LP6, it is that it would be reasonable to say that if there is an immediate need within that area, can that be dealt with elsewhere? And I think that is reasonable and good.
Yeah. Demonstrates an immediate need within area A. And you answered my question. If there is an immediate need within area A, it is reasonable to expect that need to be met within area A.
That is where you would start from, yes.
So it may be another material consideration that there are sites outside of area A, but within the four corners of the policy, why doesn't the points that I just put to you lead to the inevitable conclusion that there is an immediate need within area A if you have less than a year's supply?
Yes, it does show that there is a need within area 2.
Yes, it does show that there is a need. The difference between us, I think, is that on the GL Hearn approach, the Cushman and Wakefield approach, the Hedner approach, there's a need, but you say, no, you need this additional tier of identifying an occupier. Is that fair? If you were applying the GL Hearn approach, the Cushman and Wakefield approach, the Hedner approach, then the inevitable consequence will be there will be an immediate need, wouldn't there?
Yes.
I said I'd come back to it. I'll do so now quickly. F15, so pull up at F15, which is the local plan inspector's report. I'm stupidly closed down, so apologies for that.
So that's something.
Try to be sustainable by not printing these out, but it never works. So paragraph 177 to 180 is where it discusses all this. You've read it, I've read it. Let's see if we can summarise it. So it starts at 176 with employment sectors. When the inspector reads these paragraphs, it's fair to say that the inspector introduced LP6A specifically to address the need for strategic sites during the plan period. Do you agree?
Yes, it was during the examination that it was introduced.
Yeah, it was, but it's to address the need for strategic sites on a development plan management basis during the plan period. Do you agree?
It's to deal with applications during that stage, yes.
It was introduced because it's necessary to make the plan sound. Do you agree?
Yes.
It's introduced as a clear basis for decision making. That's all paragraph 179.
Yeah.
And echoing the words of Tony Thickett back in 2014, one of the reasons for introducing it rather than allocating was that it was considered not advantageous to delay the plan. Do you agree?
That's right.
So we've got Tony Thickett saying do it on a review back in 2014. We've got this inspector saying don't delay the plan to find out what the figure is. Let's have it on development management in 2021. Right, thank you. 2015 West Midlands Strategic Employment Site, very little on this. Can you turn to I1, please?
Yeah, I've got that in front of me.
Good, which I have. Paragraph 4.71 of that document, please.
Yeah, the market dropped.
Well, it tells us, doesn't it, that the most intense demand for logistics within this area is considered to be within Area A.
That's right.
That's still true, isn't it? It's what Mr. Bink says.
Yes.
Page 41 of that document. Page 41 of that document tells us, I think, what's it right? Yeah, 41 of the hard copy, 45 of the PDF.
Yeah.
Tells us within Area A that the year's supply of large-scale logistics was 3.7 years.
That's right.
Just think about that. The benchmark against which this should be judged was 5 years, and you get that from paragraph 480, don't you?
Yes.
So back at the time of the 2015 study, 3.7 years, deficit against the 5-year supply at that stage in terms of this type of development, led to the grant of consent to Hams Hall and also led to the St Modwyn scheme being consented. In fact, I think before the St Modwyn scheme was consented, the council accepted there was a need, didn't they?
What year was that? Sorry? The 2016, wasn't it?
Sorry, no, forgive me. No, I was remembering Hemmington. I do apologise. You thought need, but the inspector disagreed. So St Mod's was granted, Hams Hall was granted. That was in the green belt at the time, wasn't it?
It was, yes.
So you consider very special circumstance on 3.7 years supply. Yes?
Yes.
You? Good. 2021, we get the 2021 WMCIS. Can you turn to that, please, which is next one down, I2.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at the forward, if we may.
Yeah.
This is a forward from the authors of this document and the commissioners of this document. That included your council, didn't it?
We were covered by the study, but I don't recall us contributing to the study.
It wasn't signed off by you?
No.
Okay.
No.
The reason I asked that is whether or not the first words of the study are relevant and of use to the council, because it says for some time it's been considered there is a lack of strategic employment land available within the West Midlands. Similarly, little conclusive evidence of what attributes strategic land should possess. No regional wide assessments of the study since the 2015 study, etc. That's the view of the authors. Was that the view of the council?
The study was never endorsed by this council.
It says, next paragraph, the client body included a wide spread of public sector authorities. That did include the council, didn't it?
In terms of, no, the client body, I think, was
The left.
South Staffordshire County Council and the three left areas, three left. I don't believe, and that was one of its downfalls, in terms of it being an LPA, a local planning authority led report at all.
If you can turn to page 7 of the PDF, page 3 of the hard copy next, please. Paragraph directly above the words potential supply.
So,
Yeah.
Page 7 of the PDF, page 3 of the hard copy, directly above potential supply.
Yep.
Tells us that there is an urgent need to bring forward strategic employment sites.
Right?
Do we know whether the third version of this document concurs with that? That's the latest word from a study of this nature, though. Yeah. This also dealt with strategic sites being more than 100 square feet in size, didn't it? square feet.
100,000.
100,000.
Yeah.
100k square feet is what I've written.
1,000 square meters.
Yeah. Paragraph 415 of this document then, please. Do you endorse area 2, by the way, professionally, as the appropriate study area to the needs?
Well, the West Midlands studies are market-led. And
Yes.
so that's saying that the market generally, that's where it wishes to focus.
Your
So-
policy also now inferentially
Yes.
references part 2. Do
Yeah.
you agree with that as a professional issue, or are you saying that's the wrong study area?
I'm not saying it's the wrong study area. All that I'm saying is that that is what the market is showing, that is where, if it had a free reign, so to speak, that's where it would want to be located. But the studies are policy of, so
Yeah.
they're not a policy in their own right, as it says in the executive summary.
415.
Yeah.
Says, although the Midlands has the highest level of availability of supply at 1 million square metres, the supply, when compared to take-up, was similar to the rest of the UK at just over a year. You see that?
Yeah.
For area 2, that would seem to be even less now, doesn't it?
Yes.
And that leads to the conclusion at 464 of this document. That you need to increase your supply.
That's right. And that's the reason why we're reducing employment.
And yet you've not granted a consent on a strategic site since Hamsfall and St Mons.
I don't recall a planning application other than this one that has been submitted for a strategic site though.
612. Second sentence, on the basis of past trends approach, based on completions 2015 to 18, there is very limited supply of available allocated committed sites across the study area that meet the definition of strategic employment sites. You see that?
Yes.
Now, this document also looks at green belts and identifies green belts as a constraint, identifies size as a constraint, but what it also does is it studies a number of sites, doesn't it? 30 sites were considered based upon what's described, I think, on day one as a partial pool for sites.
It is, yes. It isn't what I would call a full pool for sites.
Sure. If you turn to page 64 of this document, I'm not going to take you through the methodology. The inspector will have seen our evidence on that in any event. Page 64. Of the 30 sites that were being promoted and were considered in this study, they were assessed against the criteria in the study, weren't they? Which were set out earlier on in this document.
Is this the 6.36 high level assessment?
This is table 6.3, the high level assessment of sites.
That's page 60 of the
64. 60 of the hard copy.
yeah, right, yeah, I'm there, sorry.
It's the obvious point, you know what's coming.
Yeah.
Of all the sites promoted by the industry within Area A or Area 2, of those which meet the criteria and those which are outside the green belt, our site is on top, isn't it?
Yes, but not in terms of score though. The score, I think that's just the site number. The scoring is what's in the final column. So that's,
And
as
the
long
lower
as
the
I can
better.
see that that's just site number, not.
It's the score I'm interested in. The lower the better in relation to the score on the right hand side. You've seen the
Right.
methodology.
But there's other 11s there. So
There's
it's
two other
not-
11s.
Yeah, so it's not number one is the top site.
Yeah, joint top then.
Yes, yeah.
I am reminded, though I think it's obvious, that's joint top, not just of Area 2, but of the whole West Midlands, isn't it?
Yes, alongside the other ones, but you can see an awful lot of the other ones are confidential, so we don't even know where they are.
One final point in relation to this area, vacancy rates. I think we've talked about, you agree that we're at 4 to 5 below the 8%, so I don't need to put that to you. So let me just wrap that point up. So the strategic need for strategic sites hasn't been addressed in the core strategy of the local plan, despite 10 years worth of studies. Agreed?
Not in terms of allocations, but again, I would stress that's what LP6 is about.
There has been available land until early 2022, but supply has largely dried up since that time, hasn't it?
Within the borough, yeah.
Okay.
We do have available units, which would be on those employments.
And we've looked at how long that will last based upon fast take-up.
Yeah.
And we agree that demand seriously outstrips supply, doesn't it?
Yes.
We have way less than the 3.7 year supply than was the time when you granted consent and the green belt for Hamshall and St Mod was allowed. Agree?
In terms of the head no information, yes.
Vacancy rates are half the level of the functioning market. Do you agree?
Yes.
You have major players in the logistics market beating a path to your door and promoting even greenbelt sites. Agreed?
Yes.
You have 0 sites which can accommodate more than 280,000 square feet in Area 2. Agreed?
0 sites as in?
There is no premises
or Area A, sorry.
within Area 2.
2, sorry.
0 sites that can accommodate more than 280,000 square feet.
Yes.
You are in a key location of the Golden Triangle.
We're within the Golden Triangle, yes.
You don't think that the M42 and the A5 is a key location?
But equally, you could say the M1 is and the M6 within the Golden Triangle. So
I didn't say it's the key, I said a key. I used the
A key.
Do you agree?
Yeah, if it's A key, that's fine.
Okay. And your case is that there isn't an immediate need because we can't identify an occupier.
That's right.
Let's translate that into something that's more easily comprehensible. Let's think about housing. If on your thesis, if you can't identify who's going to live in the houses, and if your supply is more than 0 or you've got some houses on the market, would it be your view that there wasn't a need for additional housing by the same logic?
I think you're talking about apples and pears because...
No, I'm illustrating an absurdity.
I don't think that you can compare the issue with housing to the issue with employment plans.
Humour me. By the same logic, you can't identify an occupier, can't identify an occupier, and also that there are sites on the market that could accommodate an occupier, and that the availability of land on premises is not 0, which is essentially your case on immediate need. If you translated that to housing, that would be an absurdity, wouldn't it?
If you were going to do it, yes, you wouldn't say that a particular housing site should be for a particular occupier, because that would be the same with our housing figures that we've taken 4,000 dwellings for Birmingham. So we wouldn't say only Birmingham occupants can be within a particular house. So no.
Yeah. That's helpful because we're not in the business of identifying individuals to accommodate housing.
No.
I hesitate to interject.
I'm about to turn to lorry parking, and
I got the sense you were getting there, but you just seemed to be keeping on going. So I just thought I ought to say
I'm
something.
so sorry, sir. So I thought we just formal. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
So that would be an appropriate break. I've got 20 minutes. I would have thought.
Are you sure you finished this particular? I wasn't trying to cut you off there and then. I just wanted to alert you to the fact that we've overshot 1 o'clock, but I want you to get to a natural break before we.
So that would be a natural break, I think, because I can then review my notes. But I think I've got 20 minutes. I've got lorry parking and rail.
Okay. Yeah. I almost hesitate to say, are we okay to come back at 2 o'clock? So that's about 45 to 50 minutes.
On my part, yes, sir. But it's obviously Mr. Barrett that's the key question.
Yeah, Barrett.
No, I'm fine, but
Yeah.
the sooner the better.
Oh, okay. Right. In that case, on that note, then I'll adjourn and now we'll resume again at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Take the air.
Thank you. Junction.
Yes.
Oh, we'll see.
Hi there, hi. I think we've got about 5 minutes, but I can help. I will. Yeah. No, sending something out of the blue like that. What we need, and we haven't got them yet, is the results. So we need the results. So just one step at a time. And once we got the results, we need to look at what the implications are for the evidence. Only when we've got that, and we think about approaching the other side. There are two options. One, send it on Friday, saying you've corrected the errors that was pointed out. Okay, and I would need to supervise it if necessary. Secondly, wait until the rebuttal evidence on Tuesday next week. But what I don't want is us to produce something that's got any errors of any kind again. So important as it would be to send stuff this week, it needs to be correct. Okay. All right. Good. Well, thank you. I saw your email. Thank you for giving me the resources. Thank you very much. Okay.
Has Chris gone? I'll catch him. Ian was just reminding everybody while you're in here, you can still, the thing is still live.
Hey, that's what I needed. That's humility. You see, it seems to split take two, so we can prove something. In that case, I need to know your secrets.
I'm very,
That's very
and
nice.
and you really practice. I bring it with me wherever you go.
You make sure you never tell my wife.
There you are.
I'm trying to work out if I shouldn't bother.
So my lesson doing so.
No. He does ask. So he keeps saying, can you do that? So
Who we start?
Ed,
You'll do it then. So she's
I do. So this is it. Like, I probably didn't feel like too much work. I think I'm just listening.
Is that true?
Yeah. Okay, I'm trying to keep what's acceptable. You know what?
Well, the inquiry is resumed, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Tucker and Mr. Young, before we continue, I meant to raise this when we resumed this morning, but following yesterday's highways discussion, I was told that the witnesses would get together and prepare an itinerary or schedule of locations that they would like me to see, whether that be accompanied or unaccompanied. Is that in hand? And if not, can it be put in hand, please?
I know that Dr. Bunn was trying to grab his opposite numbers as they departed, but they departed too quickly for him. I don't know to what extent he's made contact this morning, but I'll ask Mr. Warrington to chase that immediately. I know that we were hoping to have that discussion at the end of yesterday.
Yeah, no, that'd be fine. It's just so that I can, as I say, we obviously undertook the accompanied site visit on last Friday, and certainly walked along the frontage of the site onto the viewpoint at Junction 10. But although highways points were being raised in general terms, it was obviously without the benefit of the detail that the highways witnesses might have wanted me to be aware of. So I'll do that again. I'm quite happy to do that unaccompanied. I don't think that needs me to go on the site at all. But if it did, then if I could be given permission to just venture onto that frontage of the site, I don't think it's necessary from what the way the discussion went, but I'll leave that with you.
So certainly you would have permission on the, it's referred to by some inspectors as the latchkey approach. Certainly that wouldn't be a difficulty from our perspective. I don't think you need to be followed around by highway consultants whilst you do the remainder of the site, or indeed going onto the site on that basis.
Yep.
What I don't know is whether or not you would want us to open the gate that fronts onto the A5, or whether you'd come at it from a different direction. But either way, so it won't be a problem.
There's a pedestrian route to the side of that gate, which we use as part of the accompanied site visit. So I'm certainly content with doing that if I needed to get on that bit of the site.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we'll put it to one side then. Would you like to continue your cross-examination of Mrs. Barrett?
So just before that happens, if I may, just a bit of prior warning. Mr. John Winter is here, who is a local resident, he's provided a document which is annexed to the planning group of the local Ward 6 party. He would like to speak if possible. I've said it's obviously a matter for you, sir. I wonder whether he might be allowed to speak briefly after Ms. Barrett has finished.
So his statement is already as part of the.
Yes.
Annex.
He wishes to elaborate a little on that,
Yeah.
but he doesn't have a written statement prepared, but he only wishes to speak briefly, I understand.
If it's briefly, and if it's on the basis of that submitted statement already, loosely, let's put it like that, then yes, that would be in order.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Lorry parking. Can you turn to your appendix A, please? Last sentence, and let's just see where this goes. So appendix A, policy LP34. The last part of that policy in two parts, the first of which is essentially precluding the reduction in lorry parking, either informal or formal parking areas, and then the next of which is that weight will be given, enigmatically doesn't say how much weight, but weight will be given to lorry parking facilities and opportunities for alternative provision and improved management in decision taking. So the first part is, if you have a policy which seeks to preclude the loss of something, that tells you it's important to have it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And if you are saying that there is weight, that's what I assume to be positive weight in terms of decision making, as a matter of principle. Thank you. In relation to that, how much weight is left at large and is really for the decision maker based upon how much need that there is. Agree?
It doesn't, yes, it's a strategic location and demand for lorry parking, yes.
Thank you. Good. Your proof seeks to address lorry parking from page 28 onwards. Can you just take up your proof, please? Paragraph 5.38. You tell us that HGV parking can be complementary to an employment proposal. You stand by that, presumably?
Yeah.
And you tell us that the uses could be disaggregated, but just to be clear, in the event that the employment is considered to be acceptable, what are you inviting the inspector to do? You told me not dismiss the appeal on that basis. Are you suggesting that there should be a split decision?
It could well be, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And with this then, when assessing need, your paragraph 5.39 refers to the Department for Transport survey I11 part 2, which you say shows that this region, the Midlands, is the lowest in relation to all the regions which are considered in that document. You will have seen, I think, the rebuttal that's been provided by my witness in relation to that, and you presumably have taken time to go back and look at I11.
Yeah.
And can you confirm that in relation to I11, that relates to routes rather than areas?
It relates, I think there's 4 routes in.
Yeah, it's the A50 in the Midlands, isn't it?
Yes.
It just tells us what the lorry parking position is in relation to the A50. Doesn't tell us anything at all about this area, does it?
No.
So, just revisiting your professional opinion, paragraph 5.39 doesn't help the inspector, does it?
No.
So, can we strike through that? Now, you have also told us that our friends across the motorway and Moto have got a consent for 38. So there's 2 paragraph 5.39. I should say it's the first 5.3 that your advice is to delete. There's a paragraph 5.39 on page 30.
There is.
It's the second paragraph 5.39 I'm now turning to.
Yes.
Great way to confuse a barrister.
That's the point, isn't it?
No, I think it's a great idea. I'll tell all my witnesses confusion. Blake or could Mr. Young?
I didn't believe how many times it's written. It's bad.
5.39,
Yeah.
you point out that 38 HGV spaces have been consented.
Yeah.
That was a 2020 consent, wasn't it?
It was.
How many spaces have in fact been provided since 2020 by Moto?
I'm not aware that there's any additional ones, but they have started on site.
So they've implemented the consent, but not a single space has been provided.
Not yet. There was a delay in the funding that they've received for the electric charging points. So
Okay.
I'm not aware. Something rings a bell in my head about 12 HGVs. I think that was 12 electrified HGV points.
Yeah, there may have been a delay in relation to providing the electric charging, although that's not referenced in the permission,
No.
but it doesn't matter here.
Yeah.
In terms of providing blacktop to enable lorries to park, not a single space appears to be provided in the last 4 years. Is that right?
Not yet.
Is there anything before us to intimate what the timescale is for bringing those forward?
I think there's a letter now from Moto. It's an additional CD document.
I'm just looking at the IDs, to be honest. I can't see it. Oh, yes, it's ID 9.
And that indicates that they're looking to do that over the summer months.
Due to be completed by early 2025.
So I presume it to be a gradual progression towards.
Takes a while to lay down tarmac on the northwest of Moto Junction, you see.
It does for HGVs.
So that will be 5 years after permission was granted then.
Yes.
Okay. So let's have a look at what else Moto have to say about this. Look at the next page. Moto also has aspirations to bring forward an additional 150 HGV parking spaces through an expansion of the MSA as part of their strategy to strengthen the established role in providing valuable HGV facilities travelling up and down the country. What does that tell you about whether there's a need for additional HGV facilities around this junction?
But it says that it could be accommodated on the Moto site.
I know that's what it tells me. I asked you what conclusion you draw from it.
It
What does
shows-
it tell you about the
It
need?
shows that there is a demand for, or a need for lorry parking.
So it tells us that Moto thinks that there is a commercial justification for them to bring forward an additional 150 spaces, which happens to, by one of life's coincidences, be exactly the same as the number of roads on our site. Yeah.
Yes.
Doesn't say, does it? Based on our experience, there isn't a need for additional lorry parking.
No.
So can we infer from this letter that there is indeed a need for lorry parking in this location? Otherwise, Moto wouldn't be promoting it in this letter.
As a motorway service area, they would see a commercial advantageous of providing more HGV accommodation. They've had a recent permission for additional showers and things, and they'd like to maximise those. That would just be a normal commercial expectation.
Yeah, you were really good this morning in answering direct questions. Can we infer from that that evidences there is clear commercial demand for additional spaces in excess of the 38 spaces that you reference in your proof?
Yes.
Thank you. Within your evidence, it's paragraph 5.42, you draw attention to a greenbelt appeal at Cudworth, which is core document K3. Don't need to turn it up unless you want to. The inspector in that essentially recorded the council's position as accepting that there was a need for additional lorry parking. Agree?
Yes.
The council's head of development control gave evidence of that, didn't he?
It is, in general.
And if you look at your 542, you say there's no reference to the latest highways assessment, ID3, of where North Warwickshire is viewed as an amber area of need rather than a red area. Let's go to K3 if we may, please.
Not I3.
K3.
K3.
Yes, the sixth letter.
You said not to go to.
Yeah, I said at that point.
Sorry.
Page 7, paragraph 17. tells us that the scale of HGV proposed based on traffic growth on those roads over a 10-year period. National Survey of Lorry Parking identifies 7 national hotspots where shortages are more pronounced, including Amstel to Dordon, within which the appeal site is located.
That's correct.
Do you see the footnote, number 1?
Yeah, the 2017 study,
Yeah, what's it saying in the parentheses?
updated September 2022.
Is that the study that's before us?
I don't believe so. This is September 2023. It's I3.
Yeah.
That's the National Lorry Park Demand Assessment. So the 2017 and 2022 were by the DFT, and the one that I'm referring to, CD13, is a September 23 document.
Okay, when did that become available?
I believe it's been in the public domain.
No, when did it become available? Because you make a point, it would seem, that your head of service didn't draw it to the attention of the inspector.
Well, it's this year. It was after the appeal.
After the appeal,
Yeah.
right, so it
It would
can't
have
be
been after the
criticised.
appeal. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Good. Seems to make sense, even though
Yeah.
it's dated September 2023.
Yes.
Thank you. If we look at the map, which you produce on your page 29,
Yes.
those with electronic versions, you can zoom in. We can see North Warwickshire is shown as amber, can't we?
We can.
We know that the appeal site and the lorry parking is immediately adjacent to Junction 10 and is immediately adjacent to the existing built-up area of Tamworth, can't we?
Yes, it's in the book of Warwickshire. Yes.
But it's immediately adjacent to Tamworth, isn't it?
It is.
What colour is Tamworth?
Red.
Not just red, it's deeply scarlet, isn't it?
It's red in my plan.
Okay, so it's red. So it's the top end in terms of there being lorry parking issues, yes?
Yeah.
So the appeal proposals is immediately adjacent to a junction where there are a significant number of logistics and other businesses in a district which has, what do we say for red? Acute need for additional lorry parking?
I just think that could be a description of it. Yes.
Okay. Why don't you draw attention to that in your proof?
Because I was looking at the need for North Warwickshire.
Sure.
Because the previous study showed red areas within North Warwickshire, whereas the study now, based on authorities' area, is clearly now showing an amber. So that's the reason why I didn't draw attention to the Tamworth situation.
Yeah, we spent all last week talking about the concerns about the council and the relationship of Dordon to Tamworth. This is a location in the northeast quadrant of a motorway junction adjacent to all of the employment uses which are associated with Tamworth. It's a relevant factor for the inspector when judging the need for lorry parking to note that it is immediately adjacent to a borough which has an acute need for lorry parking. Do you agree?
I do, but it's also adjacent to the MSA, the motorway service area, which is expanding its use as well.
Yeah, where we have a letter on day one of an inquiry from a commercial rival who hasn't brought forward even the spaces that he had consent with 4 years ago, even to the extent of putting blacktop on one single space. Yes?
Not the time frame, yes.
But it's a relevant factor that the site is immediately adjacent to Tamworth that you don't draw attention to, do you?
I didn't see that it was a particularly relevant, but as you can see from the map, it's not being hidden. It's in the public domain and it's in my proof.
So supporting the and Tamworth Borough Council supportive of additional HGV parking, aren't they?
Yes, they would be, but they could equally be providing that within their own borough boundary.
Charming parochial approach, but that would be a matter for the inspector. That we
I
provide
don't
evidence.
think that is parochial.
They
I
could
think
provide
it
it
is-
within their.
It is relevant.
She's answering.
I think it is relevant and it isn't parochial.
Okay, which applications are determined in Tamworth for lorry parking?
I'm not aware of them.
Has an application been made by Moto to you in relation to services?
Yes, we granted the
No,
permission
for
for the
the
HGV.
150.
No,
Have pre-apps come forward?
Not some aware of, no.
So a commercial rival has written a letter on day one of an inquiry with remarkable coincidence. What weight do you give to that? Or should the inspector just believe it?
I think it's the weight to the fact that somebody who runs a motorway service area has started to implement a permission and is clearly working towards that implementation. And it would be the same with any planning application. And you can see progress being made towards that implementation.
My clients have done 2 beat surveys about lorries being parked in inappropriate location and on the local road networks. They're called document A15 and D33/B, if anybody wants to turn them off.
Sorry, that second one,
D33/B, sir.
Yeah.
So my client's done 2 beat surveys. Somebody schlepping around looking at the local roads and laybys of an evening, showing that there's significant use, high levels of use of lorry parking on laybys and on the roadside in this area. Is that a relevant consideration for the inspector to consider when thinking about the issue of lorry parking need?
It is partly, but it also comes down to the fact that HGV drivers normally have to pay to stay overnight in any accommodation parking zone. So even if additional parking was provided for, there's no compulsion that those situations will lessen.
It's part of the indication of the need, isn't it, for such parking?
It is, and that's where we would look at the National Highways Lorry Park Demand Assessment and look at that.
Yeah. Also not referenced in your evidence, is it? 2 surveys, certainly the first one, A15, would have been before you at the time you wrote your evidence. No reference to it in your evidence for that either, is there?
No.
Within the officer's report, there's a reference to the National Vehicle Crime Intelligence Service, which is also referenced at core document E59, which strongly supports the additional HGV parking here. Is that a material consideration? So E40, I should say, not EV.
Yes, it's part of the evidence base because we know that there are security issues of thefts and things like that from lorries. But again, there isn't that compulsion that a lorry driver would necessarily go to a secure location to park.
Let's look at E40. So, this public body, the National Vehicle Crime Intelligence Service.
Sorry, I'm just getting there.
Reference to the reports committee.
Yeah.
Which is paragraph 10.61 of the officer's report if you want it. Being with the council, it's a 2022 letter, which expresses from the NAVCIS strong support for the proposal. Bottom of the second page, from a both quantitative and qualitative perspective.
That's true, yes.
Is that a relevant consideration?
It is, as I say, in part, but again, there is no compulsion for if provision is provided that there is a compulsion that people would then use that provision. They still may well feel that they can park in the laybys and etc. So it is a quandary, yes. But I see your point and agree with the point that if there is more secure parking, you would hope that HGV drivers would see the benefit of that, but there's still no compulsion for them to use it.
You see, the problem that I've got is that in this section of your proof of evidence, I've now put you 4 different pieces of evidence that you told me are relevant, none of which are referenced in your evidence. Why?
Because I saw the relevance of the latest National Highways lorry park assessment.
Yeah, which is one relevant factor. Why didn't you draw attention to the other relevant factors that you told me about now?
Because I see those as being relevant, but not necessarily something that I would need to draw additional attention to. So what I
So
was
why you're giving your professional view to the inspector as your expert on travel view to the inspector? Why would you draw attention to relevant factors? That's your professional duty.
So the relevant factor to me is that the latest evidence of Lorry Park demand assessment is the one that I've identified, which is CDI3.
So not the beat assessment, not the fact that Tamworth is red, not the National Vehicle Intelligence Service. Let's just have a look at that document. Bottom of page 2. Quantitative perspective says the site is uniquely located at Junction 10, within the Midlands area, within the Golden Triangle, key hub for logistics. Specific location is identified by them as having a critical undersupply of lorry parking provision, which is one of the identified key factors that encourages cargo crime in the UK. Critical undersupply of parking provision in this area, not referenced in your evidence. Why?
That was June of 22, and the study that I've referred to is September 23.
Have you gone back to them and asked your concerns still remain?
And I haven't.
From a quality perspective, because there's insufficient parking provision locally and in the UK, there's a lack of competition between parking facilities. It's largely left to private enterprise. As such, very little requirement or need for operators of existing parking facilities to improve and make secure their current facilities. Generally, stock is low, poor quality, inadequately secured, etc. So there's a qualitative point as well here, isn't there?
Yes, but we have a situation where motor services are actually expanding their services and providing the electric charging.
With respect, factually, we have Moto adopting a position in a letter that arrives on day one of an inquiry saying they're going to do something to the detriment of a commercial rival, having done nothing more than implement a permission and not put a single space up in 4 years. That's what we have, isn't it?
That would be your view of that situation.
Well, factually, what's wrong with what I've just put to you?
Yes, factually, are you correct? But they have started to implement the permission.
RailServe. Mr. Hatfield produces quite a volume of work with regard to RailServe.
He does, yes.
And he identifies preference for there to be an expansion of locations where facilities are existing RailServe and take benefit of railheads.
That's right.
And he explains, as you explain in your evidence in chief, that this will be within a location at which the shunting vehicles that can take from BIFT from within sites within Birch Coppice to the railhead can also operate on the strategic road network.
Yes, I believe they can, yes.
Because they are within a couple of kilometres of the appeal site.
I believe so.
So we've also got in his evidence the support of the operator of BIFT, haven't we?
Yes.
Saying that that's what they will do, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
So in terms of the location of this site as a RailServe site, is there any reason to disbelieve any of that?
As I say in my proof, I think it's a matter of interpretation than dispute. A RailServe site, with my planning hat on, is a contiguous site with a rail line into it. It's not somewhere across the road or somewhere else. A RailServe site is somewhere that you can actually access off the railway line, and it is within that confine. But I understand in marketing that this site and other sites along the A5 could be called RailServe, because even the site at Bagnet Park is actually marketed as RailServe, even though it's some distance away from the dirt road.
Which is why you give it more limited weight than Mr. Hand does. I understand that. Let's have a look at Appendix 7. When we look at Appendix 7 and Mr. Hatfield's proof of evidence, I want you to ask yourself the question as to whether or not these are points that could be used in relation to Mercy Park. Mr. Hatfield's Appendix 7, which is core document D33B.
Stand with me while I D33B.
D33B.
Okay, thank you.
D33B. Just, yeah,
D33B.
thank you.
Appendix 7.
D33B doesn't have anything. That's separate. Oh, okay, let's see. It's 33C, I think. So, yes, it's D33 stroke C. So.
So
I've got D33C down as Mr. Hatfield's summary, and I've located D33B as the appendices. So as long as we've all got the right document.
Particular page, sorry.
So you've got 2 letters within that document, one of which is from Maritime, dated May 2024, another which is their early letter dated September 2022. Do you see that?
Is there a particular page in the PDF?
I've no idea.
Struggling to.
I've got page 80 or starts
Oh,
on
yes.
starts on page 78.
Thank you, sir.
So September letter from Maritime. Maritime are the operators of the BIFT, Birmingham Intermodal Freight Terminal, which is to the south and east of the appeal site. Agreed?
It is. It's within the Birch Coppice site to the south of Birch Coppice.
And the inspector will see it on his site visit if he's not seen it already. So Maritime operators, they tell us, since the site was purchased in 2014, tells us in overview in the September 2022 letter, 3rd paragraph, it can help reduce CO2 emissions, reduce road freight, none of which you take issue with, do you?
No.
Tells us about the operations BIFT, and then says on the 2nd page about the breadth of their array of terminals across the UK. You see all that?
Yes.
And then says in the last bit that they support the scheme, and in the penultimate paragraph that the scheme is a clear interest given its proximity and would help support our plans to expand the use of rail at BIFT and increase utilisation of existing services. You see that?
Yes.
So that was September 2022. Understandably, Mr. Hatfield went back and said, what's the up-to-date position? Which is the May 2024 letter.
Yeah.
The first section of that talks about the HGV tractor unit battery trial. This is using electric vehicles to shunt between sites and the BIFT.
Yes.
A good thing in terms of the environment, agreed?
Yeah.
Now, you said you had concerns when you answered Mr. Young's questions in chief, because this would involve crossing the A5. There's other concerns that have been expressed by Warwickshire, National Highways, Mr. Dr. Bunn, or indeed Maritime, are they?
No.
Are you holding yourself out as a highways expert in the use of tractor units to shunt from one location to another?
No, certainly not.
Is there any evidence of a safety concern about that? And if it's electric tractor units, that presumably doesn't give rise to much of an environmental concern, does it?
No.
If you then look at the next section,
power requirement falls.
Yeah. Self-evidently.
Yes.
You look at the next section, 2nd paragraph, last sentence. In our opinion, your client's proposals, which are located close to our BIFT and Hams Hall SFRI, are expected to receive significant interest from across our customer base. You see that?
Yes.
Then it goes on to explain the use of the work structs, doesn't it?
Yes.
And it then explains how it's used successfully at the Daventry International Freight Terminal, the DIRFT, has been referred to,
Yes.
and those that love that sort of accuracy. Why isn't the capability of using the electric vehicles to shunt from the appeal site to the BIFT, so it effectively operates an extension to the rail interchange? Why isn't that a positive element of the scheme?
I didn't say that it wasn't a positive element of the scheme. What I'm saying is that it's the interpretation of rail served. Rail served to me is a railway line into a plot of land, and that is being rail served. So it was merely a matter of interpretation instead of a dispute, that I don't see that a site across the road or down the road is directly being rail served. However, I can understand in marketing terms that that is seen as a positive, but it doesn't mean to say that it has to be the site across the road. It could be further down the road. There is nothing to say that your client's site is the only site that could equally be rail served.
Right, let me just break that down. I don't care whether it's referred to as rail served or rail proximate or whatever you want to say. The point is, this is a site which is sufficiently close that it can benefit from the use of tractors in the same way as if it was located, as if the users were occupied on birch coppers.
Yes.
That's not true of more distant sites, isn't it?
I would have to see, because there would be the distance involved, but as far as I'm aware, even at Magna Park, it's like 8 to 9 miles away and still can be classified as rail service.
Well, I look forward to that point being put to Mr. Hatfield. You've seen Mr. Hatfield's evidence.
Yes.
And you've seen that it has to be within a close proximity, usually within a kilometre or two. You've seen that?
Yes, I have, yes.
That would mean that Magna Park and Mercia Park would both be too far, yeah?
From that perspective, yes.
Yeah. And what matters is not the definition of whether something is or isn't defined as rail served. What matters is whether or not, practically speaking, this logistics site could take advantage of the BIFT, and it could, couldn't it?
It could, but equally, so could a lot of other sites.
Professor Turner's report, which deals with the econometrics, not a point that you grapple with. Am I right in assuming that you don't take issue with his report? Thank you. Professor Turner, whoever Professor Turner is. Professor Coleman.
I knew
He knows Mr. Dinks.
Not Mr. Hodgie was demanding mustard. Professor Coleman's report is not disputed. Thank you, that's helpful. And I also don't take it from your answers that you factually take issue with anything in the joint Cushman and Wakefield report. You disagree with the conclusions, but you don't factually take issue with it. Thank you very much indeed for your time, Mr. Barnes.
Thank you.
See you in 6 years.
Thank you. Just bear with me a moment. Okay, so I've just got a couple of questions before I invite Mr. Young to put in re-examination. There's nothing of any importance really here, because matters have already arisen through the inquiry. I was going to take you to your 535 and 538. You don't need to turn to them. It's where you're saying there's no specific need for the employment land and the lorry parking to be located on the same site, and that's what prompted me at the outset of the inquiry to just float the query to the parties about the possibility of a split decision. But that's where that came from your references there. don't think there was anything else in your proof that I wanted to ask you about, but in terms of your rebuttal, just so that when I do revisit it, I've got the right documents before me, would you turn to your paragraph 8, please? You make a reference there to CD 29A. I'm not sure if that's meant to be CDV 29A.
I think it is, sir, because it's one of the reports from the appellant.
Yeah, if it is, if there should be an extra D in there,
Yeah.
then I'm in the right series, but I don't think it's the right document, is it? Is it referring to the first appendix of Mr. Binks? Is that right?
Sorry, sir, I have to get that.
Yeah, because you give me some reference to some paragraph numbers there.
Yeah.
And when I looked in 29A, I couldn't find those.
That be something that you want me to go away and check, sir, or would you like
Well,
to see if I can get an answer?
it ought to be straightforward now, really, I think,
Yeah.
shouldn't it? Let's just see. Are you using electronic
I am,
documents
and
there?
I'm doing a search of,
Yeah, if we go into 29, where are we? 29C. That says Mr. Binks and Mr. Turner appendices.
my search doesn't seem to be working, so let me just do. Ah, yes. It is that document on page 98.
Yeah, that's okay. We don't need to dwell any more, as long as I know I'm going to be looking at the right document.
It is, sir.
Thank you. There's a similar query when I get to your para 17 of the rebuttal. Again, you said CD29A, and I think, I had a quick look, we've got the same document there.
Yes.
So the only other query I've got is if we turn over the page again in your rebuttal, your paragraph 21, you give me a CD, but you've just got a double X there.
It should be I3.
That's the I3 one, is it? Thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Barrett. I've not got any more questions for you. So, Mr. Young, is there some re-examination?
There is. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm going to ask you questions in the order in which they're asked by my learned friends. We might jump to some of the later topics, but just bear with me while we try to follow that kind of order. Okay, so it began with questions about need, and the first topic I want to ask you about is my learned friend took you to I36. So if you could turn that up, I36. And this is the addendum to the North Warwickshire 2013 Employment Land Review. So we're going back to the time of the core strategy. Do you see that?
Yes.
And if you open that up, my learned friend took you to page 53. And he asked you about questions in relation to the topic of translating sectors to use class, which begins at 9:30, and he particularly asked you about 6.38 Do you see that? And then
Yeah.
6.39.
Yes.
It says here, 6.3, this is the authors. We considered that it would be appropriate to make provision for a 5-year margin based on the past employment delivery in the borough. Completions data supplied by North Warwickshire Borough Council shows that since 2012, an average of 26.5 hectares of employment space has been delivered each year. Do you see that? Then it says this, and my friend took you to this, 6.39. However, this is heavily skewed by the strong level of delivery of large-scale distribution uses in the borough over this period. So that's since 2012. Completions for B8 uses make up 95% of all employment completions in the borough. This is primarily due to a number of large-scale B8 developments in the borough, which are driven by regional demand rather than meeting local needs. In estimating a margin, we have therefore excluded all large-scale over 20 hectare in size B8 completions. This results in an annual average of 5.5, yes?
Yes.
So Lenfriend's point to you is that that was the evidence base relied upon in the core strategy to justify not having a figure for employment which reflected the past trend of B8, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Then if we go to the core strategy inspector's report, so you were taken to paragraph 44 there.
Sorry, the CD reference again, please.
Sorry, the CD reference for that one is F21.
Yeah, thank you.
Tell me when you're there.
Yes, sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm there.
So it's a question about full objectively assessed need for employment, and a reference was made to paragraph 44 in this. So if we have a look, it says the production of an employment land review update in September 2013 led the council to propose a modification to policy NW7, which increases the target for employment land to 70 hectares 2011 to 29. ELR splits its assessment between local, national, regional. The requirement for policy NW7 relates to needs arising from local operations and is largely unchallenged. The main bone of contention is whether provision should be made to meet a regional need for large warehouse and distribution sites. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if we go to paragraph 45, and that again is acknowledging that there's an issue there about the including reference to large warehousing and distribution sites. So the ELR uses two models to predict future needs. A model based on trends in economic performance, which estimated a need for 164 hectares, and a model based on past completions, which estimates the need to be 313 hectares. The borough has two RSL, so that's regional logistics sites, is that right?
It is.
Hamswall and Birch Coppice, and the floor space created at these sites over the last few years. Now he's reporting in which year, please?
This would have been 2013-14.
Okay. Hamswall and Birch Coppice, and the floor space created at these sites over the last few years has a significant influence on the past completion model. The borough benefits from easy access to the motorway network. It's clearly well placed for such uses, and representations made to the examination indicate a strong developer interest in providing more. However, as illustrated by the findings of the Black Country and Southern Staffordshire Regional Logistics Site Study, there are other suitable sites in the region which will compete with North Warwickshire. I do not consider that it would be prudent, therefore, to rely on past completion model. Okay, and just to be clear, then, the core strategy, as you've accepted with my friend, does not contain a policy specifying a quantum, yes?
No.
From what we've just looked at, part of which my own friend took you to, were people arguing in the core strategy for an approach based on past trends?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, they would have been.
What was the inspector's conclusion about the appropriateness or otherwise of relying on past completions, please?
Well, for us, because we've had such substantial growth, that he considered that would be inappropriate.
Yeah.
Not right, and that there were other locations that could potentially, as he says there, that there are other suitable areas in the region that could be providing for that amount of land.
Okay. Later on, you were taken to the local, or at that point, actually, you were taken to the local plan inspector's report, F15, page 171. Can you take that up, please? Okay, and you were taken to 171. However, these figures are partial. They do not account for employment provision. So what we're talking about is the paragraph, let's do it in completeness. Paragraph 170 is about the trends that were set out in table 8 of the plan. So that would be your local plan, the one that's currently or most recently been adopted. Is that right?
Yes, that was the initial table that was in the draft local plan that we submitted.
Okay. Then, as you were taken to, however, these figures are partial. They don't account for employment provision at Hams Hall, Birch Coppice, or the Jaguar Land Rover storage facility at the former Baddesley Colliery. Is that in North Warwickshire, Baddesley Colliery?
It is. It's just up the road.
As set out in paragraph 20 of this report, Hams Hall and Birch Coppice originated as regional logistics sites via the West Midlands Regional Spatial Strategy. Local plan paragraph 1412 explains that these two sites combined have provided approximately 142.6 hectares of employment land. Before 2016, the JLR site is also stated to represent some 36.3 hectares. If these three facilities are additionally factored into a linear projection of past completions, a figure of 410 hectares of employment land would be suggested to 2028. Some indicate that projections should be greater, yes?
Yes.
So Learned Brent took you to that and said, look, your figures in table 8 don't reflect logistics and warehousing and the bigger sites, the regional logistics sites. Paragraph 171 tells us about the fact that they are present and highlights where they are, yes?
It does.
Now, let's put this in context, please. Go to paragraph 169, first of all. It says, a range of studies were advanced during the course of the examination, which aim to support or to encourage provision for significant additional economic growth in the West Midlands. However, higher levels of employment growth are premised on various scenarios occurring and projects coming forward. In my view, subject to the incorporation of main modification 21 and 39, the local plan would provide reasonable flexibility on provision above the 100 hectares of employment. Yeah. So he is concerned in this section with what issue, please? What's he concerned with?
It's that we have got the flexibility to go above the 100 hectares. So LP5 in the final adopted plan was a minimum figure.
Paragraph 170, as we said, is the table list that's in the plan, table 8. 171 are all these regional logistics sites, adding to potential figures of over 400 hectares of employment land. Then the inspector says, that writes this, however, 410 hectares would represent the majority of the employment land forecast to be needed across CW, HMA to 2031. CW, Coventry and Warwickshire?
Yeah, it's the Coventry and Warwickshire housing market area.
Okay, so that would represent the majority of employment land forecast for how wide an area, please?
It goes from us to the north. It would include Rugby, Warwick, Stratford, and the Coventry City Council area, and of course, Nuneaton and Bedworth as well.
Okay, it's basically the county
It is.
with some exceptions. Expressed as an annual average, it would be broadly equivalent to the supply that the BDP for non-locals, that's the Birmingham Development Plan. Yes. How big a city is Birmingham, please?
up front.
You can lead on the size of Birmingham. Mr.
Thank
Young.
you. It's the second largest city, ahead of Manchester, and
Second best.
and 1 million people live there. It's the biggest local authority area in the country. But this is saying North Warwickshire, I think we can lead on that, population of 64,000.
65.
65, forgive me, 65,000, it's those new houses, all named, all names on. It says, expressed as an annual average, it would be broadly equivalent to the supply that the Birmingham Development Plan seeks to achieve by policy TP 17. So, just so we're clear, the local plan inspector is highlighting the figures that are being promoted by developers and others are equivalent to the figures in the Birmingham Development Plan. Yeah? In my view, a linear projection of past growth to derive future requirements is clearly unrealistic. Adopting that approach would also undermine any real ability of the plan to achieve balanced growth. Consequently, projecting employment growth at 0.4 is rational, as that provides a reasonable discount for the implications of Hammers Hall and Birch Coppice in terms of likely future growth. So in looking at this issue, what was the local plan inspector saying? Include past trends with Hammers Hall and Birch Coppice in, or exclude it?
It was to exclude it.
And why? Why did he think it was inappropriate to rely on the past trends?
Because of the size of the population compared to the amount of employment land that we already have. And as I mentioned yesterday, we already have, the job density is 1.36 within the borough. So we already have more jobs than we have working age people.
So in that context then, please, what were the inspectorates or the inspectors in the core strategy and the local plan saying about reliance on past trends, please?
They said not to.
Okay.
That wasn't appropriate for North Warwickshire.
Okay. Now then, please, can you go to later on the cross-examination, the learner friend asked you about the Hedner. This is I4. Coventry and Warwickshire Housing and Economic Development Needs Assessments, November 22.
And that
Learner friend took you to page 202. This is in the PDF, I
Yes.
believe. And that was helpfully to give us our reference points.
who's that?
Well, if you look at 199, we're in the employment land needs section.
Yeah.
And then I think it took you to 202. And then he took you to paragraph 912. I think that was just the issue about forecasting. And then he took you to page 213. So it's really 213 I want to ask you about. At the top of 213, there's a heading. What is the heading, please?
Section 10, strategic V8, land use forecasting.
No, it might be my fault. 213
213 of the PDF.
of the PDF.
Right.
You should lean on what the heading is, Mr. Young.
Completion trend.
There we go.
We got those in.
Good. Okay. And then we looked at the table, and the learner friend took you to table 912 and highlighted the North Warwickshire figures. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And on the basis of that, what was put to you is an average of 15.2, and that is derived from the 121 hectares of land that was brought forward 2011 to 2019. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then obviously get an annual figure, project that forward, and then you get a figure of 304.4. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay. And then reference to how much of that was B8. We can see most of it, nearly all of it was B8. Okay. Just have a look at Nuneaton and Bedworth, will you, please?
Yes,
Okay. Neighbouring authority to this one, is that right?
it is.
Similar population, 88,000 if we're going to be precise. And look at how much they delivered between 2011 and 2019.
Yes,
Look at what their annual average as a consequence is. What's the figure, please?
2.4.
And therefore projected forward 2021 to 2041, what is the figure?
47.9.
Now we've got two authorities there, roughly the same size. One require, according to this, completions trend of 304, and the other less than 50. What does that tell us, please, about completion trends and the influence of past delivery?
It tells you if you've under delivered in the past, then your future requirements are going to be less as well.
And if you provided significantly, what is the consequence then?
You've got to provide even more.
Yeah. How useful is this, please, in light of what the local plan inspector and the core strategy inspector said as an exercise to look at past trends?
It would make you question the end result that would then come out of that, because if the past trends are something that are of concern to past inspectors, then you would say, well, why are we using past trends then?
Look at Coventry, please. One of the 20 biggest cities. We know that because they enjoy a 35% uplift, at least until next week. Their figure is 202. Okay. Now, Coventry, large city, population, I think over 300,000, 350,000. North Warwickshire, what was the population?
Ours is 65.
According to these figures, you're meant to be providing more employment land, or if we're relying on trend base, more employment land than the city of Coventry.
Yes.
What does that tell us, please?
It's very skewed in terms of the past completion skewing what the future requirements should be.
Okay. You were then, towards the end of cross-examination before lunch, taken to Mr. Bink's report. That's the appendix to his report, which he shares with Mr. Turner. Could you turn that up, please? My learned friend took you to page 77 and the table there, table 36.
Can I just check that that's 29/C?
I believe it is, yes.
And what was the paragraph number?
Page 77 in the hard copy, paragraph 4.73.
.73.
Yes.
Yes.
And you were asked about these figures, and then later on we're going to come to it. You were asked about the section 5.29 and the rate of annual take-up. Okay, but 4.73 you're asked about. Along the M42 corridor, including Junction 11, M42, A42 in the East Midlands, extended area, 27 transactions are recorded in the 5-year period, 2019 to 23, averaging 2.2 million square feet with an average of 346,337. And just dealing with that first of all, in their analysis here, have the appellants restricted themselves to area A?
No.
No. So what does that tell us, please, about the relevance and importance, even on the appellant's case, of looking outside area A?
But it shows that it is possible to look beyond the area to actually find the supply.
Yeah. Now they've included which junction, please?
Junction 11 is the one up from the one that we're talking about today, Junction 10.
And what's recently happened at Junction 11, please?
They've, Iron Properties have gone out for consultation on an additional 17 hectares of land.
Okay. And previously?
It's got 3.5 million square feet on there now. It's occupied by JLR and DSB. I think there's one unit available that's about 51,000 square feet.
Okay. Now, what does expanding Area A or including the area to include Junction 11 and the recent provision of over 3 million square feet of space, what is that likely to do to a past trend, please?
That again would, if you included that area in the future, again, you'd be expected to deliver even more again.
Is this an appropriate way to look at need?
No, because it adds more and more within that system, that it is just a continuous upward trend.
Okay, now let's look at this the other way. Imagine you provided no employment land, nor had neighbouring Northwest Leicestershire or any other neighbouring authorities we might want to look at, and you got absolutely nothing, right? What would this trend-based analysis say should be your requirement going forward if you provided absolutely nothing?
Well, if it's based purely on the trends, then you would have to provide absolutely nothing.
How useful an exercise is this?
It's an indicator of what things are required, but I wouldn't say it's the end result.
Okay, how much weight would you give on this approach, please, of relying on past trends?
Limited, right?
Just help me with this, please. If you turn to paragraph 5.29, this is my learner friend putting, quite rightly, his client's case to you. In terms of big box developments, at 5.29, it says within Area A, Mr. Binks does, within Area A of the WMSESS 2015, the available land with planning certainty allocated or consented is therefore fallen in the period 2021 to 23 with a potential 0.95 million feet to 0.55 million for large scale logistics using the 5-year average annual take up of 2.2 million. Where does he get the 2.2 million? Is it based on what we were looking at?
Yes. So,
for all grades, equates to a 3-month land supply.
yes.
Therefore, and that point was put to you, and you agree that figures. Now, you said at the end of the cross-examination, as far as the facts are concerned, i.e. the maths and so on, you agreed with that.
Yes.
But again, please, how useful an exercise to look at past trends to try and identify need?
But as I just explained, that it would go on infinitum. It would just continually grow.
I'm sure it was inadvertent from a learned friend, but that wasn't what was put. So I did put the inclusion of the Junction 11 sites. Those were specifically excluded from what I put to the witness.
Yeah.
I took it through very carefully. I did not put the 2.2 years supply. That doesn't arise from my cross-examination.
No, and forgive me, the 2.2 million is, you took it to paragraph 5.29, the 2.2 million is derived from paragraph 4.73. 4.73 says along the M4 corridor, including Junction 11, so the 2.2 million does come from that, but there are figures, we're going to come to it, there are figures which exclude that. Yes?
I'm sorry, sir. My intervention was because my learned friend incorrectly characterised my cross-examination of putting the 2.2. I did not put the 2.2. I put the figures derived from Appendix 6 and also from Chapter 4 which specifically excluded Junction 11.
Yeah.
I didn't put the 2.2, the figure I put was 1.5.
Yeah, okay, and I don't dispute that for 1 minute, but we did go to 5.29, because I've got a note of that.
We did, but the answer you just achieved did not arrive from
Okay.
our examination.
Okay, that's fine, and I don't need to trust us on that. But if you have a look, please go back to 4.74.
Yes, sir.
It says excluding the pandemic years, 2020 to 2022, 5-year take up. So that can't be from figure 36, because 36 is only a 4-year period. You can't exclude 2 years and 5 years. But from a 5-year take up within area A, it averages 1.85 million. Do you see that?
Yeah.
These figures exclude any take up from junction 11. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Go forward then to 5.29. The 1.85 figure is the figure excluding junction 11. Is that right?
Yeah.
Good. Okay. Based on a 5 years excluding 2020 to 22. Doesn't say which years, but let's just assume that's correct. Raw grades equates to 3.5 months land supply as opposed to 3. See that?
Yes.
Okay. Now just help me with this, please. Separately, even if you exclude what the appellants have done and include JLR and DSV at junction 11 of 3 million square feet, even if you exclude that, what is the difficulty, please, in your view, with arriving at these type of figures?
Because you're using something that when you give the permission, then it is part of that is the part of the take-up. But then it's then assumed that would then continue in that future trends system.
Has the local plan of the port strategy inspector endorsed that approach?
No.
No. Okay, you asked questions about rail and questions about the use of BIFT, and various questions about how these tugs, I believe they're called, could cross the A5, the tractors could cross the A5 and go around junction 10 of the motorway. Okay, just help me with this, please. Turn up D32A.
It's the funds.
It is,
Yeah.
yes. And could you go within that, please, to paragraph 915? Tell me when you're there.
Yes, I've got them, sir.
Okay, it says the vision-based travel plan estimated that the sustainable transport measures would lead to an 18% reduction in the car driver mode share, and that the proximity of the Birch Coppice rail freight facility could reduce HGV movements by 10%. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Now it says could, because is there any mechanism suggested by the appellants to tie freight movements related to their site to the Birch Coppice rail freight facility?
I don't believe there is, and I don't believe there's a condition or anything to say that the occupiers have to use that system.
But let's take it optimistically, as they put it, it could reduce it by 10%. In terms of the remaining 90%, how is that going to be transported to and from the site on a 24-hour, 365-day basis?
It would be by road.
So what weight do we give to the proximity to the rail on the other side of the A5, given that 90% of this facility is about motorised vehicles?
In my proof, I said that rail served would be a moderate weight, because if they do use rail, then that would be of moderate weight. But if it is going to mainly be road haulage, then of course, then that would be reduced.
Okay, and then finally, please, can we go to I-99? You were asked questions about that in the middle of your cross-examination. I'm taking this slightly out of sequence. And you were taken by my learned friend to page 99. Tell me when you're there.
Is that a PDF 99?
It's a CD 99.
Yeah. No,
PDF, sorry, PDF
PDF 99 within CD 99.
87.
87, yes, that's the one I got open.
Hopefully it falls open, doesn't it, where you've been?
Yep,
So,
yep.
you know, my learned friend was asking questions around here. Right, the point that was put to you was in relation to the involvement of DSV, yes?
Yes.
DSV, I think, are a logistics company, is that
They are.
right? And they have located at Junction 12. And the point that was put was in the second paragraph, PSV proposed to build a new purpose-built logistics campus. Sounds nice, doesn't it? Campus. Class B8 of 45,300 square metres, 487,605 square metres to consolidate and expand its existing Midlands operation on a single site. They have also set out their reasons for choosing this site, having looking at the wider area and what is available. And in the paragraph above, put to you, since the provision of the application, it has now been confirmed that the proposed units will be occupied by DSV, confirmed in June 2019, and Jaguar Land Rover 19th of August 2019. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the point was put to you, when the application was submitted, then DSV were not confirmed. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And just assist me with this, please. With the current application, we know obviously the application has been submitted, yes. By the time of the determination, which is what this was concerned with, by the time of the determination, this appellant confirmed any occupier of any units on the site.
The only letter that I've seen is attached as an appendix by the Budget's estate, saying that they have a potential occupier for 333,000 square feet, and that but no named occupier at all.
As far as North West Leicestershire were concerned, at the time they determined it, did they know who the occupier would be?
Yes, the two main occupiers would be, as you see there, the DSV, Jaguar Land Rover.
Yeah. Who occupies most of that site, please?
It's Jaguar Land Rover with Unipart. It's like a joint plot.
We are now past the determination. Obviously, we've proceeded to an appeal. We've had the exchange of evidence. We've had the rebuttal evidence. We've had the inquiry evidence. Have we been told of any named occupier of any of the units?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
No.
I haven't been told of any now.
Was it relevant to North West Leicestershire's officers when considering the proposal, this proposal? Was it relevant to their determination that the identity of the occupiers was confirmed?
I believe so, because they had two policies that they particularly referred to in the decision notice, and that was outside of limits of development. So for North Warwickshire, that would be outside our development boundaries. And also the EC2 one, which is their policy, which sort of mirrors ours on strategic employment.
Okay, those are all my questions. There were questions about the interpretation of policy LP6, but ultimately that's a matter for submissions.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Young and Mrs. Barrett. So we'll move on shortly to consider the evidence from the first of the appellant's witnesses on this topic. But as Mr. Leake had said earlier, I understand that a local resident, Mr. Winter.
Mr. Winter, that's right, sir.
Yeah, perhaps if Mr. Winter could come, witness it.
Very quickly.
Wait, okay, I was going to suggest the one in front of you or the one over here, as long as there's a microphone. If Mr. Winter can move there, and then I can hear what Mr. Winter wants to say, and then I can.
Oh, there you go.
Yes. Just I understand, Mr. Winter, you'd already sent in a written submission, which is as part of the local rule 6 parties appendix. So I'll turn to that, and then I understand you want to elaborate a little bit on that. Is that correct? Yeah, so just take your seats while I find that document.
So it's appendix 12. Two
Thank
Mr.
you.
Weeks' proof.
Right. Appendix 12. Okay, so I've got Appendix 12 before me. Are you going to read from that, or are you going to elaborate on it? Is your microphone on? Is there a green light on it?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so just introduce yourself briefly to the inquiry and then let me know what you want to say, please, Mr. Winter.
Councillor John Winter.
Yeah, sit down though, please, so that you're close to the microphone.
Councillor John Winter, representing Jordan Parish Council.
Uh-huh.
This government asked all wards to produce neighbourhood plans so local people could have a say in future developments, which was done by Jordan Parish Council, and it was passed by the people of Dawn, wanting to protect the gap. And the only other thing is, air pollution in Dawn is higher than some places of the government regulations. And if there's refrigerator lorries going to use a storage park, surely the engines are going to left run and keep the refrigeration going. So that should make pollution worse.
Okay.
And the people that don't did have a say in the plan that I put to a referendum and was unanimously passed. Thank you.
Okay, just stay there a second, Mr. Winter. Can I just double check, Mr. Tucker, have you got any?
So it's not my practice to cross-examine third parties, and Mr. Winter's position is clear from his letter on what he said, so I've got no questions, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Winter. I've got what you've said in writing anyway, and obviously there's been many references to the Dordon Neighbourhood Plan, and that is a document that's before the inquiry anyway, so you can be assured I'm going to have regard to relevant aspects of that when I reach my decision. Thank you. Thank you. Right, okay, well, on that note.
No, just being asked, does it need to be live streamed anymore?
I think, sorry. Yes, I think so, because we've still got 2 people not here. Professor Coleman and his friend Professor Turner and Mr. Hatfield. Professor Mustard.
Okay, well, on that note, then let's have an afternoon break now, and that'll give the opportunity for the witnesses to swap over. So 1522, let's come back at 1535. Is that okay? A little bit shorter. 1535, 1540. Preference?
1540, sir.
1540. Okay. Adjourn now and we'll resume at 1540.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, children. There's a definition. Just need to stay working.
Yeah.
I have noticed.
If you do work 17, I would be sat here 8
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
The white bread, that's brilliant.
You the big thing. What's going to make it? Yeah. So that's okay. Extremely, that's a good thing. Based on that, I'm calling the full housing witness. Yeah. This is it. In fairness. Story.
Inquiry is resumed, ladies and gentlemen. So, the moment, Mr. Tucker, ask you to introduce your witness, but just can we take a rain check on likely progress on the basis of the estimates you'd indicated round about 3/4 of an hour in chief, and Mr. Young, you'd said about a couple of hours, I think. So if we're on target for around about a 5:30 finish, that puts you around about halfway through your cross-examination. If we can be at that point, that would be helpful. So, Mr. Tucker.
Thank you, sir. Can I introduce the witness formerly known as David Binks? Mr. Binks, you are a chartered surveyor. Are you not specialising in industrial and logistics? And I read from page 3 of your brief. With over 30 years experience in this sector, you tell us you are an international partner and head of industrial and logistics agency for the Midlands at Cushman and Wakefield, currently based in their Birmingham office. You tell us you have extensive experience from a market perspective in the supply of industrial and logistics property. You tell us a variety about your past experience, as well as your past clients, half of whom seem to have turned up in the public gallery over the last couple of days. And you also tell us nature about C&W, Cushman and Wakefield, in the next paragraphs. Is that all correct?
That's all correct.
You're going to have to get the microphone near and you're going to have to direct it towards you.
It's all correct, yes.
Excellent. Thank you very much indeed. You are essentially providing market evidence. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
You tell us a little bit in relation to that about your active agency in paragraphs 1.8 through to 1.12. And you say that you feel that you are well placed to comment on supply and suitability of the appeal site. Is that all correct?
Yes.
Paragraph 1.14, could you read that out, please, and then tell me whether you stand by that?
The content of this proof of evidence contains my professional opinion and is produced in full accordance with my professional code of conduct. I am aware of my duties to the inquirer to provide my opinion, irrespective of by whom I am instructed. I can therefore confirm that the content of this proof is true to the best of my knowledge or belief.
Do you stand by that?
Yes.
Can I ask you to correct one piece of information from your advocate? I put to Miss Barrett this morning that Tesco's have taken 700,000 square feet at Patchall Farm. Can you tell us what's happened at Patchall Farm?
I understand that to be actually 500,000 square feet.
Thank you. Suitably chastised. Let me move on to other issues. So I am mindful that we have people in the public gallery, but it wasn't my intention to ask the witness to read this summary unless you wish me to do so.
No, as long as you take the witness through the relevant points as far as you're concerned, I think that will be adequate.
Thank you. First question, therefore, if I may, Mr. Binks, there is Appendix 1 to yours and also Mr. Turner's evidence, which says it's a joint set of appendices. But which bits are you responsible for?
Sections 3, 4, 5, and 6.
So 3, 4, 5, and 6 are Binks. The remainder Turner.
That's correct.
Thank you very much. In relation to the appendices, are you responsible for all of the appendices or some of the appendices?
Some of the appendices.
Okay, which ones in particular?
Sorry, Mr. Barrett, you indicate. I keep getting this slight rumbling. I don't know if other people are hearing it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
the flies that are bad across the microphone.
Ah, right.
There we go. How's that?
So is that going to be okay for you?
Ways to sabotage your witness. This has to be the most.
Let's give you my legs cool anyway. My legs are cool, that's good.
Well, if you need it on the desk, then fair enough. It's perhaps reduce the rumbling. Yeah. Right. Sorry, Mr. Tucker.
Yeah, completely forgotten the point, sir. Your appendices, or the appendices to your Appendix 1, which ones are you responsible for? It's really just to assist my learner friends if they want to ask questions.
So it is Appendix 3, which is part of the company Cushman Wakefield's research document. Appendix 4, 5, and 6.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm going to come back to 6 in a few moments, if I may. If I don't, please remind me. Right, first question. From the point in time where one comes to a site which has planning consent for logistics, let's say outline consent, how long does it take before an occupier can essentially bring it forward as being an up and running logistics scheme?
Typically, in my experience, that is starting for a site that is leveled and ready to be built on. By the time you have negotiated deals, gone through the whole process of securing the detailed planning consents on these sites, and then actually built it and then fitted it out, it is something in the order of 2 years.
2 years from scratch from a, we've heard BTS schemes and bespoke schemes, and we've heard schemes where there are buildings on site. Can you just identify those terms?
Yeah, so BTS stands for build to suit. You'll also hear it described as design and build, or D&B. Or bespoke, they all mean the same thing. They are buildings which are constructed off plan.
Thank you. So timescale wise, 2 years. In that context, explain to me, if you would please, the role of speculative developers. Mindful this is a scheme without an identified or publicly identified occupier. How do they fit into the overall market?
Speculative development occurs on sites and in markets where there is perceived to be, by those investors and developers that are building these buildings, very strong market demand for and those also supported by the background of funds that finance these projects as well. So it is a way of meeting immediate demand in the market for occupiers. Most occupiers are very short-sighted sometimes in terms of the timescale they give themselves to deliver new facilities, and therefore the existence of brand new buildings is a very good way of filling that immediate demand.
Thank you. Immediate need has been an issue at this inquiry and how it's manifest. Forget for a moment Ms. Barrett's view of immediate need. In terms of your perspective, how does immediate need manifest itself?
In market terms, we see immediate need in a variety of different ways. There's either an occupier that is looking for an immediate existing building and has an immediate requirement normally within a matter of a few months, or it is an occupier with a build-to-suit requirement who is looking for something more bespoke and is generally looking for that to be delivered within a 2-year timescale.
Thank you. Let's move from the generality to the specific. The location of the appeal site, how is that viewed in market terms?
In market terms, quite simply, it is perceived as absolutely prime. Its proximity to the junction of the M42 at the crossroads of the A5. In general logistics terms, it's a nodal point in the strategic road network. And you see this in other locations around the country as well, particularly at the A50 and the M1 in Leicestershire. And it's a place where occupiers can move their goods north and south with relative ease, which gives them access to their markets and their customers.
Thank you. So the location is viewed as prime in market terms. What about the nature of availability of sites in this location? How's that perceived?
In market terms, when I look around the region, and particularly in the M42 corridor, there are none that I can specifically identify, maybe other than Headmore.
We heard from Ms. Barrett that the council, as part of its local plan process, has been receiving, putting it neutrally, visits from a number of logistics operators, so Modwins, IM, Prologis, one of them, over the last few weeks. What, if anything, does that tell you about the temperature of the local market?
It tells me that it's very strong in terms of the demand for space in that kind of market. These investors and developers wouldn't be making those approaches. They didn't believe the same in terms of their actual the market strength for occupiers looking for space in this part of the world.
Thank you. And help me if you would. In market terms, how is built development as opposed to pre-existing built development, let's say the BECO site, compared to land viewed in terms of meeting need for this sort of sector?
Existing buildings meet specific requirements. They are fixed in their nature. The BECO building, if you reverse that one specifically, is 160,000 square feet. It will suit an occupier which has a requirement for 160,000 square feet. Likewise, the other buildings that have been referred to in the M42 corridor meet specific needs. If you're an occupier that doesn't have a need for that specific size of building, then they are largely unsuitable.
The appeal proposals involve, it's up to 100,000 square metres of B8 with 5,000 up to 10,000 of B2 EG3. And there's the issue of the SME requirements as well. But in terms of the scale of what is proposed here, how does that gel with or not gel with the nature of the market in this area?
It gels exceptionally well with the nature of the market in this location, and you just need to look around what's occurred around the junction at sort of Tamworth, at Birch Coppice, the scale of the buildings. One might expect to see exactly the same, similar size buildings or bigger coming forward in that location on the hillside.
We know the minimum size site of any building on the appeal site for the B8 will be 100,000 square foot. How does that gel? How does that fit in market terms?
Again, in market terms, we're talking about big box logistics. I would say the industry accepted definition of big box logistics is about 100,000 square feet. So from that perspective, it fits very well indeed.
Thank you. And in terms of what the industry does with schemes of this nature, what would you anticipate to happen in the event that the appeal is allowed?
If the appeal is allowed, one would expect obviously the site to be prepared, it will be marketed, and there will be discussions with occupiers. As we, part of our previous order, suggested that we had conversation with one occupier specifically at the moment, which has been referred to previously about 333,000 feet. Regrettably, the non-disclosure and confidentiality agreements reason we can't identify that occupier. These occupiers work in very competitive environments, and they are very nervous about their names being released. So unfortunately, we can't actually confirm the identity of them.
Household name or not household name? Household name. Thank you. In relation to the proposition that there isn't an immediate need because an occupier hasn't been identified in the public forum, what do you say as to that?
I look at the scale of demand occurring along the corridor and across the region, and I, to be honest, I understand that comment. I think there is a huge amount of demand for big box logistics along this corridor and in the wider region as well.
And dealing with the proposition that there are some sites, E2, and some buildings, Hall, that could accommodate some scale of development. Why should that not lead to the conclusion that there isn't a need?
They meet specific demands. The existing buildings that are being talked about meet specific size range demands. Occupiers are quite fixed in when they look at the space in terms of what they need, and then varying the size range, you can decide as costs one way or another, or it's too small, it just doesn't work for them. They can't break from it. As for the existing sites, my understanding is that the site that is essentially available at this moment in time, Eddingmore has some BT restrictions on internet, will not necessarily 100% suitable for B8 logistics. And as for the
that's site 1B, I think we read.
Yes. And the small sites with the allotments on it, E2, I think it's called, if I recall correctly. My understanding is that can only accommodate roughly 150,000 square feet of space. It has a variety of different challenges to bring that forward, and it is likely that will be developed for buildings below 100,000 square feet.
I'll come back to the sites within the corridor in a few moments. Can I just ask you another question before I do so, which is your proof touched upon what's characterised as suppressed demand. What do you mean by that?
Suppressed demand, in very simple terms, is if the supply isn't there, the demand can't take it. If I can just maybe give a small analogy there, if there isn't an apple on the shelf, I can't buy it. And it's a very similar sense. If there isn't a building or a site there, then the occupier can't take it. And that leads to demand not manifesting itself in markets, because occupiers will make the choice not to do anything. If they can't find that preferred site, often they say, well, we just won't take this forward, or they will wait till the right site comes up.
Section 5 of your evidence is entitled Consequences of Not Meeting Evidenced Immediate Need for Strategic Employment Site. If you can give examples, that would be great. If not, don't worry. What happens if there aren't sites to meet demand? What do businesses do, and what have businesses done?
So, I mean, in a number of, I'll come to a number of examples, but I think if there isn't a site available, then they will either not do anything, they just don't do anything, they stop it, and they don't expand, they don't move their logistics locations. They work with what they've got until something does become available. And by way of an example, there are a couple in the region which were referred to in the proof of evidence. There is obviously the DSV requirement, which looked in the town location of this junction, 10 M42 location for probably 5 years. And they couldn't find that location. And they were eventually forced, because they had no choice, to relocate to the Junction 11 site at Mercia Park. The same could be said for the pallet network, also referenced in proof of evidence. Looked a coal steel based occupier, spent many years looking for the right site. It had operations in East Birmingham as well. Wanted to bring them all together into a large logistics location, couldn't find a location in the M42 corridor, which is where all their staff was based. They were forced to take it to Swappingcote. Again, and not out of choice, but because they had no other option.
So you've covered two alternatives there, one of which is not moved for a period of time, and then move to a suboptimal location.
Suboptimal location, yeah. And the reason I use that word suboptimal location is because occupiers, when they take their location analysis, they do a huge amount of modelling using a variety of different models, looking at labour costs, availability, transport costs, proximity to their customers. The actual commercial elements of the deal are largely at the lower end of their considerations. So if they have to move just 10 miles up the road, and if I give an example, they're moving several hundred vehicles a day to and from that building, that extra 10 miles drives a huge amount of additional cost and inefficiency. And it's really bad for the environment in terms of the extra carbon emissions that it generates as well.
We're told that the UK needs to improve its productivity. We get that from the passage we looked at in the head now. Staying put and making do, how does that improve productivity?
Again, it doesn't allow these companies to grow. They become very fixed in what they're doing. They physically can't expand, so they're not actually growing or generating employment. So it fixes them in a particular place. They just can't find anywhere else to go, so they tend to stay exactly where they are.
We heard, I think he got his first mention in the evidence yesterday afternoon, the site in Hinkley and Bosworth, Patchwell Farm. Can you tell us a little bit about Patchwell Farm, please?
Yeah, it's a site being promoted by a developer. It achieved consent. I know this quite well because one of my clients was also looking at this particular site at the same time. And there were two organisations doing it very carefully. My particular client, Unbc Logistics, didn't take it forward because they didn't believe the story around the delivery in planning terms. My understanding is that the other organisation, Syncreon, which is now known as DP World,
what do they do, by the way?
That it was a contract logistics for a well-known mobile phone operator and handset supplier, if I can put it like that.
Okay, sorry, I interrupted.
And they spent a good 12-18 months talking to the developer about their interest in the site. And they had operations very close by, just on the opposite side of the road. And they got very frustrated with the whole process when they decided not to proceed with their interest in that site. They relocated the entire operation to South Coventry, to a site that wasn't immediately available. It had been prepared, the infrastructure was going in, and then it had a full planning ticket for it.
So that's the moving to a different location, not
Yes.
the preferred location example. Any comments about that in economic terms?
Well, again, they had all of their staff in the Hinkley area, so they would have had to relocate a huge amount of those staff from that area to the South Coventry location. They no doubt would have had to have gone and found some more, because some of those staff may not have gone with them. And also having separating their options, creating two different operations, creates a lot of productivity and efficiencies in terms of running two sets of offices and various other services that these businesses use.
Let me take you back in time a little bit, please. Let me take you back in time to where the word Brexit had not been invented. to a time when Vladimir Putin was just a weirdo that hung at the end of the G7s and was invited along from time to time, when nearshoring was something you did on the beach. Let me take you back to the time of the core strategy. There, within the GL Hearn report, it talks about some requirements of the strategic logistics being footloose. Is that still the case in relation to the logistics sector?
My experience in terms of advising these occupiers, and we do a lot of what we call occupational representation, where we're actually advising occupiers to go and find new locations for their networks and their operations, is that before they do that, they go through this huge amount of, it's almost scientific these days in terms of identifying which locations they can consider, or which location is their preferred location, I should say. And that's a question of modelling transport costs, as I say, access to their customers, where they're going to get their labour from, how much that labour is, what the business environment and support is around it. And they put all that into some very sophisticated models, and it gives them a very specific location as to where they want to locate their operations. So it isn't a question of saying they're footloose. They have a specific location that they focus on. What you see is that because they're professionally advised, and by the way, we have suites of people doing that for our clients across the country. We have analysts, we have supply chain consultants and data analytics guys doing this day in, day out. Once they've identified that location, they'll be seeking advice from somebody like myself, saying, well, what's available in that location? If that initial advice comes back and says, well, there's nothing, or it's very, very limited, then they will no doubt instruct us to go and look elsewhere and have a think about what else might be available. That's not a suggestion, in my view, that they're footloose. It's a suggestion that they have to think about a location-specific solution that they need to focus on. And actually, sometimes they'll say, if we can't find the right location in the preferred location where we want to be, then we just simply won't do anything.
The examples in terms of what happens if that you're giving your proof include potentially leaving the region or leaving the country. Can you just explain that, please?
Yeah.
Examples?
I mean, there are some examples, actually, where they will either do nothing or they will relocate to a very different region. I had a customer very recently that was looking for a specific facility in the Midlands, and they couldn't find what they wanted. They decided to relocate the whole thing abroad.
Which is the point you pick up your 5.4. Again, self-evident, no doubt, but how does that assist in terms of furthering the productivity of the United Kingdom economy?
It doesn't, I would say. It's quite the opposite. It's actually very damaging.
Now, we know about one specific interest in the site. How would you characterise interest generally in relation to this site in the event that consent is allowed?
Well, over the past number of years, the landowners have had several discussions with interested parties in the site, and name a number of them in my proof of evidence, including the likes of Aldi, and we also talked about a network. They talked to DSV, and they all expressed an interest in the site at this time. So I would characterise that as demonstrating some very strong interest in the location and their operations and its location.
Yeah, you told us about DSV. We heard about Palletways. Aldi, where did they go?
Aldi didn't do anything. In fact, they did have. Sorry, that's not quite correct. They had a location. They did actually go and buy a site in Leicestershire.
Thank you. Yeah, and when the inspector goes to Netherfield Road, might he see that site?
Yes.
But when he goes to space, might he see that site?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Right. I just want to understand a point about supply and demand. We heard the agreement of Ms. Barrett that one way of looking at need is to look at demand and compare that with supply. That's the reason I can lead on relation to that. So I just want to look at the issue in terms of past take-up, first of all, if I may. You have produced the relevant part of the Appendix 1. Can you just take up that, please? the bits of these reports that just get tapped and flick through. Let's do it backwards. Paragraph 5.29 does the calculation. So
This is in the appendix.
the appendix to the proof. C and W report. 5.29 does a calculation. Page 89 of appendix 1. Thank you. This is under the title Supply of Land and Buildings along the M42 corridor, Area A stroke Area 2 and Junction 11 M42 stroke A42. Okay. So title is there. In relation to the 2.2, I think you calculate that a little earlier in the evidence. If I may. Which takes us back to a number of sites which are on page 77. Do you have that?
Yes.
Keep your finger on page 89. You've got a figure of 2.2 million and 1.85 million square feet per annum. Yeah.
Yes.
We go back to page 77. Simple title, Sub-Regional Trends. Got a paragraph 473 along the M42 corridor and including Junction 11, M42 and A42 in the East Midlands extended area, 27 transactions were recorded in a 5-year period, averaging 2.2 million per annum with an average size of 350,000, and then tells us 92% of logistics. See that?
Yes.
Now, a point was made. Well, hold on a second. Area A is much bigger than the M42, A42 corridor.
It said it was much bigger outside of area A.
Put it in a different way. Area A and Area 2 are not geographically coincident, are they?
No.
The transactions that you identify, do you look at the whole of Area A, or do you look at what you describe in 4.73, namely the M42, A42 corridor?
We looked at the wider, both the Area A and the M42 corridor as well.
Thank you. We are directed to those transactions, I think, in Appendix 6 of your evidence. Is that right?
That's correct.
And have you been back to Appendix 6 to look to see which of those transactions are within Area 2?
Yes.
Now, this is where, if we need to, we can go through the maths, or you can be challenged in relation to it. Have you worked out what the take-up is within Area 2, considering the years pre-COVID, excluding Junction 11?
Yes.
What's the figure? Per annum figure.
Per annum figure of 1.5 million.
Now, tell us how you got to that, please.
So we have looked at those years. We have looked at everything above 100,000 square feet.
Sorry, when you say those years,
Sorry, the previous 5 years, 2019 to 2023.
Is that inclusive?
Yes.
then take away the Brexit ones. Take away the Brexit.
So hold on. Let's take it in stages. Which years have you looked at?
2019 to 2023.
Yeah. 2019 to 2023. Based on that, excluding Junction 11, looking at the Area A site, what's the total figure based on your Appendix 6?
7.6 million.
7.6 million.
Yes.
And to get to an annual figure,
Divided it by 5.
divided by 5, and that gives you 1.5 mil. Thank you. If we go back to, give me, paragraph 5.29, we have figures that are there given for the total number of transactions, which says a figure which excludes 2020 to 2022, i.e. the COVID years.
Yes.
We're still living in the Brexit years. Even under a friend's intervention. God help us. So, do you have a figure for the excluding the COVID years?
1.85 million square feet.
Okay. So, those are the divisors. Let's look at the supply side of things, if you will, please. Broadly speaking, what's the total supply within area 2 as we sit here today?
1 million square feet.
Good. And whereabouts do we find that 1 million square feet?
Is just below paragraph 5.31. Existing big box building supply in figure 4.
Yeah. Which gives us a total of 1.6.
Yes, there's been some changes since then.
Yeah. Tell us what the changes are.
So the Prologis midpoint reference 370,000 feet, that was withdrawn from the market.
Okay, so that's gone.
If you exclude Mercia Park from that figure, as that is outside area 2,
So Mercy Park comes out.
you add back in some of the 118,000 square feet at Samoy Park Tamworth, which has emerged in the market very recently.
That's the vacant unit at Tamworth Logistics Park.
Correct. The BK units of 160,000 square feet at Hansall.
Yeah.
Includes a Prologis building, 160,000 square feet at Midpoint Business Park in Birmingham.
So we've already, so we took out 500,000 from Prologis, we're adding that back.
Yeah, they're different buildings. Yeah. And the Hansall building, DC2, which is 260,000 square feet. And we also include 2 buildings, Redditch Gateway, 286,000 square feet in total. Sorry, so it's 300,000 square feet.
Okay.
I'm really sorry. Yeah, you took one out, Prologis, and it was 375,000 withdrawn from the market.
Yes.
So where that was?
That's Prologis Park Midpoint. It's reference 3 in the table.
Midpoint.
Tell you what might be an idea, not that I want to set your homework overnight, Mr. Vince. Would you be able to prepare an up-to-date table to replace this, just to take account of what you said in the sheet, of course?
Yes.
In addition to those, we have E2, which is an allocated site, which we heard there's agreement, it's around about 150,000 square feet in 2 buildings if they came forward. Would you add that into big box supply, given that they're less than 100,000?
No.
Okay. So if we compare your figures in terms of annualized demand as against what we have actually at the moment in the market, what does that leave us with?
Sorry.
If you compare the annualized demand figure, either
Yes.
1.5 or 1.85 figure, and compare that to what you've identified in the market, what if anything does that tell you, both in terms of year supply and more substantively, the so what point, what does that tell the inspector about whether there is or isn't a need, and whether it is or isn't immediate?
It tells me that there is, broadly speaking, roughly 7 months supply existing in the corridor relative to standard market metrics around what represents a market in equilibrium, if you like, and their own internal statistics around what looks at market equilibrium. Then we are substantially undersupplied in the corridor.
What adjective would you use in terms of the degree of undersupply?
Critical.
Okay. But the fact that there isn't an identified occupier and a commitment for there to be a 106 obligation for that identified operator, or indeed a personal permission sought, to what extent, if at all, does that temper your judgment, which appears to be the council's case?
I don't think it tempers it a great deal. It's awful. It's one of those situations where occupiers are very nervous to commit to sites that don't have planning consents. They're not entertaining risks in delays and timescales, slippages, and obviously the situation, potentially as evidenced by the synchronous conversation across the border in Hinkley, where they don't get the consent at that time. So and that has really damaging implications for their operations. They're working to particular deadlines. They may have a particular customer contract that requires them to deliver a building or a facility in a very specific timescale. So therefore, they simply ignore these sites that don't have consent.
Q. Locations outside of Area 2. Within North Warwickshire, let's think about Myra, which for me is always the manufacturer of a shower, but I think in this instance is a motor industry research establishment. Are there other sites outside of Area 2 that could accommodate the need within North Warwickshire?
Not that I'm aware of.
Q. If one steps over the border into Leicestershire, does Leicestershire have its own needs, or is it simply the joyous recipient of overspill needs from North Warwickshire?
I would suggest they have their very own needs. They're a very particular market. The M1 corridor through Leicestershire and the northern part of the M42 corridor is very much a very specific Leicestershire need.
We know local vacancies are 4 to 5%. We know a marketing equilibrium is 8% based on the Savills work that Ms. Barrett told us about. What, if anything, does that tell you about whether there is or isn't an immediate need for additional sites?
It tells me that the market is out of equilibrium, and just on those numbers alone, there is a severe shortage of suitable sites in the area.
Back to your core information, what about land values? What do land values tell us anything in relation to when there is or isn't a need?
You can see land values in my evidence that they have increased dramatically over the course of the past few years. I think I referenced something in the order of 300% increases in land values in that period. So it's dramatic. You have investors, developers, and indeed the owner-occupier bidding against each other for land in these locations because it is in such a short supply.
Thank you. We know that there's been a call for sites, which is to be given negligible weight, we've been told. We know there's been large areas of land identified in relation to the calls for sites. We know that there are even some prospective developers looking to bring forward applications on greenbelt sites in relation to that. How do those potential sites help in terms of meeting the need in market terms?
In market terms, my view would be that they do not help at all. Why? Because most of the occupiers would simply ignore them. Why? Because they're in their terms and in their view, they're looking to deliver a particular operation within a particular time scale with a particular customer. They have deadlines to work to, and they simply won't take that risk or that cost implication in pursuing a site that doesn't have a planning consent.
Thank you. Contrast, if you would please, the situation with the appeal site. How would that be viewed in market terms if the appeal is allowed?
If the appeal is allowed, I would anticipate the current customer, whose name we can't mention, unfortunately, the non-disclosure agreements would advance that conversation with us almost immediately. And I would expect the other conversations that we have had to re-emerge very quickly. And I myself be tracking many requirements along the M42 corridor, and I would anticipate that they will want to come and have a conversation with the landowners about this particular site.
Sometimes at planning inquiries, believe it or not, there are objections from competing developers who have their own commercial interests. Are there any objections that you are aware of from any of the promoters of the other potential logistics sites to this scheme?
No.
Does that tell you anything in relation to the extent of the need out there?
It tells me that by implication they are supportive, and I believe that we have seen received some supporting correspondence from one of those promoters in the area as well.
Next, master plans. There have been differing master plans over time since the application was first submitted as recently as December 2021. Can you tell me the status of master plans in market terms, please?
In market terms, master plans are very much about demonstrating a variety of different solutions to the development. In this particular instance, a variety of those master plans that you see have been drawn specifically for some of those occupiers that I named earlier. So it demonstrates to me that those master plans are actually drawn for specific requirements on this particular site. But it also demonstrates an ability to accommodate a variety of different sizes on the site as well. And that is a response to market demand. for particular sorts of locations. And as we say, stating in proof of evidence, the average size, broadly speaking, about 325,000 square feet. And one of those master plans addresses that particular need. And as I say, a number of the other ones are very specifically drawn for those occupiers that we've had conversations with.
Is there a single unit available in area 2 which meets that requirement as we sit here today?
No, if you're looking above 280,000 square feet, there isn't anything available in this location.
Thank you. We looked at the Headner, Coventry and Warwickshire Headner earlier today. You don't need to take it up unless you wish to do so. But that showed that if you look at past trends for big box logistics and projecting them forwards, I gave you about 12.5 hectares per annum. We also know we're a couple of years off the adoption of the emerging local plan if everything goes to plan. There's a betting movement for us if you want to take bets. A couple of years off in relation to that. What would you say about the proposition that, well, all this should all await the local plan and that the need could be met at that stage?
I think that will compound the current critical shortage which I've described over the next few years as the emerging plans come forward. It's not going to improve the situation, it's actually going to make it worse.
Nature of the application is my last question. This is an outline application. Is that unusual in the state? Is it, for instance?
I don't think so, no. I mean, from what I've seen, all the applications around the junction, so sort of Tamworth, and Birch Coppice, parts of Birch Coppice, and some of the other locations, and indeed Warwickshire 2 were capable in outline. I believe they include sites as well across the border, so she was in outline. It also is a response to partly the market and partly customers changing their mind. By that I mean when you are talking to a occupier about a build-to-suit solution, inevitably, in my experience, and I'm sure that mine so to say, is that sometimes they don't know what they want. So whilst a developer will draw plans to suit their initial thoughts, through that process they will change their mind. So what that basically means is that they will put an outline in to give the occupier comfort they have the planning consent, and then they will follow it through with more detailed permissions and request for permission once they actually know what they want to do.
Thank you. Should one infer anything with regards to question of need from the fact that this is an outline application rather than a hybrid application?
No.
Anything else to add, Mr. Binks, before I hand you over to the tender mercies of Mr. Young? Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Binks.
Okay, thank you very much. Bear with me a moment, please.
I always regret not being an American advocate, so I can say your witness, Councillor.
Mr. Young, when you're ready to begin your cross-examination.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm very glad we're not in America because you just shout out overruled all the time. Right, good afternoon. We're going to start now and then it's going to carry on tomorrow. Okay, but we are going to have a break in between. As far as your role is concerned, I'm blessed with 4 witnesses to deal with need from the appellants. And one of them deals with, Mr. Hatfield deals with rail. I've got somebody dealing with need, but as far as the market and the supply is concerned, I've got yourself and Mr. Turner, is that right?
Just myself in terms of the market.
Yeah, you on the market, and then he deals with the trends and so on, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, I'm going to try and limit myself to that. If I stray into his area, you can immediately put a flag up and say, no, ask the next witness. That's fine from my point of view, okay? Let's start with area 2. Now, immediately opposite this site, St Modwin secured planning permission for their site, didn't they?
Yes.
And as my friend said, you act for all of these operators, so you know what happened with St Modwin. They secured planning permission, and then they built, I think, 4 buildings, is it, on the site?
Correct.
Which is about 100,000 square meters or 1 million square feet. Is that right?
Yes.
So sort of similar to the site that your clients are looking at. And within that context, we know, don't we, that it took a number of years to get occupiers across the site. Yes. Yes. How long did it take to fill the site, please, from when they got permission in 2016?
In total, I estimate that would be certainly 2.5, 3 years.
2.5 to 3 years. Okay, so from 2016 until 2019, yes?
From the point of them starting on site, I understand they started a little later than 2016. So
Yeah,
maybe 2018.
When was the last occupier in? That might be the easiest thing to do.
I think that's one would be probably about 2 years ago.
About 2 years ago. So we're in 2024, 2022, last occupier. So 2016 to 2022, that's a 6-year period, yeah? Yes. Good. Okay, so that gives us a time scale about how filling up how quickly these things can fill up. And it's right, isn't it? Unfortunately, in one of those 4 large buildings, the firm's gone into administration. That's right. And as a consequence of which, and the inspector's already seen it, we've got to let signs up because someone will need another occupier. Yes? Yes. It's in administration. I think they effectively just have to close down the operation. And so we now have that unit available on the market, don't we, at this location? Yes. How big is that unit, please?
118,000 square feet.
118,000 square feet. And obviously, when you wrote your evidence, the original, was that site vacant at the time? No, so it's become vacant since writing your report. That's correct. Yeah. Okay. At this point in time, obviously, we don't know how long it's going to remain vacant, but there is, at this location, an available premises already. And how high is that premises, please?
I understand that it's 12.5 metres high.
Yeah.
That's the underside of a porch. It's a clear working height.
Yeah, okay. Good. If we go down to Hams Hall, because that's another, and of course, to model in is rail connected, in your definition, yes? Yes. So whoever takes that can have that rail connection, yes? Yes. Yeah. Okay. Hams Hall then, equally rail connected, yes? Yes. And that site has got 2 premises there. You dealt with that, I think, in your evidence in chief. Just tell us about the size of those units down there.
There is a refurbished unit which is built in the 1990s. That's about 160,000 square feet. And there is a speculative 260,000 square foot building, which is known as DC2.
Okay. And when we say speculative building, that means it's already been built. Yeah. Who has built that?
Prologis.
Prologis. Okay. A well-known operator in this market, obviously.
Yes.
So we've got 118,000 square feet. We've got 160,000 square feet and 260,000 square feet buildings in those 2 rail connected locations, yes? Yes. Yeah. Okay. Redditch, there is a site there. This is now, wasn't in area A, but is now included in area 2, yes? Correct, yes. And area A is narrowed, if you like, in the central Birmingham area, and then it just goes round the M42 round to Redditch, yeah? And in that location, we've got a building of 280, so nearly 300,000 square meters. Is that right?
Not 300 feet.
Yes. Yeah, 289,015 square feet. And then we've got another building, which is 161,922 square feet. Yes? Yes. So together, those 2 deliver 450,937. Yes? Pennymore then, And it might be worth having a look, please, at Appendix 2. If you haven't got it, I think we had some hard copies done. If anybody wants those, of Appendix 2 rebuttal to Mrs. Barrett's evidence.
So this witness's report.
No, Mrs. Barrett's evidence. Appendix 2.
Can you guide me through that, Mr. Young? It says Appendix 1 on the front.
And then just behind that, it's a relatively short document, Appendix 1. And then Appendix 2
Yeah, I have it. Thank you.
is behind it. Okay, do you have that?
I do, yes.
Okay, now, I've obviously tabbed mine all up so I can find everything quickly, but if it takes you a bit longer, don't worry about it. We've got all the sites listed here, and Pedimore is, as we know, on the edge of Birmingham, yes?
Yes.
Pedimore is an allocation. It's number 54 in this list. So my guess is, I know it's in part 3. Because I've got it in 3 parts, I can't give you the combined numbers, sir, but
I'm just going to ask you as well. Sorry, I have to move away from the microphone to. I'll do it here. My appendix for my appendix 2 ends at site 40. So presumably there's a later bit within the same document where there's the next bit for that.
So you have a look at my rather conveniently tabbed section.
Yeah.
I've got in yellow part 1.
Okay.
I've then got in red part 2.
Yeah.
I've come across another sheet like that.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. And then we go to another yellow section, or green in fact, which is, this is part 3.
So which one's Pedimore in?
Pedimore is in part 3.
Part 3.
And it's site 54.
Okay. I'll work with this one because I'll tab it. But,
Okay.
Thank you.
What we're going to do, if it's taking a lot of time at all, we'll obviously bring it over to you.
So I've just spotted a site 65 there, so I'm going the right way now. Site 53, did you say?
54.
54.
If it helps you at all overnight, Mr. Binch, you might want to just put a flag in for where each site is. Yeah. Since there's no football to watch, if you recall what happened last night.
You don't know which part of the appendices it's in, do you, in the
It's
electronic version?
3.
Thank you.
Is that the first page of it?
So it's yellow. They all have their own brands, so you usually find them on their colours.
Okay.
So, Mr. Binks, it's in part 3, and I'm told page 25, you log on to the electronic version. Otherwise, we really will be here all night referencing online. So it's 36B, CDD 36B. I'm told it's page 25 PDF.
Yeah, thank you. So just to check, this will help. Mr. Tucker, Mr. Binch, do you have it in 4 parts?
Yes.
No. Oh, sorry, I have the electronic one. Yes, it's in the council's website.
Electronic one in 4 parts, yes.
Good, excellent. So you've got Pedimore in front of you there.
Appendix 2, part 3.
Yeah. Okay, and it says a new era for industrial and logistic property.
25.
Yes.
Okay, and then if we go forward, what we're looking for is layout plans. And we've got design your mind's eye, which is an aerial photograph. It's about 10 pages in. Do you have that?
I've got room to breathe as an aerial photograph on page 28.
Yeah, if we go to design your mind's eye,
A few pages beyond that.
thank you, sir. The page 35. There we go. Okay, so now Headingley is located in the green belt. You're aware of that, was. And then through the development plan process, it was land taken out of the green belt and allocated for development, yes?
Yes.
And it was in the Birmingham development plan, very significant site. And it is in the control partly of Birmingham City Council, isn't it?
Yes.
As far as the other landowner concerned, who is that, please?
Iron Properties.
Yeah. How experienced are IM Properties in logistics, please?
Very experienced.
Yeah. Okay, so if we look at that image, the building, the largest building, which is on the right-hand side, is the one that is the land that's controlled by, it's an image, it's land controlled by Birmingham. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And I think it's identified for 1 million square feet, yes?
Yes.
But they don't want to just have logistics in there. They want B2. They want an industrial operator, don't they?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's their position anyway, as it stands. And then we've got the building which is perpendicular to that, and in the middle of the site as well. Now that one is occupied, I think. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Who's on that?
That's Amazon.
Amazon. So this is where Amazon have taken I think 700 approximately square foot area and built a 4-story building. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. And Amazon are, as we know, a logistics operator. Yes.
Yes.
You can buy literally anything from them. So as a logistic operator, they have taken the space that's available. Obviously, highly desirable to be on the edge of the second biggest city. Yes.
Yes.
In terms of marketplace, that gives them good penetration into the West Midlands and the conurbation. Yes.
Yes.
And as a consequence, they've started to look at multi-layered logistics. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Good. Okay. And as far as that's concerned, then that's obviously not available. But the other areas are available, as I understand it. And is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And if we have a look over the page, open your eyes to the options. You sound going to have fun with all these slogans. Yeah. So we've opened our eyes and we can see, can't we, that next to the roundabout, the main roundabout into Headingley, there's 160,500 square foot building capable of being built there.
180.
180, forgive me. I'm undershooting the capacity. But 180, is that built yet or is that site available?
That site is available.
Available, good. Okay. If we go north of the Birmingham City Council site, we can see 3 buildings, the largest of which is shown as 150,000, yes?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And I think as far as this is concerned, what they talk about is the ability to combine that. So there's 151,750 square feet, 145,500 and 70,000 square feet, but it could be combined into a single building, which I think they identify as 400,000 square feet, yes?
Yes.
If you go multi-layered like Amazon, of course, you can increase that, can't you?
Yes.
What did Amazon achieve by way of a total floor space, given they've gone to 4 layers?
Approximately 2.3 million feet.
2.3 million. So that shows the power of vertical integration, doesn't it? Yeah. Okay. You can more than double, that's treble, in fact, I think, of their original floor space area. Yeah. Good. Okay. So that is also in area A. Yes.
Yes.
Also in area 2. Yes.
Yes.
And is, as we know, an allocated site that's been brought forward through releasing land from the greenbelt. Yes.
Yes.
So we can see that as far as Birmingham is concerned, they took a development plan-led approach, brought the site forward, and as far as logistics is concerned, it's being occupied already, yes?
Yes.
In terms of what's available then, what we can count into this is the 180,000 square foot building, yes?
Yes.
And the potential 400,000 square foot building.
Yes, if I can clarify, my understanding of the planning consent here, that only 5 hectares, of that total 2 sites that you've identified there, it's about 11.35 hectares.
Yeah.
My understanding of the planning consent there is that only 5 hectares of it is, 5 hectares of it is B2 use.
Yeah, okay. Out of the 11.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
Yeah. So therefore, anything bigger than the B2 allocation, 5 hectares, or anything larger than the B8, the remaining 6 to 7 hectares, my understanding is that would require some form of rewriting of the planning consent.
okay.
And the reason I make that point is because most occupiers wouldn't bear it. They won't wait around for that sort of uncertainty.
Yeah. IN might seek to try and change the planning permission, but as you say, somebody who wants something now might say, well, we're going to go elsewhere. So the inspector's got a really clear position on this. You're saying of the 11.3, those 2 sites amount to 11.35 hectares, is that right?
Correct.
And 5 of that will need to be B2.
Yes.
Okay, so on my maths, that leaves 6.35. Yeah. 6.35. You could use most of the larger of those 2 sites for the 400,000 square foot building. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. And if you go vertically, up to over 1 million. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. Okay. All right. That's very helpful. If we go down to Redditch then. Actually, before we get to Redditch, let's go to Prologis Park, midpoint. That's document 40 in here, or site 40. Site 40 is in the first section. So if you go to that appendix. Yeah. And it's right at the end, a couple of pages with brochure from midpoint. It's 52 there. I'm very glad we got past the point where my friend didn't want to use first names. It's late. And he's gay. Good. Okay. If we have a look at midpoints.
I'm not there, I'm afraid, Mr. Young. I've overshot it. I went 38 then.
I'm definitely not using your Christian names.
Call everyone David.
Oh, yeah. There's a TV channel about that.
Right. Oh, yeah, site 40. I got it. Thank you.
Okay, now midpoint, again, in area A and more particularly now in area 2. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. It's quite close to Peddymore, but getting a bit closer into the urban conurbation that is Birmingham, yes?
Yes.
And it's a very well established location. We're near the Spitfire roundabout, you'll know that. And we can see JLR. Then that's a Castle Bromwich factory, isn't it? We can see in that image. And then if we come forward, we can see the operators, Amazon, Land Rover, and Cadbury's. So household names, yeah?
Yes.
And within that site, next to DHL is Midpoint, DC6. And as far as that's concerned, please, how large is that unit?
160,000 square feet.
164,000 square feet. Okay, good. So near to the appeal site, going south at least, because that's what we have to do in area 2, we've got immediately south of the site St Modwin, a little bit further south Hams Hall. We've then got Peddymore, and we've got Prologis Midpoint Park. Yes?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. We've got all of those. Now, the nature of Area 2 is it now includes Redditch, and we've had a look at those 2 figures. Just have a look in the brochure for me, please. Redditch is in that same PDF, but near the start. and it's a red single sheet.
Reference online.
It's the 11th page in the PDF, and it's in landscape.
Got it.
Okay, and what we've got there are 2 units just by the Coventry Highway, and then the road, the Birmingham Road. Are they built?
Yes.
Okay. How recently were they built?
We're going to the launch event probably about 4 months ago.
4 months ago. Okay, so they've come forward. 2 buildings. We can see the size of them, and
Sorry, just to correct that, it's actually about 6 months ago.
6 months. Okay, no, that's fine. I'm not going to hold you to your couple of months, but it's been there for 6 months. Okay, and that is what we now can include in the area 2. Yes.
Yes.
These areas are defined by market demand. They're not planning areas, are they?
They are the areas that the market see be the most relevant to the logistics of activity. Yes.
Yeah, and what we mean by market is commercial operators, where commercial operators would like to go. It's a way of differentiating between different areas. It is brought into planning policy by virtue of policy LP2, referring to the area and the successor area, but these haven't been drawn up by some local authority, sub-regional body or anything like that. These are defined by the market operators, yes?
I think you misspoke to LP2, you mean LP6.
LP6, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right. So that's what we've got in that area. I've come on later to the issue about the site at Birch Coppice. There's 2 sites, and I think we talked about the size of those. But the ones we've been looking at, St Modwyn, Hamshall, Redditch, Peddymore, Prologius Park, they are all existing buildings with the exception of one at Hamshall. Is that right?
Sorry,
And Peddymore.
they're all existing buildings except for Peddymore.
Yeah, and when I mean existing, I mean they've just been built.
Yes.
I don't mean they've been there for 20 years. I mean, yeah, okay, all right. And what the market is obviously interested in the end of the day, is a building to occupy. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And therefore, they are available to the market. Yes.
Yes.
They are available to operators. Yes. Yeah. Good. We obviously have seen how you yourselves, or your analysis and Mr. Turner's analysis, hasn't limited itself to just area 2. We also know that there are sites on the M42, yes, outside of area 2.
So I'm not recognising the sites on the area on the M42 outside of area.
Okay. So if we go up the M42, we've got Ashby de la Zouche, yes?
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. M42, you talked about a corridor. The corridor is the M42. Yeah. It goes north of North Warwickshire, obviously. Yes. And you didn't mention this one in evidence, but have a look, please, at site 51. That's at Ashby de la Zouche. And you'll find that in the 3rd part. And it's the start of the 3rd document.
Do you have a PDF page for that?
It should be the 3rd page. It's just immediately after the list.
So sorry, what was the site number?
Site number 51. G1.
Just a single sheet.
It is indeed.
Yeah.
Okay. Then you tell me when you're there, Mr. Briggs. Yeah. Good. Okay. What we can see there then, a couple of junctions, or just beyond the Land Rover one. We've got G Park, and we can see that there are 2 options presented. The first is 753,477 square feet in one building, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. This is described as build to suit. So if I'm an occupier, potential occupier, and I'm looking for a large premises in the corridor, then this is a premises where I can go up to 750,000 square feet, yes?
Yes, if you're looking in that location.
Yeah, in the corridor. And it can also then be smaller than that. And you could obviously have two buildings, and it suggests they're one of 500,000 square feet, with the other being a residual 239,000 square feet. Yeah. So like your site is broken up, the indicative master plan showed 4 buildings, didn't it?
3, I think, were the ones that are in the appendices.
Okay, so if we just have a look at the indicative master plan, I think it's in various
It
places.
shows 3 of the B8, and it shows the SME as a separate thin line within area of A1, if that helps.
Yeah, that's right. So what would we call 4 buildings, because there's 4 buildings shown.
It shows 5 because you've got the Miss building as well.
Yeah. In terms of, call it 5 buildings, but in terms of those buildings, there's a number of buildings there suggested around about 300,000 square feet, yes?
Yes.
We're told that's realistic in terms of what this developer is looking for. So if I was thinking about this site, 2 of those could go on here, couldn't they? You could get 2 350,000 square feet buildings on there, couldn't you?
Potentially, but I would qualify that with, you don't know what the below ground constraints are here. I suspect the master plans that they draw there may well be to reflect some constraints that are going on there. I would also say that commercially, from this perspective, knowing this site particularly well and knowing who develops this one, their master plans will be drawn to maximise that development, and therefore it's unlikely that they will break it up.
Yeah. So you think it'll be one big unit?
Potentially.
Yeah. But they've shown 2, haven't they, for their marketing purposes. And I understand what you say about constraints. Everybody's got constraints, but they haven't used the whole of the site. They've used an area and excluded a green area where the balancing ponds are. Do you see that? Yeah. So it isn't a case of filling it up with 1 million square feet. They've shown the balancing pond area and whatever the other constraints are. They're then offering these 2 units. And as I say, one of them is 500,000, but if we were looking at your sort of realistic scenario of around 300,000 square feet, you could get 2 of those on there, couldn't you?
Yes.
Yeah, good. Okay. All right. And G Clark, are they a known operator in the logistics market?
Yeah, the developer is GLP.
Yeah. Good. Okay. All right. Also, then, if we think about the corridor, Castle Donington, the M42 goes up to the point where it meets the M1, and in the same location, we have the M50 coming in. Yeah. And what we know is that there's been a successful appeal decision. I'll do some free advertising from a learned friend, although that usually happens in about half an hour on a Thursday. We've got an appeal decision by St Modwin. That appeal decision, if we just take it up, it was a document put in today. And the appeal decision is ID 13C. You're blessed with a hard copy.
Yeah, just bear with me while I get it down.
ID 13.
I have it, thank you.
Good. Okay. And what we can see from the bullet points at the start of Mr. Baxter's appeal decision is that it's for 92,500 square meters. Yes. Yes. Which in old money is about 1 million square feet.
In old money.
Yeah. Good. Okay. And that's a new, obviously, site that's being brought forward. Yes.
Yes.
we know, don't we, they have to submit their reserve matters quickly with that one. I think the reserve matters for the first phase needed to be in within a year, didn't it? You aware of that?
Something I'm not aware of that, no.
Okay, have a look at condition 1. This isn't anything your client has asked for, but if you have a look at condition 1, application of approval of reserve matters shall be made to the local planning authority before the expiration of 1 year from the date of this permission. Sorry, that permission was the 24th of January 2024, so reserve matters have to be in. But to be clear, in the case of phase development, and I'm sure that's what they've done, the reserve matters are by that 1 year period for phase 1, yes? Do you see condition 1?
Yeah, can you point to page, please?
I'm ever so sorry, 10.
So I can happily concede, yes, that was the position that was requested by North West Leicestershire. I don't think there's been a similar request in this case.
No, it's up to you what you bring forward and the immediacy of what you do. But for our purposes, this question is about condition 1. And condition 1 required the reserve matters within a year. Just take a read, if you will, of the first 5 lines.
I'm not seeing condition 1.
Okay, page 10 in the appeal decision. Do you have an appeal decision before you? Is that what it looks like? Otherwise, we can pass you a hard copy.
Let's see.
Document, apologies.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you look at page 10, we have the conditions at the back.
Yeah.
So St Modwen had to submit their reserve matters within a year for the development on the 1 million square foot, but they could also do it by way of phasing, and then they'd only have to submit it for the first phase. You see that?
Yes.
Yeah. Are you aware, again, St Modwen obviously a well-known operator in the marketplace, do you know if they have submitted their reserve matters for the whole site or not?
I'm not aware that they have.
Okay, right. Do you know they've done just phase 1, or you're just not clear?
I'm not clear.
Okay, all right. Well, this is a site at the top of the corridor, if we can put it like that. And it's right to say that there was another planning application that was granted by the council at the same time. That's ID 14A. So if you could just take that up. And it's a committee report. You have to dive in a bit further, but luckily we've got page numbers for this. So if you go to page 17, and if we have a look at that, it's 80,000 square meters for B8, so 78,967. So that's about 900,000, is that right?
Yes, approximately.
About 900,000 square feet. B8, I think it's got a similar condition, and that's been identified as well. So when we start to look at the corridor, we can see that. You're aware, I'm sure, that at Junction 11, the developer there, I think, was IM, is that right?
That's right, yeah.
And IM are currently consulting on a further 17 hectares of land. Is that right?
That's my understanding.
Yeah, because they're going to bring forward more logistics in that location.
Yes.
Yeah, good. Okay. And then next, please, Hinckley. Now, Hinckley is the adjacent authority to the east, isn't it?
Yes.
And land at Junction 1, M69, if we just have a look at document 75, so if you go into the 4th set of documents, so back to our Appendix 2,
Looking in the right direction again.
forgive me, because I'm
Document 75, site 75, is on page 36 of the PDF.
Sorry, where PDF is located. Where,
Oh, sorry. It is, hopefully you've got the appendices, and it's the fourth one, or if it helps you, CDD 36B, Appendix 2, Part 4.
yeah, the right document.
Okay, and if you go to page 36, what you should have is Hinkley 340.
Yes.
Can I just check this deal? Is that a PDF 36 or is that the hard copy?
It's a PDF 36.
Yeah, so is it the first page of site 35? Site 75?
I think if
Because that's PDF 32.
Yeah, I've got that as 32.
32.
I've resorted to the PDF just that it's easier for me to get there quickly.
Yes, I can well understand that.
If it helps, and I say this for you, sir, and also my witness, Mr. Dittman, when he's prepared these appendices, has very kindly put bookmarks on them so you can drop to the individual sites and keep your bookmarks open.
Okay.
Yes, I've taken advantage of that, so it's very helpful.
I wasn't sure if my witness used it.
So, site 75, Hinkley 370. For the inspector's benefit, that's, if we go down the A5, when it hits the M69, that's a node, again on the A5, but on that time on the M69 motorway. Yes, okay. And if we have a look at page 33 in the PDF, we can see those that are operating in that location are DPD and Amazon. Do you see that? Yes. And kind of smaller units, octopus energy and geosynthetics. But the DPD building, now that's a very long, thin building, isn't it? Yes. And some logistic operators like DPD are now looking at this type of layout because you've got effectively the ability to have multiple, obviously very significant number of loading bays on both sides of the building. Yes.
Yes, that's correct. This one is particularly a parcel hub. So it's used for parcel distribution, hence the doors.
Parcel distribution, yeah. So they can get them off the lorries that are arriving and then move them to the lorries that are leaving. And effectively, most of the space is in the lorries themselves, or what they need, as they distribute to different locations in new lorries going somewhere else. Yeah.
Yes.
Good. Okay. We can see, obviously, Amazon are located there as well. And then this unit is 340. So this is similar to what your clients are proposing, 340,000 square feet, yes? Correct. Further up the M69 is the Hinkley Strategic Rail Freight Facility, yes?
Proposed, yes.
Yeah, it's you're quite right. The DCO decision is due in September, isn't it?
That's my understanding, yes.
I think is it 8 million square feet is being proposed there?
Yes.
Yeah. So that would all be new and rail served.
In 4 or 5 years' time, yes.
Yeah, because it takes time to bring sites forward, doesn't it? Yes. Okay, all right. We know that St Modwin opposite the site took 6 years to bring all of their site forward. And as you say, maybe 4 or 5 years for that. Okay, that is not the only one, obviously, on the A5. Padge Farm at Hinkley, we've already had a look at. There was going to be a named operator, the logistics firm from Hinkley, but they decided to go elsewhere, I think Coventry, is that right?
That's correct.
And they were going to take 55,740 according to the committee report. The total application, as I understand it, was for 136,350. Is that right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So logistics building, and that was a detailed application, wasn't it? Once they knew it was a hybrid, and the logistics company were going to take the 55,470. 740 beginning.
Yeah, that's my understanding.
Yeah, okay.
All right, leaving 80, as we say, leaving 80,000 for that. Now that site, I think you've explained, Tesco have come on to the site. Is that right?
Yes,
For logistics purposes?
yes, it's cold store.
Cold store. Okay. And have they taken the building that the global logistics firm had detailed planning permission for?
I believe they have, yes.
Yeah. And did they just occupy it? Was it built and they occupied it, or was it built to suit?
It's to be built, it hasn't been built yet.
It hasn't been built yet. Okay. So they've acquired it and it's being built for them. Yeah. Okay. All right. Good. That's very helpful. And then if we think about the wider area, obviously we've got evidence, haven't we, from the Chamber of Commerce for Warwickshire in respect to this case?
Yes, you're referring to the letter from Mr. Baker?
I am, yes. Yeah, and his remit is Coventry and Warwickshire, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So we think about what's available in Warwickshire. Wilson's Lane, that's site 33. So 33 is in the, I think, the second PDF, first PDF, sorry. So if you go back to Appendix 2, Part 1. And we've got a plan of Wilson's Lane.
Your page, sorry.
Page 15 in the PDF. Now, again, this site, Wilson's Lane, looking at the larger site, is an allocation, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. I think this is the Nuneaton and Bedworth local plan. This is allocated in. This is on the west side of Coventry, is that right?
Sorry, Mr. Young, I'm struggling with this one. You said it's part 2 of the appendices, page 2.
No,
Part 1.
Appendix 2, Part 1. And then within that, page 15. And this is at Junction 3 of the M6. You're right, it's north, but it's the west side of North Coventry. So, yeah, and it's sat on the M6, yes, with the junction with the A444.
Yeah.
And as I understand it, this site has outlined consent for 600,000 square feet of logistics space.
That's my understanding, yes.
Yeah. And yesterday, or the day before, panettone, sounds like a cake. Probably Italian.
Yeah, but yeah, panettone, yes.
Yeah, we see them everywhere now, aren't we? They are a very prolific logistics operator throughout the country now. And not just a cake maker. And Panettone are going to develop the largest unit. It was announced yesterday, 540,000 square feet.
That's my understanding.
Yes. I got that on LinkedIn. It's quite useful.
Yeah. I've been aware of it for a while, but yes, it's coming.
Okay. You didn't mention that in your evidence in chief, but you are obviously aware of it, aren't you?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's important the inspector has the latest information, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. And the deal, as I understand it, is that Panettone has the opportunity to develop 2 further units as well. Are you aware of that?
Units, yes.
Yeah. But to be fair, yeah, they're smaller, 40,000 and 20,000 square feet. Okay.
Just on the point about referencing in my evidence, I think you've been able to reference one of the schedules to get the bigger number, but it's definitely in there.
Yeah, it's just when you're coming to give evidence on an occasion like this, and there's been an update because we're looking at the latest evidence, you might say to the inspector, actually, can I just bring to your attention that site has been, the deal has been done, and Panettone are going to go ahead and build a building for 600,000 square feet. But you didn't do that. But that, as we said, allocated in the development plan. On the other side of the road, so the road is the M6, there's Bowling Green Lane, and that's another allocated site, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, good. All right. Anstey Park, now that's northeastern side of Coventry, so we're still on the M6, but down the other end, yes?
Yeah.
Obviously all Warwickshire. And that's site 43.
Right.
we just have a look at that. Site 43 is in Appendix 2, Part 2. Okay, and this site is site 43. Page 24, 104. Okay, now this site is, as it says at the bottom of that page, build to suit logistics and manufacturing. Yeah, yeah. And their plot 4 is available there. That's 150,000 square feet. Yes,
170.
170. You give me. You're quite right. Okay, and that site.
Sorry, just so I'm following this. On the first page that I have there, page 24, it does say 150,000 on the bottom of the first page. So I'm not sure where the 170 is.
That building has been built out since, and it is 170,000.
Okay, that's fine. So thank you.
Okay, so they managed to make it bigger.
Yeah.
Okay, and 170,000. You said it's been built out. So how long has that been built?
It completed this March.
This March. Okay, did you identify that it was a completed building in your proof?
No, I don't know.
No. Okay. If we go to site 48, so forgive me, just lost my reference. Apollo, that's also called Ansty Park, but that's because it's in the same place.
Actually, one and the same.
One and the same,
Yeah.
And is the Apollo offer for spec buildings, including the one we've just looked at, for 170,000?
Yes.
Yeah. So we mustn't double count here. The 4 that are referred to here are now down to 1. Is that right?
The 4 that are actually, they've all been spec built and now complete and available. So the 4 existing buildings available there.
Okay. So just so I'm clear, we looked at Prospero.
Yeah.
Yeah. Prospero, a provider, or they built it out. Is that right?
You can essentially change the name from Prospero to Apollo.
Okay.
It's the same.
Okay. And when it says that what we looked at previously was the 170,000, that was just one building.
Correct.
What this is revealing with site 48, that there's reference to 4 buildings. Is that right?
That's correct.
How many of the 4 have been built?
All of them.
All of them. So I understand it, the largest is 300,000 square feet. Is that right?
Yeah.
They've got 269 and so on. Are those 4 in addition to the one we just looked at, or is it the one that's 170,000?
The Apollo 4 is 170,000 square feet, and there are 3 additional buildings.
Okay, so I'm with you. So what we've got in this location is 4 buildings in a range of sizes from 170, 269,000 square feet, and 301,000 square feet. Yes,
That's correct.
okay. And what it's talked about is the ability to combine, but what's been done actually is that the developer has chosen to provide 4 different buildings.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. When were they built and completed?
They were completed. The final, Apollo 4 was completed March.
Yeah.
The remaining 3 buildings, 5, 6, and 7, completed in May.
May. Okay. Do you mention in your proof of evidence that those have now become available as buildings?
No.
No. Okay. Eastern Green. Now this is a Hallam Land site, but it's been branded as Pickford Gate.
Yes.
Okay. It's a mixed use, that site, but they've got, I think.
Sorry, Mr. Have you got a reference?
Yeah, 38.
38.
38.
and you'll find 38 in the first PDF, but right at the end.
Yeah, thank you.
Just give the witness a moment to find that. Right. Now, as far as that is concerned, site 38, as I say, mixed use, there's 15 hectares of employment land. That is unrestricted as far as the planning permission is concerned. So it can take B8, can't it? Yes. Yeah. And what does that mean in terms of sort of floor space that you can achieve on 15 hectares, please?
It's that very precise, several hundred thousand square feet.
Several hundred thousand square feet. Yeah.
It's mainly, my understanding is it's mainly some 100,000 square feet.
Yeah. To be perfectly fair, if you look at the master plan, and indeed, if you have a look at, in the PDF, you can see it's got a road going through it. So these are intended not to be, 600,000 square feet. They're intended to be smaller units. Yes, that's right. Okay. Good. Now I noticed the time is 6:15, so I'm 5:15. I'm going to pause there, sir, if that's okay. And we've got to come back to this tomorrow.
Yep, that's fine. Can you tell me what progress you've made? You've been going less than an hour.
I not quite as quick as I wanted. However, my learned friend's observation that there are bookmarks in the PDF, I think, will help the witness. The alternative is for the witness to do what I've done, which is just to put a flag in for each number. That would make
Happy online as well.
So
I'm happy online as well.
happy online as well. Okay.
The online has certainly been easy for me to navigate, so that's been helpful.
Thanks, Mr. Dickman behind the scenes. As soon as I spotted that, it made life a lot easier.
Yeah,
That's good. So what about another hour tomorrow?
I'm going to say an hour and 20 minutes because
Okay.
it's just going a little bit slow with the documents. But
9:30 start tomorrow, we okay? Yes, good, thank you. The only thing then that I wanted to say, obviously I mentioned earlier about the work that I'm hoping that the highways witnesses are doing to produce some sort of schedule there. The only other thing I just wanted to mention, and it might not be relevant, but let me just do it. The Inspectorate Case Officer did send on to me an updated version of the Section 106 agreement at the minute. Sorry, I keep calling it agreement. Is it an agreement? It's intended to be an agreement, or is it?
It is. It's drafted as an agreement.
It is. Yes, of course. I've seen the front
And
page.
the latest version takes on the week's amendments.
Yes, it was just one of those that I just wanted to ask about. It might just be me having only had a very quick look at it earlier, but I saw that in Schedule 2 there are a number of identified financial contributions, with one of them, whatever it was, Birchmore signage one or something, saying amount to be confirmed. There's also reference at the beginning of Schedule 1 to a Birchmore parking scheme and associated with that Birchmore parking contribution. But the contribution wasn't included in the contribution section, nor could I see any suggestion of what the amount would be, even if it's only in a to be confirmed. So it might be that I'm taking things out of context here, because it was only a very quick look earlier. But there's definitely reference to both of those 2 points that Mr. Weeks raised. But with regards to this parking scheme, all I'm querying is there's a reference to a contribution, but that seems to be all that it is. And if that somehow makes sense, then fair enough. But my quick reading made me think, well, there ought to be some sort of figure indicated there, or at least an indication that a figure will be produced. So sorry, that was a bit, a bit garbled possibly, but at least I'm sure yourselves and others have noted it. Yes.
So we'll note it and report back to Mr. Tucker. I won't, because otherwise it'll be confusing.
Yeah.
But we'll report back behind the scenes that's the case. Whilst I've got the microphone, sir, there was talk of potentially doing the 106 next week. The author of the 106 is not available next week. He's out of the country. So we may struggle on that. I don't know to what extent he'd be willing to come online virtually, or whether we could work around that. The suggestion is one of his colleagues might come online if we were to do that. My preference would obviously be to have the author if it's at all possible.
I think we're in happy agreement actually, because my solicitor isn't available, or one of Freaks isn't available next week either. And my suggestion was Friday, after we finish the need evidence, because there's been a lot of discussion about it. Obviously, it proceeds on the basis of an agreement, so we can agree, but there are disputes and things that we can't agree. So ultimately, things would need to convert to a unilateral undertaking.
Yeah.
So the solicitor isn't, the both sides aren't here next week, and this week would be the obvious thing.
No, sorry, I'm mistaken. I'm told by Mr. Hodges, I misspoke. It's actually this Friday that he's not available.
Okay. All right.
Well, I'll chase because we have had an email from him today. So I don't know whether it's a long weekend in Barbados or what it might be. But I'll chase the report back tomorrow. If we could have a first pass this week, then so it makes sense because then that gives time to be able to do the amendments and to get it completed in short order.
Yes.
Yeah, I think my reference is here, there are things that we are not agreeing with, things that we've asked for that have not been agreed. So it may well end up as unilateral undertaking, but we'll proceed on the basis of discussions for now. Yeah, we'll seek to arrive at it. Can I just say then, Ed, as far as that's concerned, then we're potentially looking at Friday, if it's possible to have the solicitor. After that, I've got a difficulty in my solicitor being away. I need to check what day she is back, because obviously I would want her there for the Section 106 session when we have it.
Okay, so movable feasts as is often the case, but working on the basis at the minute that we're going to move through this section of the evidence well enough to be able to look at Section 106 on Friday, or have you just said, that's right, you just said that you're not sure whether the availability you're going to report back tomorrow?
I think we have a problem, but I'll take instructions in relation to that.
Yeah.
In relation to the point that's just been raised by Mr. Young, if the council are intimating that there's parts of this that need to be put into a unilateral obligation, then that might put us back a little bit further because it's currently drafted as an agreement.
Yeah.
It's an agreement with blue pencil clauses in,
yeah.
So it affords the opportunity for disagreement in terms of your conclusions, sir. But if it's a UU and it needs to be recast, that may take a little longer than 36 hours. So I would welcome, behind the scenes, clarity on that point, so that is the council's position.
Okay.
Everything has been so far.
I'll leave that up to others then.
Just trying to agree as much as we can, but I don't want to have a discussion here now.
Yeah.
What the issues are.
And if I can just recall what was said at the outset, is it a 5:30 prompt close finish that you want tomorrow, or do you want to be on your way by 5:30?
I think Mr. Young and I would like to be in another room in this building by 5:30, so we can have 5 minutes. So if it's at 25 past 5, that's acceptable, sir.
Okay, well, I'll try not make it quite as close cut as that, but if we have the 9:30 start and make good progress in the day, then yes, we might be looking at
Make it as close as you want, so it's more exciting that way.
Okay, anything from any of the parties?
No, I don't think so, sir. Thank you.
In that case, then I'll adjourn now and we'll resume. Well, no, sorry, before I adjourn, I ought to just remind you, Mr. Binks, of course, you can't have any contact with your team overnight because you've started giving evidence. But on that basis, I'll adjourn now and we'll resume tomorrow.
So can you say before you again the gavel goes down? I didn't check with Mr. Binks at the very outset, as we haven't checked with all witnesses today, that Mr. Binks has turned off his WhatsApp and isn't checking his emails because there are round robins and reply all emails in relation to this. So you need to make sure that that is the case, Mr. Binks. And in relation to the revised table that we talked about, so he put down his evidence in chief into the revised table. I don't want to see that. That's a matter that's due tomorrow morning of his own volition, as it were.
That's fine.
At the relevant time, but I don't want that sent by email, which may be may be clear.
Yeah, no, that's helpful to make that clear. So thank you. So unless there is anything else, I'll adjourn then now and we'll resume tomorrow at 9:30. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Chris, 6 o'clock.